welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to what is a very lovely day here at Wilton Mill for round 2 of the Club 100 Cadets. We are in just a moment going to join in on the qualifying action as the practice session for Group C is rounding up as we speak. I am Reeve Taylor. Alongside me is Yousuf Bin-Suhayl. Hello, Yousuf.
Hello, Reeve. It's a fun day, isn't it? Nice and hot, nice and warm, high track temperatures. Going to be a lot of grip out on circuit.
Certainly, we've already had plenty of running today on this 1,200 metre long circuit. 12 turns for the drivers to negotiate and 26 feet of elevation change. So it is a relatively technical track with plenty of bumps to negotiate. And as you can see, they're very interesting. Potentially some rain coming in later on for these younger drivers to get to grips with. They're a very experienced, very competent bunch though. So I imagine it shouldn't be too difficult at all.
I think the most exciting thing as well, with that rain coming in later on today, you're going to be having your pre-finals in the dry conditions. When the rain comes down, you tend to see sometimes there's a different set of drivers who really excel in those damp, wet, tricky conditions. What is it going to cause in terms of spiciness and drama for that A final, or for all of the finals? Jumping from the pre-final to the A final, we could be seeing some absolute fantastic wet weather masterclasses.
Indeed, and we're just now looking at what is the tail end of this practice session here. We're positioned just at the very top, a very crest of the hill here at Wilton Mill. This is basically your run down from the start-finish line. There might be a little bit of a lift-off heading into that first corner before you've got to make sure that you try and get the car up this hill, keep that momentum going as much as possible before you get into the more twisty second sector of the circuit.
And when we looked at that track information, 26 feet of elevation, that's all on the run coming out of Oblivion, going up the hill towards Christmas Corner. That is all of the elevation on the circuit. And Christmas Corner, kind of reminiscent if you had to compare it to a real-life circuit, Stowe Corner. Going up a hill, a very short braking zone. Because you're going uphill, you've got gravity to kind of help you slow the kart down, and you can carry a lot of speed through the corner. It is quite open on corner exit.
Okay, so it's time for qualifying, ladies and gentlemen. Group A, here we are. Drivers getting ready to get the cars ready for the qualifying session here. So getting those tyres up to temperature, making sure they are comfortable in the kart, making sure that they are in the groove and ready to go. 11 minutes to try and push the kart as much as possible, get those quick lap times in, ready for the racing later on.
Our first So, as you mentioned, qualifying underway. 11 minutes of qualifying, and here at Wilton Mill, you're talking about 11 or so laps. Yes, the first lap is an out lap, so 11 laps to put a hot lap in. We're talking about the cadets. Currently, it is Logan McAllister who is leading the championship ahead of Elijah Hazelwood and Jamie Warner completing the top 3. Elijah Hazelwood is in this session, so he's kind of our main driver to really watch out for. We'll see how he does perform in qualifying and whether he can be securing himself a potential pole for the pre-final.
On board at the moment then with the number 26 kart, Timmy Shahini, following a couple of karts actually. They're kind of, we often see this in qualifying session, karts start to kind of form packs, kind of find a set of karts where they're comfortable, they find a bit of a groove and they're able to run through the track and start setting those laps in, because 11-minute qualifying is often all about consistency as much as it is about all-out pace. We're heading around that final corner then with that big and nasty curve that JV is very keen for all the drivers to avoid before you run back onto that start-finish straight. Currently, fastest time at the moment goes to Logan McAllister, that number 68 car, at 57.2 at this point in time, so a good strong start to this qualifying session for him.
Yeah, Logan McAllister leading the championship, and both Logan McAllister and Elijah Hazelwood in this qualifying session that should lead for an interesting times development. And we kind of saw in the practice sessions as well, very, very close time, and we tend to see that with both the cadets and juniors. We saw it in the last round, round 1 of the championship here at Wilton Mill as well. There is very little time to separate the drivers, and currently Logan McAllister, 57.2, nearly 2/10 clear of Ayan Baga in second. And we'll see whether any of our drivers can eke their way into the 56s.
was interesting to see, actually. Just if any of you watching were tuned into the Alpha Live timing system on the website, you can see the end of Group C practice there was only hundredths of a second between the top 4. It was very close running indeed, as we have... is that someone off there that you're pointing to?
Oh no, I was just looking at the timing map, and there's just karts kind of just flying around in nothingness. As we're seeing the kart 35 currently leading a group of drivers into Christmas corners. That's Oscar Blakeman heading through Christmas, and then through Boxing Day as one of our karts goes a little bit wide. And this is one of the biggest overtaking points on the circuit, right? Heading downhill into Ashby, you have to brake very early because it is downhill, and as a result you just end up carrying so much speed, but you have to really throw the kart into that corner and have a lot of confidence as well when doing so.
Yes, trying to find, especially in these types of karts, trying to find that balance between getting the car ready for the corner, make sure you're chucking in at maximum pace while also making sure that the balance of the brakes is just right, and you're not going to be asking too much of the tyres before you end up finding yourself in the infield. Is a very fine balance indeed, so well done to the drivers for negotiating this technical circuit today.
Good lap time from Ayan Baga with a 57.333, just 44,000 shy of Logan McAllister, and your top 3 separated by just 700ths of a second, with Jamie Warner currently sitting in 3rd place in that number 11 kart. Ayan Baga, one driver to watch out for, would be relatively high up in the championship, but sadly got an exclusion at the end of his A final last time out, so will be very eager to redeem himself and pull in a big haul of points today.
As we're just watching a little bit of an on-track battle forming up here. It is between the number 68 kart, as we have, I believe that was an instruction to go faster, I think is what that was. Yeah, great to see a little bit of battling going on. Number 55 and number 68. That is between... who is that between? That's between Elijah Hazelwood, and that is also Logan McAllister, our session leader at this point in time.
So it's your top 2 in the championship, and I think that is Logan McAllister saying, look, let's work together. And judging by the kart language of Elijah Hazelwood, he doesn't want to work together. He wants to be in front of Logan McAllister. It's kind of a looking to the left and looking to the right into Christmas corner. It's qualifying. Just sit behind, push each other forward, work together, rather than costing yourself a time. We've got 5.5 minutes remaining in the session as we have our first penalty of qualifying going the way of Charlie Williams.
They are really pushing each other as well, and Elijah making actually some fairly big gains on that last lap. In fact, he jumped up quite a few positions there, so he's clearly quite happy with strategy as well. Ayan Baga there into the 57 flat range now. He's absolutely flying on that last lap that he's just set there. He's now 0.6 of a second faster. Oh no, we have a few drivers into the 56s all of a sudden.
So Elijah Hazelwood and Logan McAllister working together, separated by 11 thousandths of a second, and this is what we're going to be seeing throughout qualifying, because these two are just nose to tail. When they set those quick laps, they'll be separated by absolutely nothing, and if they are bump drafting down the straights, which they kind of are, they're going to be able to find those extra 2/10ths, and it doesn't matter if you think, oh, maybe I'm a 10th a lap faster than this driver. If you sit behind and work with them, you'll end up probably gaining about 2/10ths a lap just because you have that slipstream.
Some really good progression in this session from that number 55 car. In fact, props to many of the drivers in the the whole field really doing a very good job in this session. Really settled into the this qualifying run nicely. Only a few minutes to go now already. It's absolutely flown by as we're still on board with those two drivers, number 55, number 68. Our championship battle playing out in this qualifying session here.
Another improvement as well for Logan McAllister, 56.595. Elijah Hazelwood unable to improve, just a couple of hundreds shy of his personal best, but still these consistent 56s coming in for your top 2. Ayan Baga, I don't think has anyone to work with currently, so it's just pumping in some very quick times, right? 57 deads on his own in that number 24 kart. As here comes McAllister and Hazelwood down the hill into the hairpin of Ashby Corner. Actually, pardon me, I think they're making their way into the boot. It's two other drivers who had very similar numbers, helmets, yeah.
Should also mention as well that when on some of these camera angles here, they're quite wide, so it makes it look as if A, that the elevation changes aren't that great, and B, that the carts aren't travelling that quick. I can tell you that both of those statements are wrong.
Yes.
It is, especially when you sat inside the go-kart, it feels very quick, and some parts of the circuit can feel very kind of topsy-turvy, if you will.
Yeah, and I think these mini-max carts will be going pretty much quicker than the standard corporate carts that maybe some of our viewers would have experienced at a variety of different circuits. Probably around the pace of maybe some of the twin-engine pro karts you get at some tracks.
Exactly, yeah, these are mean little machines.
And they're very light as well, is the main thing, right?
Yeah.
So you're looking at your cadets, which is a 45 kilogram minimum for drivers. Juniors running at 70 kilos minimum. As there is Ayan Baga making his way out through the final corner across the line. Will this be an improvement? It is indeed.
And I imagine that will be a little bit of disappointment for Jamie Warner, who briefly was sat in P3 in this session. Very impressive lap time there at 57.3. His last, but his best, a 56.9. So just about eclipsed by in the number 24 kart there. So all to play for at the top of the field here. Very close indeed.
Here's the interesting thing, right? Logan McAllister, Elijah Hazelwood have been putting in their lap times together. Ayan Baga is right behind Jamie Warner out on circuit. So maybe if these two can work together for the final 1.5 minutes, they're going to have this lap, maybe 1 to 2 more laps to go. And if Ayan Baga can just sit behind Jamie Warner, push him along, there's a chance that maybe they can pip McAllister and Hazelwood.
Hazelwood picking up a track limit warning in this session then. I haven't seen too much in the way of penalties so far, but then again I am used to the BUKC. I suppose anything comparatively is probably going to be quite lax, but...
and
yes,
rookies as well.
True, yes, especially I was only ever a former rookie driver, so I haven't really got a leg to stand on. We've got just over a minute to go in this session, and drivers doing very well out there at this point in time.
I should also add, I was in rookies as well, so I fully know the amount of penalties that can come through. So by comparison, this is very tame. Ayan Baga and Jamie Warner are making their way now down the hill towards Ozier's, and then they'll be promptly heading towards the booth. They'll have this lap and 1 more lap to go, as there is Logan McAllister and Elijah Hazelwood heading through Ozier's.
Great to see it in this session. Drivers getting plenty of running. No one doing any less than 9 laps. So everyone using this 11-minute session to its absolute fullest. 20 seconds to go now, and it's looking good for Logan McAllister, but he can't rest easy just yet. He has Elijah Hazelwood so close behind here, and has done for the majority of this session.
Yeah, more 56s coming in for McAllister and Hazelwood, but not an improvement. Ayan Baga on that last lap improved by 1/1000th of a second. Less than a tenth separating the top 3, and onto the last lap we go for all of our top 4 drivers: McAllister, Hazelwood, Baga and Warner.
Could be that 1,000 that makes all of the difference, of course. Nice to see the number 55, 68 karts using as much of the track as they dare as they try to eke out that last remaining bit of lap time in what is the final dying breath of this qualifying session now. See those karts bouncing about on this. It's not the smoothest track in the world.
And Elijah Hazelwood just going a little bit wide coming out of Ozier's. That really unsettles the kart onto the back straight. That's going to compromise this lap time and his opportunity to pip Logan McAllister for what would otherwise be provisional pole. Across the line, does McAllister improve? Neither of them do.
Still a very good lap though, at 56.6 to round out the session, but it was that 56.5 that sees Logan McAllister take pole position.
And it was also an improvement as well for Jamie Warner. 56.711, and there is a confirmation of our lap time.
So P1 we have Logan McAllister, P2 Elijah Hazelwood, P3 Jamie Warner, very close to the top 3 there, P4 Ayan Baga, P5 Jonathan Fuchsil, P6 Joseph Mills, P7 Adi Manu, P8 Zane Perry, P9 Mason Turner, P10 Ryan Rapney, P11 Oliver Sanderson, P12 Harry Duggan, P13 Tom Justice, and that will round out the Group A session that we've just been watching there as we get ready to dive into the next qualifying session. Another 11 minutes of sprint action to go.
Cadet Group A done. Into Junior Group A And I'm almost straight away noticing a couple of...
So we just have a spin heading out of camera there. Perfect time to do so, though, early in the session.
Yeah. Get it done on the outlap, right? Cold tyres, got some excuses to blame it on. But yeah, there are some quick drivers in this junior session. The first one that springs to my mind, Ben Foden, who is currently running in 8th place in the championship. JJ Hind as well, currently sitting in 6th place in the championship, will be another driver to watch out for. I'm just trying to see if Samuel Masters is in this, or Rory O'Regan. I don't think either of them are. So I think those two are probably our two to watch out for.
So we saw drivers at the end of the previous qualifying session dipping into the kind of that mid 56 range. Of course, here in the juniors we're already seeing that now. Let's see just how low we can get that number. How many laps can we get in this 11 minutes? We have just under 10 minutes to go already. It's a very rapid fire qualifying session. You've really got to have your wits about. You've really got to be ready for every single lap that you need to take. You can't afford to let slip for even one brief moment here in this qualifying format.
And you have to be very smart in qualifying, right? A lot of times you see drivers maybe trying to battle with others, trying to force their way into clean air, when it's better just to lift off, find yourself a big piece of circuit where nobody is, so you can set in some quick laps by yourself. And we saw in the previous session, maybe find another driver who is at your pace, push them along so the pair of you can set some quick lap times. We'll see whether anyone does that. At the moment, the fastest time has been set by Brady Pollock, a 54.591, and I have a feeling we're probably going to be seeing some low 54s, maybe even a 53 by the end of the session.
No, yeah, strong start for Brady Pollock there, followed closely behind by Nathan Crowley, Benjamin Rowe as well. They're very close together indeed. 0.009 of a second separating those two drivers on that last lap, that first fast lap, following the number 9 cars of Brady Pollock here.
Now, I do absolutely love that helmet, because I don't know if it's intentional, but it looks like he's got a really big moustache.
Oh, that is brilliant. Good spot. The moustache, clearly, it must be working just like Nigel Mansell's. It's keeping him very quick indeed. We have a 53.9 on that previous lap for Brady Pollock, our first driver into the 53s, currently on provisional pole with plenty of time to go in this qualifying session.
Ben Foden currently sitting in second with a 54.084, just a tenth shy of Brady Pollock. Then comes Nathan Crowley, Toby Street, Matthew Cooper, Benjamin Rowe, JJ Hind, Josh Coombs, Yassine Ali Khan, and Victor Renat, completing your top 10. That is currently separated by just over a second. So you're looking at about a tenth between drivers, as the number 9 of Brady Pollock has found a way through on Jacob Aline, and has kind of just pointed forward, saying, don't battle with me, let me just go, it's qualifying, I don't want to be held up.
And by the looks of things, he has a couple of cars in front, but other than that, has found himself a nice clear window in this session, I would say, compared to what is behind him. So now is prime opportunity for him, really, I think, to start setting some fast laps. However, if we look at the time sheet here, we see Nathan Crowley able to make a little bit of time now, a 53.7 on the last lap. That's his best so far. Likewise for JJ Hind, the 53.6 sees him leading this qualifying session.
Yeah, so Nathan Crowley jumping up to provisional pole, promptly beaten by JJ. Jack Renshaw jumping up into P5 with a very good 54.227, and again, not a lot separating these drivers. Still a second between the top 11, and very close around the midfield. You're seeing the likes of Jack Renshaw, Toby Street, Benjamin Rowe from P5 to P7, separated by just 0.03 of a second. And the lap times will continue to come down. Not, though, for JJ, because he has caught this long train of karts. And I think smart thing to do if you're JJ right now, just back well off, get yourself that clean air, and then pump in another 4 or 5 laps to round out the session. Otherwise, it's going to take you 4 minutes to get through these drivers, and you're going to lose so much time. But up the inside he goes off the 36 into Christmas. That's Matthew Cooper, and he's left on the outside, which will give him the inside down into him.
Yeah, clearly he's opted for the idea that Wilton Mill does actually have some pretty handy overtaking opportunities. So he's decided that maybe he can kind of sacrifice the next couple of laps and then have a bit of a dash towards the end of the session, when that fuel load is perhaps just a tiny little bit lighter, and he can push that a little bit more still leading this session at the moment, 53.3, a few tenths clear of the likes of Jake Renshaw, Nathan Crowley. So can afford to maybe relax a little bit and kind of take a bit of a rest. Brady Pollock, though, back on it once that provisional pole back, was briefly in third. Briefly in second, now in third. Nathan Crowley back in second with a 53.5. So it's really hotting up at the top end of the field once again.
And sadly for Rafael Mingo, he's in fourth place, but he did pick up a penalty, and I can't remember how many positions that will add, but he will be starting further down the order. Either way, good lap time in for Rafael. Ben Foden currently sitting in fifth ahead of Jack Renshaw, and now you're looking at, well, it's just over a second all the way down to P20. That's how close it is. JJ still stuck in a bit of traffic. Last time around, decent time, 53.6, but if he wants to improve on his personal best, he's currently actually behind Nathan Crowley, so maybe the pair can work together somewhat, but it does look, I mean, visibly on circuit that JJ does have a large pace advantage over Nathan currently.
I think some of these drivers, we've just filmed a little bit of a paddock show with them, and they were looking quite relaxed, refreshed, ready to go for a day's racing. I think if we were to try and do the same interviews now right after this session with 23-degree temperature around here, they wouldn't quite be as eager, quite as refreshed, quite as ready, because they have put all of their effort into this session so far. It's still JJ Hind on provisional pole at this point in time, with Nathan Crowley, Brady Pollock, Toby Street and Raphael carrying that penalty, as we have mentioned. But plenty of drivers into the 53s now.
So I just want to say, tentatively, Nathan Crowley's not appearing on my championship standings, which means this is his first ever round, or at least for this season, of the Club 100 Junior Championship. Very good showing so far to be sitting on the back of JJ and sitting second in the timings, as our duo are going to make their way around the final corner to start a new lap. 3.5 minutes remaining, and almost an improvement for JJ. Bradley Pollock, though, does improve. 53.484 takes him up to second.
Getting ever closer and closer to that provisional pole then. Some of those front runners, just like to mention, that top 15, all within 1 second. That is good going. That is an impressive amount of pace throughout the field.
And it just goes to show as well, you know, if you can find that little bit of pace, you know, get on the brakes a little bit later, on the power a little bit earlier, you'll gain a tenth, and a lot of timers, there's an improvement.
Yeah, Jason Renshaw there, blistering lap time there. Unfortunately, it's 1/100th of a second too slow to take the provisional pole, or to try and get that little bit closer to JJ up in front. Very close indeed, though, and we might see in those final few moments of qualifying, we might see him getting closer and closer. It's all hotting up once again, just as it was in the last qualifying session.
JJ has had a bit of clean air this lap, completes his lap, and improves 53.1. Nathan Crowley, sitting in the toe of JJ, has also improved at 53.2. Dare I say it, we might see a 52 today.
I know. Yeah, I'm gonna put money. Well, I'm not gonna put any money on it, but I'm gonna say 52s in the next couple of minutes.
You reckon in this session or one of our other junior sessions?
See, if I was a betting man, I would say in this session, but I'm not that brave, so I'm going to say at some point today.
At some point today?
Yes.
Now, after this session ends, the clouds are going to come. It's going to chuck it down with rain. I reckon we're going to see it at very, very close time. 53.0, I think, in one of our next sessions. If Daniel Munro's racing, currently leading the championship, extremely, extremely quick driver, he'd definitely be one who'll be on the cusp and a favourite to getting into those 52s. Brady Pollock improves at 53.339, 53.247 for Nathan Crowley, just a couple of hundredths shy of his personal best.
Brady Pollock 1,000th of a second there off Nathan Crowley's time. In fact, no, apologies, that was on his last lap there. Still very close.
As we are seeing Mr. Reynolds, James Reynolds, currently sitting in sixth, making his way through Inkermans down the hill towards Ashby Corner. Track limit for Henry Lopez Gracie, who's currently sitting in P21. And you think P21, only 1.2 seconds off pole. It's so close. It's less than 2 seconds separating the entire field, and that's with some blistering lap times being set at the very front by the likes of JJ, Nathan and Brady, as Brady completes another lap, a few tenths down on his personal best. As I saw a 0.9 and I thought it was a 52, but it was a 53.9 for JJ, so not improving. As, speaking of JJ, he does pick himself up a track limit.
No, there's some really strong consistency so far from what we've seen in the running today. There's an energy around the paddock that everyone's kind of really dialed in to the circuit here at Wilton. We have a yellow flag out as we're coming toward the end of this qualifying session now. Just 30 seconds left on the timer, and JJ Hind can't rest easy, but it must be feeling relatively confident now, if he knows where he is in the session, of course. He's led this lap or led this session for quite some time now, and must be feeling quite happy in that car. Although that shaking of the head there suggests otherwise.
Yeah, clearly not too happy with his exit through Ozias. Is he going to get to the flag before it comes out?
3.
He's made it.
Just about.
But yellow flag out, so he's probably not going to be able to improve. Improvement for Ryan McDonald, 53.781. He's about to complete a new lap. Currently sitting in P10, unable to improve that time round, as we see Toby Street, followed by Nathan Crowley, making their way through Christmas and Boxing Day. And to go back to your point earlier, Reeve, about how close it is, how dialed in everyone is, we see this not just here in the juniors and the cadets, but we see it in Club 100, BUKC. We go to circuits like Wilton Mill, Buckmore. So often, everyone knows that track inside and out.
No, I think this is a strong pick. It was a couple of years back, or maybe just last year, in fact, that Wilton was, of course, where I last visited for qualifiers, and I thought that was an excellent track choice. As we have now everyone coming across the line, we just have a couple more maybe waiting to cross the line, but we do have that yellow flag on track, and it is JJ Hind who takes pole in this qualifying session. Nathan Crowley P2, Brady Pollock P3, Drake Renshaw P4, Raphael Menga P5, James Reynolds P6, Toby Street P7, Ben Foden P8, Victor Renard P9, Ryan McDonald P10, Charlie Walmsley P11, Yassine Ali Khan P12, Benjamin Rowe P13, Josh Coombs P14. And we have Matthew Cooper, Nathan Kahn, Noah Goodfellow, Christopher Wilkinson, Ian Ansari, Jacob Alayan, Henry in P17 there. Didn't quite get through them all, but that is it for the Group A qualifying sessions, and we'll join you in just a few seconds for Group B cadets. I'm going to have to give up trying.
So while we watch the racing out on circuit, we have to be racing through the day. That's our challenge, right?
Yeah.
It's by the end of one of the qualifying sessions, can we get through the entire list before the next session comes out? And that's a bit of a testament, to be fair, to Club 100. How quickly, after one qualifying session ends, they're able to get out the cuts for the next session. And it's why the day actually ends very quickly, and we get all of our racing done in, kind of speed-breaking time.
Sometimes it scares you a bit if you're doing like a paddock filming or whatever, and you're sat in the pit lane, and you're asked very kindly to please leave, because go-karts are about to be flying along the pit lane at any moment's time. But here we are now, another 11 minutes to go. It's the cadets this time round, racing around those little mini max karts. So we saw some pretty competitive times for Group A. Let's see if we can replicate that in Group B.
And we've got some quick drivers in this cadet class, likes of Miles Harrison, Max Winfield, currently sitting in 5th and 4th respectively in the championship. We already saw the likes of Logan McAllister, Elijah Hazelwood, and did we see Jamie Warner as well in that previous session? I do believe that we did, although I could be potentially mistaken. I'm trying to see if any of our other top 10 from the championship are in the likes of Paulina Winiarska, Jakub Milcharski, Trevelyn Sansom, Blake Southern, Ryan Rapini. And I don't think any of them are... Oh, yes, Jacob Milcharski is in this race. I hope I'm pronouncing that name right, or at least somewhat close to the correct pronunciation.
And we're very close to the 56s already. Jacob Matthew Brown currently leading the session. Not anymore. That accolade goes to Joseph Baxter, just about eclipsing them by 200ths of a second as we get those first fast laps in. It's going to be all change throughout the order. We have a yellow flag out already, so it's time for the drivers to maybe step off just a little bit through some parts of the track as we get some safety issues sorted and get underway, I'm sure, relatively shortly.
So, I've got a question for you, Reeve.
Go ahead.
How good is your memory?
Depends.
What was the pole time, the current pole time, in the cadets?
You've put me on the spot there.
I have. So I will say, I don't remember what this is.
Yeah, this is why you're asking me. It was in the 56s.
I think it was a low 56, wasn't
it was mid 56, I think.
Was it mid 56?
Yeah, mid
okay.
56.5. apologies for the viewers that I have. My mind has completely blanked. These qualifying sessions coming very quickly here. It's still, I was about to say it's Yousuf back to still leading the session. However, Jakob in the number 21 car there, it's a 56.8. Very competitive time from him. Miles Harrison, Leo Edgar as well, very hot on his heels. Right, potentially. Let's see where they are on track. We're following the number 70 kart. At the moment, a little bit of an on-track battle going on between 70 and 46 to 46 of Yousuf Baxter. He is trying his utmost to try and kind of start, biting at the heels of number 3, number 2 potentially, just ahead in terms of the timing.
As we're seeing a trio of karts making their way down the hill into Oziers. This is Ashby Corner. That is the 74 of Jacob Smith at the tail end of that train. And here is the boot. One of my favourite corners actually here at Wilton Mill. And it really rewards you for getting it right, or maybe it's better to say it really punishes you if you get it wrong.
Yes, one of my favourite things about the boot, and it's probably one of my favourite characteristics of any tracks that we visit with CLUB100, is with Wilton Mill. So other circuits you will get a nice smooth surface, or you get a bit of a rough surface where you kind of used to it. For some reason, Wilton Mill has this fast line where it's actually not too bad, and then the second you go off it, it's the kart is getting bounced around, and it is a spectacle to behold. So drivers will be, I'm sure, doing their utmost to keep on that fast line heading through some of these bends here.
Jacob Matthew Brown in the number 13 car ahead of Max Winfield. Remember, Max Winfield currently sitting in 4th place in the championship. So a good showing currently from Jacob Matthew Brown, who I'm just trying to see where he is in the championship, down in P25. Someone who's actually been very impressive to me so far in this qualifying session, Leo Edgar, who is currently running in 3rd place. Now, in his first round in the championship, I'm just having a quick look through the standings. I believe he was actually only in the C final for the first race. So, not a lot of pace. Has really upped his pace for today. So that is very, very impressive from Leo.
No, it was great to see as well the likes of Jacob Matthew Brown there, just immediately hitting the session with bang, great lap in there, low 57s already, hasn't quite got there with the likes of Jakob or Miles Harrison, but is very close and is poised quite nicely to start fighting for that once again. Doesn't have to, take too much energy out of him. It was really strong showing for him actually to get a good lap in straight away, so he can afford to make any little errors, get to know the track a little bit better in this qualifying session before he can start hammering those fast lap times in just a few moments time. But already only got about 5 minutes remaining in this qualifying session. They're absolutely flying past.
It is. Jakub Milczewski has Miles Harrison directly behind him, and this is them coming over the start line now. Miles Harrison jumps up to the top with a 56.813, 56.904 for Milczewski. And then it is a further 10th back to the likes of Leo Edgar and Jake Anders in 3rd and 4th.
A good improvement from Miles Harrison. What we've seen so far, the trend in qualifying, it's not so often that we see those big kind of 3/10, 4/10 leaps. It's just been little kind of 600ths of a second here, 500th there, just kind of chipping away at the time as the drivers get more settled into the cars, more settled into the track, and it bodes well for the racing later on.
And there they are, Miles Harrison, that black suit, blue helmet, and then just behind him is Milczewski in the black suit with the yellow flashings, I believe they're called, and then the white helmet and iridium visor heading through the boot. They're catching up to a bit of traffic. Miles Harrison will go up the inside, has to back out of the move, and that's going to cost him dearly for this lap.
Yeah, especially that couldn't have come at much worse of a point, to be honest, on circuit.
And Miles Harrison was able to improve, but so was Milczewski, and Jake Anders and Reese Cranston also improving 56.6, and you're looking at 1/10 separating the top 5 karts now. Or sorry, 3/10 separating the top 5.
A big improvement from Reese Cranston there, now quite happily in the top 3, 56.7 season, about 700ths of a second ahead of Miles Harrison, just behind. Has about the same gap up to P2 as well. P1, P2 very close indeed. Jake Anders does take provisional pole at this point in time, but only by 200th of a second. So once again, we're going to head towards the end of a qualifying session here at Wilton Mill, and it's going to be very close indeed. Ed, it's all to play for, really.
Yeah, who would have thought it? Close qualifying sessions at Wilton Mill. However, Miles Harrison and Jakub Milczewski have been able to make their way pretty much to the front of the train. They just have the number 10 of Max Winfield in front of them. Jake Anders comes across the line. Can he improve on his 58.621. No, he can't, but Milcharski up to second.
Oh dear, we have a penalty for Miles Harrison there. That is disaster for him in this qualifying session. Running well over the past few laps, he will drop down a few positions. As a result, that's exactly what the likes of Leo Edgar, Reece Cranston want to hear. We've only got 2 or 3 fast laps to go in this session.
A bit of dirt being kicked up on the exit of Ashby Corner. I'm going to presume Miles Harrison bumping past. Contact warning for Milcharski, so has to be careful, otherwise he's going to get the same penalty that we saw Miles Harrison get. Now, where is Harrison? Because Harrison was part of this quartet of karts. Was Miles Harrison the one who went wide through Ashby Corner? Because he's not in front of this group, so I think Miles Harrison had an incident down at Ashby.
That will be a... yeah, we just got confirmation there. Miles Harrison did indeed spin, so a bit of an unfortunate diminuendo for what has otherwise been a really strong qualifying session for him so far. Just 2 minutes to go now, and it's looking... I'm not going to say it's looking certainly good for Jake Anders. It's not looking comfortable for him out there with Jakob so close behind.
Really, really good stuff from Jake Anders at the moment. Absolutely flying on circuit. Still a couple of laps to go and a chance for Miles Harrison maybe to clean up his tyres and try to improve somewhat.
Of course, because while he's got no chance of pole now, he can still try and climb up the order and negate any kind of negative effects of that penalty, as we have a contact warning for Jakob there. So just got to be a little bit careful of that traffic that you're trying to negotiate while to get those fast laps in.
Another contact warning for Milcharski. He has to be very, very careful, because one more and that will be a penalty from repeat warnings, essentially. I believe it is 3 warnings equals a penalty. Miles Harrison is actually just ahead of Jake Anders and Reece Cranston. Again, 3/10 separating those top 5 karts. Max Winfield, Jacob Matthew Brown, both improving, a 56.967 and a 56.981 respectively.
So we're officially into double-digit lap numbers now then, with just 40 seconds to go on the timers. And overall, these qualifying sessions so far very smooth indeed. Good running, made good progress into the qualifying stints so far this... I was about to say this morning, but we've just crept into the afternoon.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, good afternoon.
Across the line then is Milcharski. Will he improve on his 56.647? No, 58.0. Now the likes of Anders, Harrison and Cranston will come over the line. That's the trio of karts we're seeing on our screen, and not one of them are able to improve on their lap. The trio being led by Miles Harrison. And this is the final lap for everyone now, as the checkered flag is out and being waved, presumably on the start-finish line. So here comes Harrison, with Jake Anders directly behind him. Jake Anders currently on for provisional pole of this session. Can't remember exactly how these lap times compare to the times we saw over in Group A.
It's then the first few cars coming across that line now. It's looking just that little bit better now for Jake Anders as we wait for those front runners to round out their final running in this session. It is Jakob who comes across the line out of those top 3 first, and it is a 56.8 in that last lap, so he stays in P2 for the time being, and that is, by the looks of things, provisional pole for Jake Anders in this session. That 56.6 sees him take pole. The top 3 then, Jake Anders, we have Jakob P21 there with second position, Miles Harrison P3, Reece Cranston and Leo Edgar rounding out the top 5. I'm not going to try and run through the entire grid. Once again, you can see it on screen just there, and we shouldn't run out of time to read it this time around.
No. Smart decision. I'm going to have a go at trying to read them out for our next qualifying session, see how I get on. I'm literally going to have to speed read it.
Okay, so that is it for the cadet, and we'll get ready for the junior group B coming up in just a moment. So then, straight out on track for the juniors. Look at that turnaround time. It is impressive as we see drivers warming up those tyres. I don't think they're going to have to do it too much on track here today, because we have some nice blistering track temperatures. As we have, is that potentially issues for the number 46 car? It's either issues or he's thinking very intelligently there and thinking, I'd say, well, I'll wait until I've got a bit of clean running on track. Maybe sacrifice a lap for a nice, clean qualifying session. Let's see as the drivers are completing their out lap now.
I think it's the case of the 45 car wanting a lot of clean air. And there's the 45 of Samuel Masters, sitting second in the championship. Very, very quick driver, and has his head screwed on as well for qualifying, knows exactly what he needs to do. And there's other quick drivers in this session as well. You've got the likes of Daniel Munro leading the championship, Matthew Bolton, who is currently 5th in this in the championship. Toby McAllister Brown running currently P9, and I think there's a few others. Matthew Bolton 5th in the championship. Who else do we have? I think there's one driver that I'm definitely missing, Lewis Davis. There we go.
Yeah, he started off this session strong. Has picked up a cone warning on that out lap, so just kind of getting himself familiar with the track. Hopefully doesn't mind picking up too much of them for his sake, but 56.5 on that out lap. We're expecting to see some 54s, maybe some high 53s as we progress further into the session. Just now heading round through to the final couple of corners then with the front runners, as we in fact have a cone penalty for Lewis Davis coming in this time round. So what a shame, not how he wants to start qualifying, as we see 54s now creeping in for a few drivers.
And that, I think, both of those cone warnings happened in one single lap. So I think Lewis Davis wouldn't have even seen himself getting a warning, would have just seen straight penalty because he's got hit a cone twice on one lap, presumably. But the first laps are in. I believe the fastest time that we saw previously in the juniors was it a 53.0? And we were wondering whether we'd see a 52?
Yes, yeah. Correct. Sorry. Yeah, I was saying high 53s. Completely wrong there. We're into the low 54s already. We've only had one quick lap so far, so we should see a couple more in just a few moments' time. Daniel Munro currently leading this session at 54.4, so a little bit close to the top end, as we've come to expect here at Wilton Mill.
Separating the field, Lewis Davis improves, then Daniel Munro improves, Hudson Gordon Huntley also improves, 53.6 the fastest time, and actually Daniel Munro, the only driver into the 53s currently, but expecting more to follow suit. Matthew Bolton puts in a 54.0, Salvador Newman up to third with a 54.2. We have a track limit warning out for McKinley Coburn, which track limits tend to be exit of the final corner coming onto the start-finish straight. That is usually the one place where you can get track limits. The other place is probably coming out of Ashby Corner if you go a little bit too wide, kick up a bit of dirt, as we're seeing the number 8 and number 16, the number 16 being Daniel Munro. But a little think about going up the inside of Lewis Davis into the boot.
Yeah, good strong start to the session for Daniel Munro. That has a few tenths to spare under his belt, can afford to maybe learn a little bit more about the track as he runs through this session. That was a very strong start for him. Yeah, those track limits ones, as you say, towards the end of the lap, they're there for kind of the driver's safety and the kart safety as well. There's some fairly gnarly curves at the end of Wilton Mill, and they're not going to do the kart any favours, and also you could potentially end up losing control if you haven't got enough grip. So that's why we're there, not to try and spoil the fun. I've ridden over that curve once and it hurt a lot, so the driver's probably not wanting to do it anyway.
Well, back when there used to be a tyre barrier there, I very unfortunately, I clipped that tyre barrier through the corner when I was running in P4 in the UKT qualifiers, completely destroyed my race. It was the last race where TKMs were a thing, as Daniel Munro tries to go up the inside of Davis into the boot again. Someone might want to tell them it's qualifying session. They are battling rather furiously. Daniel Munro makes his way to the front, gets a bit of practice racing against his championship rival of Lewis Davis out at the final corner. Neither of them will improve that time round. McKinley Coburn, though, does improve, a 54.1. Also good lap time for Ruben Mainblot, a 54.2 to take him up to P6.
Daniel Munro then, despite that battling, still our only driver into the 53s. And as I say that, Dan Treadwell proved me wrong once again. It's the commentator's curse, but in a good way, as we have Dan Treadwell up into the 53s now as well on that last lap, his 5th lap of the qualifying session so far. We have plenty of drivers in that low 54 reading, so it's all hotting up. That battle for P3 is going to be quite an exciting one to watch if you are hopefully got 2 tabs open. Hopefully you're watching the stream and then you're also having a look at the live timing system, and you can see Matthew Bolton, Finn Davis, and then we have McKinley Coburn and Samuel Masters as well, all very close. In fact, include Ollie Hardy and Leo French in that mix as well, very close indeed in the low 54s, as Lewis Davis 53.7 on that last lap. He improves, as does Dan Treadwell, I believe, in that last lap. Daniel Munro into the 53.4 region now, so lap 6, a good lap for everyone in this qualifying session so far.
Daniel Munro, now that he has a bit of clean air, once again improves his lap time, and Lewis Davis behind Daniel Munro has someone to follow. Also into the 53s, Matthew Bolton, 53.878. That's quickly beaten by Samuel Masters, and the 53s are just flooding in. Finn Davies now up to P3, pips Samuel Masters with a 53.744. And I'm just trying to see what the gap is, because from Lewis Davis, 53.7, all the way down to Matthew Bolton in P5, 53.8, so a tenth separating those 4 drivers. Daniel Munro improves yet again, a 53.331. Hudson Gordon Huntley jumping up into P5 with a 53.8. Now all of our top 7 are in, or pardon me, all of our top 8 are into the 53s. Tom Smith, 54.048, narrowly missing out on joining the elusive 53 club, or elusive exclusive, I think is a better word for it.
We do have a yellow flag out on track, 4 minutes to go in this session, as we've just been chatting about. Daniel Munro, still our only driver into the low 53s at this point in time. He's looking strong so far in this qualifying session. He's got an air of confidence about him in the way that he's been driving. As we have, unfortunately, a contact warning coming in for Lewis Davis. Penalty as well for Joe Craddock. So perhaps not the cleanest qualifying session that we've seen, but still some fantastic driving on display here.
So currently it's not Daniel Munro who will be taking pole, because I'm pretty sure JJ Hines set a quick lap of that 53.1, if I'm not mistaken. Samuel Masters picks up a track limits warning, currently down in P4. Finn Davies, though, really, really impressive. Currently running 16th in the championship, P3 in this particular qualifying session. Hudson Gordon Huntley as well, 24th in the championship, running P5 in session. So really good improvements from these two after their first round. I think it was only a few weeks ago, actually, the opening round of the junior championship, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, what a track to start as well.
Lovely circuit, isn't it? Across the line then is coming Daniel Munro, and let's see what this is. It's a 54, so not an improvement for Dan Munro. Does have a lot of clean air in front of him, just Viggo Swan, the only driver, and then it's about a 15-second gap up to the likes of Ollie Hardy, who's in P12. I believe Ollie Hardy, one of the drivers we spoke to in the paddock. I can't remember which one, but the name does ring a bell.
No, I believe we were chatting about NASCAR in Garage 56, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. We were having
one of your interviews.
Yes, it was. Yes, we were chatting about our love of NASCAR and Le Mans, as we have Samuel Masters there with a 53.3, has toppled Daniel Munro from his crown there, leading the session for so long. It's now Samuel Masters on provisional pole with a couple of minutes to go in qualifying. Let's see if Daniel Munro is able to respond. As we get later into the session, we're starting to see, in fact, he does respond there. It's a 53.26, so 500ths of a second he's been able to find on his 10th lap in this session. I was just about to say, oh, sorry.
I was going to say, the top 4 all having improved on their most recent laps. The top 3 all running around those 53.3s. Leo French improving with a 53.687, just a few hundredths shy of Finn Davies.
Yes, we're starting to see now those kind of top runners really pushing each other once again. We had a bit of a dip that maybe that was to do with traffic, maybe the drivers having a little bit of a break, kind of recuperate and get ready for one final charge. Either way, whatever they've done has worked, because they're now in a comfortable position on track and starting to put in those really solid lap times now. So there's Daniel Munro currently leading this qualifying session. A brief challenge from Samuel Masters. Let's see if that challenge continues on in just a moment. Daniel Munro improves once again. It's 53.24. Found another couple hundredths of a second as we have less than a minute to go in this session.
I think Samuel Masters is in a little bit of traffic. He's right behind the likes of Joe Craddock and Billy Raymond right now. So I don't know if he's going to be able to set a quick lap. There is a 45. Great job by our camera team to be able to find Samuel Masters. Here he is, closing to the 43 of Harry Clark through the final corner. Needs to be a 53.2. It's a 53.4, and he's going to lose a lot of time here going through the crook and Oblivion. And this is his final lap.
Ollie Hardy makes some good improvements there. 53.7 now on that last lap sees him P8 at this point in time. Only 10 seconds to go on the timer, and things are looking good for Daniel Munro. Into that low 53 once again. And in fact, Daniel Munro improves. That's an even lower 53. It's now a 53.150. So a 10th separating P1 and P2 as the timer hits 0.
I tell you what, that lap time from Daniel Munro is very close to what JJ Hine did. I can't remember what JJ did, but it's going to be a few hundreds, maybe even a few thousands, separating them. Improvements from the likes of Leo French and Lewis Davis, 53.5 and 53.6 respectively. Ollie Hardy puts it up to P8 with a 53.7. Checker flags coming out. Samuel Masters, Matthew Bolton, Finn Davies can't improve. What can Daniel Munro do? He does have clean air. Can he make it into those 52s as he makes his way through the boot and now into the final corner? And it's just a run into the start-finish line. Current best, a 53.150 across the line.
He improves 53 flat.
53.075. So Daniel Munro is at the top of the times ahead of Samuel Masters, Matthew Bolton, Finn Davies, Leo French, Lewis Davis, Tom Smith, Ollie Hardy, Salvador Newman, and Hudson Gordon Huntley completing the top 10. Then it's McKinley Coburn, Samuel Crump, Dan Treadwell, and Ruben Maimlock. Joe Craddock is in 15th ahead of Jack Whitehouse, Alex Brooks, Viggo Swan, Toby McAllister Brown, Dan Hillier, Billy Raymond, Sammy Davidson, Giovanni Castle Joseph, Harry Clark, Abik Biju, and Archie O'Reilly.
Well done, you managed to make it all in. We have Group C cadets coming up in just a moment's time. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the cadets once again. It's Group C this time around, and Group C was all the talk for the some of the juniors that we were able to speak to during our paddock walk. So let's see what the Group C cadets brings for us here towards the end of qualifying now. 10 minutes on the timer as the drivers are on their out laps and they're getting ready for some fast running here at Wilton Mill once again.
And we've got Solomon Adenichi, who we had that lovely chat with at the very start of our paddock walk. And for those of you tuning in on YouTube now, you'll be able to hear that paddock talk and our chat with Solomon once qualifying does come to a close, and it'll be part of our break time show before we get underway with our pre-finals. For those people new to the Club 100 junior scene, we run all of our practices. Those are off broadcast. Then we have our 6 qualifying sessions, 3 for the juniors, 3 for the cadets. After that, we have our pre-finals, 6 in total, and then we have our finals.
Makes sense.
Pre-final, post-finals. Can you call them post-finals? Pre-finals, finals. Post-finals is a prize giving.
I wish I had post-finals at a university. But, yeah, it was lovely to have that chat with Solomon beforehand. He did very well indeed in practice. We saw him right at the end of that Group C practice, which we were talking about being very close. He was very much in the mix there at the top end of the field. So let's see now as we head towards the end of the lap, get ready to start setting some fast laps here. Let's see what times we're going to be getting.
First time's about to come through, and we're looking at the 58s currently for the cadets. James Finley with a 58.1, that's promptly beaten by Joao Gabriel Castro with a 57.6, half a second at the front, as we're keeping an eye on the 64 of Jack Shelley. So there are a couple of cars making their way through Christmas and Boxing Day. Then it's through the King of Inkermans and then down the hill towards Ashby, which is probably, in my opinion, the trickiest corner on the circuit. Ashby corner, and then either Ozier's or the boot, but I think Ashby is the toughest.
Yeah, I'd agree with you there. There's plenty to think about as you're heading through that part of the circuit. I actually really like the boot. The boot is one of my kind of favourite, because if you nail it, it's really satisfying, because it sets you up for that final corner, and then you've got the run down all the way through to turn 1. And if you're particularly brave and you're feeling...
You say that, though. Can you take the final corner flat?
Oh, you're really pushing my memory here now. I don't think I could. I think someone on my team could. I don't think I could.
I think some people take it flat with like a little flick. I give it a little lift. It's the same, isn't it, for like turns 1 and 2. When you go through the crook and into oblivion, you can take it flat if you get it absolutely perfect.
Yeah, but I think I've taken turn 1 flat once.
Yeah.
I'm never able to replicate it.
But the thing is, if you get that tiny slide, you end up losing like 2/10 going uphill. So it's just better to have that little lift, cost yourself, let's say, 0.5 of a second, just so that you have the consistency.
I would argue
say that
the slide feels cool.
The slide does feel cool.
That might be worth the 2/10.
It's probably also why I'm not as quick as some of the quickest drivers, because they can take it flat and they can do it consistently without making that mistake.
Speaking of some quick drivers, Blake Southern currently leading this qualifying session, 57.2. He's got a few tenths to spare. It is the number 48 car just behind him, and then Aaron Hayward. In fact, not anymore. It's Jacob Lamas, and in fact, the number 48 car now taking provisional pole. So it's the commentator's curse working in reverse today. If I start mentioning you in this qualifying session, you're welcome, because it means you're going to jump up a few positions.
I'm trying to think of a driver to mention, but then I'll also feel really bad if I mention them and they don't jump up to the top of the time. So I'm probably going to stay away from it. Either way, 37,000 separating Joao Gabriel Castro and Blake Southern at the top of the times. Then it is Jacob Lamas and James Finley. That's what I'll do. I'll just say all of the drivers' names.
Everyone improves. Yeah. You can't take the credit for how qualifying works. Yousuf,
No?
We've had words about this. You can't. It's not because of you that they're going quick.
Oh, okay.
It's.
I thought I'd try.
Very close indeed now between.
Did you see that little snap of oversteer?
I
for
did
the
actually,
guy?
yeah.
That was lovely from Gabriel Castro.
He's been listening.
Speed. He has. He's got a little headset in, isn't he? He's listening to the broadcast. Joe, if you can hear us, give us a wave. No,
just imagine the coincidence.
Imagine if he waved at that point.
I think I'd have to leave the room and collect myself, because I'm clearly some type of wizard. But very close indeed at the top end of the field. We have absolutely whittled away for the past 5 minutes. There's only 5 minutes to go in this qualifying session already. It is Blake Southern currently in P2, about a 10th separating him and Joao there. Then we have Aaron Hayward P3, Jacob Lamas P4, Oliver Peters P5, James Finley P6. And we're currently following a little bit of on-track action being headed up by our provisional pole man Joao here, as he is actually encountering some traffic. So this could prove to be a little bit troublesome for his qualifying charge at this stage.
But the critical thing is for Joao, once he gets through on this group, there is a big gap all the way up to Fawaz Adra, who is a good 20 seconds up the road or so, nearly half a lap in front of this group of cars that I believe is being led by the 34 of Paulina Winiarska, who is currently sitting P6 in the championship. Is Paulina, a best result of a P4, which was in the A final actually, and that's in the A final, not the pre-final, last time out at Wilton.
Great improvement there for Oliver Harrod at field. Solomon Denji as well, seeing some big gains made there. Last laps being 57.4s, 57.3s, that type of range. So we actually have everyone down to P15 once again, currently covered by 1 second. Some impressive running from the cadets here.
Yeah, very close. I'm trying to remember. I think it was 56.5 is the current best that we've seen in the cadets today, or something around that mark. I mean, we will confirm all of this once we have all of the times in and we get our grids for our 3 pre-finals for both the cadets and the juniors. 57.0 for Gabriel Castro, very close to making it into the 56s. We'll see whether Blake Southern can improve on his 57.2.
Blake Southern crossing the line there. Doesn't improve this time around, but still in that low to mid 57 range. Now we've had as well a very clean session indeed. Only a couple warnings really. So
are you commentator cursing this one?
No, well we've learned. I'm not going to get too cocky, but we've learned that the commentator's curse is working reverse for Reeve today so far. So
you're really pushing it now.
I know I
aren't
am.
you?
I am. I would like to formally apologise if anything else happens. But yeah, the cadets are behaving very nicely out there. Great to see.
No, this is what the mechanics were talking about, right? Cadets are very good. They don't do anything naughty. What you want to see from the juniors, really, because at some point, right, these cadets, they're going to hit their teenage years, and then they're going to get very feisty out on circuit, and there's going to be a lot of aggression. Maybe that's what we'll see in the juniors later on today.
Perhaps, as we have the number 92 kart. In fact, no, we have a new man on provisional pole. It is Blake Southern, number 33 there, a 57.017. That is only a 100th, basically a 100th separating him and Joao in P2, very close indeed. Towards the end of the session, once again, it's hotting up.
Trevelyan Sansom as well, improving up to P3 with a 57.1. James Finley improving down in P8 at 57.4. You're looking at about 1.5 seconds separating the entire field, pretty much. 1 second separating the top of 14 drivers. Very close, as we've got a huge group of karts about to come across the line. We'll see whether there are any major improvements. Oliver Harrod-Atfield, one right towards the front of this group, unable to improve this time round. It's the same for Jacob Lamas and Anthony Ciarnecci. Trevelyan Sansom over the line, 57.4, 57.2 for Blake Southern. No improvements for anyone in the top 8. Do you reckon Blake Southern gained some extra time by having the Max Verstappen number?
Well, as a Max Verstappen fan, I would say possibly. I feel like I might be kind of crucified for saying that a little bit.
Well, not by me. I do like a bit.
I know from our paddock we've got plenty of Lewis Hamilton fans. And
yes.
Oh dear, we have a bit of an off for the number 92 car, Trevelyan there. Luckily able to get back on track with no major kind of ill effects. That won't have been the most comfortable for him. So good on you, Trevelyan, for being able to jump back on track and get straight underway once again.
Trying to cool his tyres down.
Oh, a good strategy. Might suffer grip a little bit for a brief moment, and the chain might not be entirely happy, but good to see able to carry on.
He realised he might have been a bit underweight, so tried to get some grass onto his suit.
Wow here, 57.005. Oh, so close to that high 56 region. We've got just about one fast lap left. So come on, Joao, let's see a 56.
I think the majority of our field will be able to do the lap they're currently on, along with one more lap time. The likes of Fawaz Adrak coming over the line is not going to have time to do another lap. He's going to have this lap, and that is all. Our first driver who will come across the line to start their final lap is going to be Solomon Adeniji, who does have Oliver Harrod-Atfield directly behind him. So if these two can work together, they might be able to improve. Currently sitting in P4 is Oliver. Solomon Adeniji down in P5. They're making their way through the final corner now to start lap. We're keeping an eye on Trevelyan Sansom, who's currently running in P3, heading into the boot.
An improvement there for Joao Gabriel Castro. It's a 56.8. He has answered to our calls. He's definitely got a headset in listening to us, because we asked for that last quick lap to be a 56, and he responded with a 56.877. That is a really strong showing from the number 48 kart there. Can Blake, Trevelyan, Oliver, maybe Solomon as well, possibly respond to that at this last moment in this qualifying session? Let's see, as this is our last quick laps here, although we do have the other flag out, of course, for those drivers crossing the line.
I'm looking out for Harrod-Atfield, who is right behind Adeniji, pushing him along pretty much. Paulina Winiarska is right behind the duo as well, so maybe can gain a little bit. Paulina currently running in P9, only 6/10 off Joao Gabriel Castro at the very front of the field. Here we go then through the final couple of corners, and that is the 48, or Joao Gabriel Castro, currently on provisional pole.
Let's see then, coming across the line. Doesn't improve this time round, doesn't need to, with a strong lap here. Let's see though, as Blake Southern comes across the line, and it's a 57.5. So that means it is Joao Gabriel Castro on pole for this qualifying session in the cadet lightweight group C. Then we have Blake Southern, Trevelyan Sansom, Oliver Solomon rounding out the top 5. That was a very exciting qualifying towards the end there, so a great showing from the top end of the field, as we have the top we have really the top 13 kind of covered by 1 second, and then only a few tenths to the rest of the field, so close running towards the end of that session there. And that is it for the Cadet Group C session. We'll join you in just a few moments for the Junior Group C session. So here we are then, ladies and gentlemen, it's the Junior Group C qualifying now, as we have some drivers trying to find the track position that they'd like to occupy for the remainder of this session, as we're underway now, just on the outlaps, getting ready for some more fast lapping before we have some racing coming up in just a little bit.
And more quick drivers as well in this junior session, the likes of Max Papworth, Rory O'Regan, currently sitting P4 and P3 in the championship. Who else do we have? I think we have James Reynolds. No, we've got Nick Fallon. Nick Fallon is one driver to watch out for. A very, very quick driver. I've had the pleasure of racing against him in a corporate event, actually, I think. And he was very, very fast, very quick.
Oh, so I believe we've had a little bit of a spin there, as you can see.
That's a lot of dust.
Some dust just kind of nice artistically covering our camera shot there, just to kind of, oh wow, look at the action going on track here. As we have Max Papworth currently in the lead of this session as we get into those fast laps in just a moment.
We're going to get a scenic shot, and there's going to be someone with a bag of dust throwing it to create that scenic view.
I think back to last year's qualifiers at Wilton Mill. Admittedly, I say last year's, the year before, can't quite remember. Admittedly, I don't know how much crossover we're going to have in the viewership, but any of you watching the BUKC qualifiers, if we actually know Alpha Live went there, but anyone at the BUKC qualifiers, remember Liverpool's team had someone who had a bit of an off at turn 8 and went flying along, and yeah, he was great to see him come across our camera shot. It was brilliant. As we have Max Papworth currently leading this session, 54.7, Rory O'Regan 54.8, and then Christian Barber at 54.9.
Very close at the front, as it has been in pretty much every session. Also, speaking of scenic shots, I remember one time for 24 hours, I think it was my first or second 24 hours, we decided, 24 hours, middle of June, very hot, what do? Grab a barbie. Stopped over at Asda, got one of those, disposable barbecues, lit it up. We created so much smoke from that barbecue that drivers on circuit couldn't see where they were going.
Oh dear, that is... Well, I'm glad we're not going to have any of that today.
Yeah.
As we have Max Mottram there, making some nice improvements. In fact, Christian Barber takes provisional pole at this point in time, 54.2. It's really started to hot up now as drivers are now fully in their groove into this first phase of qualifying with the fast laps. Now, Christian Barber currently leads this session. Max Papworth P2, Oliver Armiger P3. And then we have Arona Sarkis P4. We have plenty of people improving as we carry on as well. Half a second now covers the top 10 already.
Very good time for Christian Barber earlier on into this session. Remember, the fastest time, 53.0, which was set by Daniel Munro. Second is going to be JJ Hind, I believe, with a 53.1. And to be fair, even in those sessions, right, we saw at the start these low 54s being set. As here over the line comes Max Papworth, 54.2, quickly beaten by Rory O'Regan, also with a 54.2, 35,000 separating your top 3.
The fact that we've had such close margins, I'm really looking forward to this race now, because everyone is so consistent and so competitive with each other as well. This qualifying session, I think, it's a new qualifying format rather, working well, I would say. We've got some great competition, not only going on within the sessions themselves, but hopefully boding well for the racing later on.
Yeah, and we've seen some of our juniors and cadets practicing their racing as well in the qualifying session as they try to get a clean air. I'm sure there's less hard defending occurring. That being said, Max Papworth, another driver we spoke to, had an interview with in our paddock walk. I can't remember what he said. I think you asked him a Max Verstappen question.
Quite possibly, yes. It was quite difficult to remember exactly, and we'll see this paddock walk coming up in just a bit. It was quite difficult to remember purely because we had the sultry tones of JV's voice over the tannoy.
Yes.
So loud that it was very difficult to try and try and remember or try and piece together what conversations were which, but it was lovely. It was really nice actually to spend that time diving in and out with the paddock, getting to know the drivers a little bit better, getting to know some of the people around kind of the world of Club 100 Cadet. It was really nice. I enjoyed it.
Absolutely lovely. Pretty much everyone in the top 10 improving as well. 53.843, the current best time set by Rory O'Regan. Then comes Max Papworth with a 53.878. Arona Sasakis, Oliver Amiga, Nick Fallon, Alexander Grace, Ben Smiles, Christian Barber, Tom Wainwright, and Tamino Colavecchi in P10. Yes, I will have to say that name with the Italian accent.
We've had a discussion about this, haven't we? You're half Italian, and I'm going to leave the
I see an Italian name,
pronunciation.
and like the accent just comes through. As I say, I just can't stop it.
I'm going to leave the Italian pronunciations up to you. Otherwise, I feel like you may hear Reeve getting punched in the commentary box if I mess it up. So, as we still have Rory O'Regan leading the session at the moment, 53.6. Nick Fallon at 53.8, just 1/10 behind there. And the gap actually on the last lap between Nick Fallon and Matt Patworth, only 0.05 of a second, and they were both the. In fact, everyone's currently just about set their fastest lap in this mid-stint of qualifying. So usually we might expect to see a little bit of a dip, but clearly not the case now. At this later stage in qualifying, I'm wondering if we're starting to get a little bit more of a breeze in the commentary box. I'm wondering if maybe track temperatures potentially dulling down a little bit, and it's just a little bit nicer conditions now for 11 minutes worth of running.
Is that the breeze that's going to be bringing in the rain for later as well?
We wonder. I did this at the BUKC finals. We ended up briefly just entering weather talk, where we were just became kind of temporary weathermen. So it might be the case once again.
You get the green screen. I'll find the geological data, and we can have like an extra paddock talk, but instead we do a weather forecast.
Oh look, there's a cloud. Oh look, that cart is now wet. It won't be very detailed, but I can tell you what is very detailed and intricate. The driving between Nick Fallon and Rory O'Regan. Last laps there, 54.970 for Rory O'Regan, 54.972 for Nick Fallon. So they are absolutely on each other. They might not be physically absolutely on each other on track. Let's see if we can see them. We're currently following Rory O'Regan. So they're not quite attached, but they certainly are in terms of lap times. 1 second
separating the top 18 parts. It is so incredibly close.
Top 18 covered by 1 second. That is impressive. 53.7 for Rory O'Regan on that last lap, so a good solid time there. That would actually see him on provisional pole, even if he hadn't already set that 53.6. So absolutely flying along at the moment is Rory. And in fact, as you mentioned, top 18 covered by 1 second. Everyone is absolutely flying along at the moment. So this is a good way to end the qualifying running today, as Ben Smiles out of, well, I'm not going to say out of nowhere, but soon finds himself on provisional pole, a 53.6, pulled a very nice lap out of the bag there, strung it together well, and now finds himself on provisional pole, 600, I'll try that again, 600ths of a second between Ben Smiles and Rory O'Regan. Mike Packworth just behind as well. The margins are oh so thin. As we have a driver off, we can't quite work out who that is. It's in a very luminescent racing suit there, and he is doing a good job of getting that cart recovered by himself, which is good to see, as we have plenty of action going on at the top end of the field.
I was going to say, doing a good job of getting that cart out, because these are the carts raced by the adults, and the adults struggle sometimes to get the carts out.
I struggle to move them. Yeah, so that might not be. That might be damning with faint praise, though, to say that he can move a go-kart that I can't. To be honest, that's more of a reflection on my lack of ability than his ability.
I've got a new paddock thing to do for tomorrow. You're going to be doing a contest with our drivers. I'm going to grab the dumbbells, and we see who can do more arm curls.
Is this between the cadets and me?
Yes. Oh, or the juniors and you.
Might I suggest the cadets and me? Because
okay,
at least the cadets will win, but maybe not win quite as much.
Fair enough, fair enough. I think the cadets would love that challenge, to be honest.
Me, maybe not so much. As we see, Ben Smiles still leading this session. Has a little bit of a slower lap this time round. Seems to be taking perhaps a more, not going to say measured approach, but maybe kind of a more kind of maybe longer thinking, if you get what I mean, kind of planning more into the session. So he's only set 9 laps, has maybe taken a little bit of a slow lap here or there to try and make sure that he's got a bit of clean running and the cart, and he is ready for some fast lapping. In fact, maybe he's starting to slow down a little bit towards the end of this session, but still has that 53.6
mistake
in the bag.
He is struggling at the moment, is Bin-Suhayl. He's put in a very quick lap, slow lap last time round, and has lost a bit of time, even though he's got clean air in front of him. Quite surprised by that. He's allowed. Who has he actually allowed past? It's one of the 100 carts who isn't on the times.
We have a couple of penalties coming in as well. Christian Barber, Tom Wainwright just towards the end of the session. Nothing for the top end of the field just yet. 30 seconds to go on the timer already. I can't believe just how quickly these qualifying sessions have absolutely rattled by. We have a penalty for Nick Fallon, P3 in this session, and he now picks up a penalty. What a shame. Then we have for the number 44 cart a penalty as well.
Camino Colavecchi.
Yes. Ben-Suhayl currently still looking good as far as the timing is concerned on that last lap. Rory O'Regan was P2, is now P3. Max Papworth does improve. It's a 53.628. That's 1/100th of a second behind our provisional pole sitter Ben-Suhayl. Very close indeed, as we have some carts coming across the line now.
Nick Fallon unable to improve. Aronis Sarkis does improve, 53.7 up into P4, but it's only Papworth and Sarkis who were able to improve. Mottram improves as well. Big lap from Bertie Bream, 53.696, shoots up the order into P4.
Brought that fast lap out right when it mattered, of course. We still have a couple of carts lapping technically, but as things stand, it is Ben-Suhayl on provisional pole. Let's see what Max Papworth, Rory Regan can do as well. It's a 54.0 on that last lap for Ben-Suhayl, and that looks to be Ben-Suhayl is going to take pole in this qualifying session. We do have a couple of penalties to take into account, but here is the order on track as things stand. It's Ben-Suhayl, Max Papworth, Rory O'Regan, Bertie Bream with that fantastic late lap, and Aronis Sarkis in P5 rounding out the top 5 there. Very close running once again, half a second covering the top 14, and then we move on further down the running. We have the number 44 cart P15. We have the number 110 cart P16. All still within 1 second. You have to go down to P19 to find a cart out of 1 second of the leader, and the entire field being covered by 2 seconds there. So that is it for qualifying then. And it was an exciting run. Actually.
Very exciting. Lots of close battling out on circuit. And I think starting to hype things up kind of naturally for our pre-finals that will be coming after our little paddock show that will be airing in a few minutes' time.
Brilliant. So we hope you've enjoyed qualifying, and thank you very much for tuning in. We'll see you in just a moment. But for now, it's that paddock show.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the paddock show. Now, this is going to be going out at lunchtime, so that means that for the start of the day, we're going to be cooped up in the commentary box. Outside, there's a lot of sunshine, and it is lovely weather, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Here, Northampton certainly delivered 29 degrees, I believe, an absolute peak today. So the cadets are in for an absolute treat here. High-speed circuit, lots of elevation changes, and blistering weather. It is a fantastic day to go racing.
Well, we hope everyone did bring out their sunscreen. We're going to be going and interviewing random drivers, but our first driver that we're talking to is no random driver. Let's have a quick chat then with Solomon Adeniji and his dad, Abby. Solomon, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm very good. I'm very hot. Are you hot as well?
Yes.
First of all, is that going to make you go faster in the kart?
Most likely, yes.
Love to hear it. Now, you do have something very special that you want to talk about today, don't you?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I've been sponsoring puppies ever since I was 3, and it's only £4 a month, and I don't take money from them. I actually help the blind people with the puppies, and yeah, that's pretty much what I do with the puppies.
That's absolutely awesome. I mean, Abby, going over to you, what got him into karting?
Since the age of 2, it's just all his toys were cars. You couldn't buy him anything else. And then we just took it from there. We bought him a car, and he wouldn't leave the car alone in the park. The battery would run out, he would cry. And, you know, and then the age of 3, something amazing happened. We were on the train, he met a blind person. And since then, he just gone into supporting, doing whatever he can to support blind people. And guide dogs, was the person that actually sponsors the person they met on the train. So Solomon has been sponsoring puppies to help the blind since the age of 3. And he just wanted to continue to help them. So they're not sponsoring us. We don't take anything from them. They asked us to put the logo on his racing suit, and to encourage more kids to get involved as well. And it's about, I think it's £4 a month or something. And the amazing thing is they get you involved, or they got him involved. They send him pictures of the dogs and the names of the puppies, and more importantly, the actual stories of the people he helps. And even when I read those stories, I actually get inspired. So that's why we're here. It's just charity. But it's racing. Yeah, it's just, he finished top 5 in this event last year. And the highlight was, going to the Hilton Hotel and getting his trophy. And he said, "Dad, I want to get back in." I was like, "Solomon, yeah, you know how much that costs, right?" But we're here again, and he's pushing. So it's going to be the best it can be. And along the way, if he continues to help guide dogs for the blind, that's also a win for us. So thank you very much.
Absolutely wonderful. Solomon, final thing, where can people find out? Do you know a website that all of our wonderful viewers on YouTube can go and look to find out more about the guide dogs?
I'm pretty sure it's called guidedogs.com.
Guide dogs for the blind.
Guide dogs for the blind. Thank you very much. Best of luck, Solomon. We'll look forward to seeing you out on circuit. Cheers. Right, Reeve, we're going to have to go and start asking questions to random drivers.
Yeah, find some people. But it is so nice to hear. But one of my favourite things about the cadets is not only are the kids passionate and really enjoy the racing, it's great to hear the parents' stories as well. They're just as involved and just as, eager to go racing as the kids are as well. It's really nice to see.
I feel like as well for the parents sometimes it's, they get to live out their racing
Very
dreams
possibly, yeah.
through their children.
Yeah.
I think it was a little bit like that for my dad with me as well at the time. So,
right.
Should we have a wander then? Where do we want to go?
shall.
Do we want to go into the grid and talk to some drivers who are about to go out on circuit? Or
I think we should go and find some drivers.
Right, I'll let you go because I've had this first interview, so I want to see who you're going to find for us.
Fantastic. Okay. So we're heading into the paddock now. Should mention, of course, right in the middle of practice. So these drivers are eager, ready to go, all getting ready to get used to this Wilton Mill circuit here. Everyone is just, in fact, jumping into the carts. We might not get a chance to. Let's see if we can find some parents, perhaps. Excuse me there, have you got a quick minute for Alpha Live timing? How's your day been so far?
Yeah, good, yeah. Just
We're looking for cadet driver number 10, Max Winfield.
hopefully get some
Max, you should be in this practice.
It's a very
session.
high-speed technical circuit, isn't it? Are you ready for the challenge?
Yeah, I
Towards the
think
dummy grid.
it's going to be fun.
Good stuff. Glad to hear your enthusiasm. Thank you very much for your time.
Driver number 10, Max Winfield. Make your way to the dummy grid, please.
Right, let's see.
Immediately.
Probably going to try and move away from a speaker here, just so that we can hear everyone a little bit better. Have we got anyone else for...
I think I found some drivers.
Fantastic.
They don't know that I'm about to talk to them, but that's what makes things a little bit more fun. Let's go all the way to the 59 car. Hello, how are you doing?
Good.
What's your name?
Adit.
Adit. So, I have a very, very, very important question for you. Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
Cartoon Network or Nickelodeon?
For what?
Which do you prefer to watch?
I've not heard of any of those.
Okay, right, I've got another question. George Russell or Lewis Hamilton?
Lewis Hamilton.
Lewis Hamilton, like that. All right, best of luck out on circuit.
Yeah.
All right, then. Right.
Let's see who else
Who else can we
here.
find?
Number 74, I think. Let's go down a little bit further down the back of the grid. Hi there. Looking forward to the day's racing here at Wilton Mill.
Yeah.
Good stuff. It's a very warm day indeed. It's not an ideal day for a racing suit. Should we see about 27 degrees a year. Have you been layering on the sunscreen by any chance?
No, not really.
Okay, I suppose, yeah, well protected by that racing. Yeah, exactly. So have you been to Wilton Mill much before? Well, best of luck for the racing today. See you later. Bye.
Come on, Max.
Wonderful. Right. Shall we have a wander out of pit lane and see who we can catch trackside?
Fantastic.
Let's see, I think got a few last-minute drivers getting into their carts as they're going to be heading out for their, I believe, their qualifying session, actually.
Oh, right, okay. Apologies, yeah, it's a very active pit lane at the moment. Plenty of things happening here in the paddock at Wilton Mill.
To be honest, we spent so much time setting up, it's felt like about an hour has gone by, and I'm trying to remember what session is now underway. Right, who can we find? Right, we've got a very cool looking driver here with his rib protector on. Hello, can we have a quick chat?
Sure.
What's your name?
Ollie Hardy.
Ollie, right, you're looking very cool with the rib protector, the suit hanging down, enjoying the sunshine. You're looking forward to today?
Yeah.
Right, so I've been asking some of the other juniors out there, and my last junior that I spoke to didn't know. Nickelodeon or Cartoon Network?
Nickelodeon.
Nickelodeon, smart choice, smart choice. Right, how good is your F1 knowledge?
Very good.
Right, okay, we've got some driver questions then. Robert Kubica or Vitaly Petrov?
Robert Kubica.
Smart choice. When are you out on circuit?
Pardon?
Pardon?
Wait, what did you say?
Oh, when are you out on circuit?
After these ones. So like, Junior Group B.
Okay, so you need to start getting ready then, I'm guessing. Well, best of luck out there on circuit.
Thank you.
Right. There we go. See,
Okay.
Nickelodeon.
Yeah, one vote for Nickelodeon so far. I'm very much in that camp as well. Well, it has been depressingly long since last watched it myself. Let's see who else we can find
I won't
now.
talk about how long it's been since I watched either of them, to be honest. It's a long, long time ago.
Okay, who else can we bother here? I see someone in a race suit to our right, shall we? Excuse me, have you got a minute for alpine timing here? Your name is?
Bertie Bream.
Nice to meet you. So, how are you enjoying the day at Wilton so far?
It's hot.
It is extremely hot. Have you had a day like this so far in your karting this year?
Definitely not. It's been cold up until now, and the sun's finally come out.
No, it'll make a real difference to track conditions. How much is your experience here at Wilton Mill?
I'd say it's fairly good. I think I've done 5+ rounds, not of double 100, just here in general. Driven a variety of cars, so I think my knowledge is decent of the track.
Good stuff, good stuff. Now, last question here. F1 or IndyCar?
F1 all the way.
Correct answer. Thank you very much.
I'm going to be honest. When you're talking to them, I can't hear a word you're saying, so I'm going to presume that was a really fun and insightful interview.
It's a very, very busy paddock and pit lane here at Wilton Mill. It is great.
Right.
There's fantastic energy.
Who else can we find? I'm sure we can find some drivers to the side.
We've got plenty of people relaxing on the grass over here.
There are plenty of people. This
know,
is a
I'm
really
very
nice
jealous.
spot. I've not seen this part of Wilton Mill before, to be honest. I'm always too busy over there getting ready to jump into my cart. It's very nice over here.
Someone
You
in
know
a
what?
McLaren shirt
There's
here,
someone
I think.
under a parasol, right? We've got to have a chat over here. Hello. Who do we have here?
Toby Paris.
Toby, how you doing?
I'm good, thanks.
Right, so I've been asking some questions around the paddock, and I wanted to get your... You seem like a well-learned young lad, so I thought you're probably the best person to ask this to.
Okay, thank you.
Nickelodeon or Cartoon Network?
Nickelodeon.
Wow, we're 2 for 0 on Nickelodeon, so it's a smart choice. Right, how good is your F1 knowledge?
Not the greatest, no.
Okay, we'll have an easy F1 question then. George Russell or Lewis Hamilton?
Lewis Hamilton.
Lewis Hamilton, also 2 from 2. Right, when are you out on circuit?
I think... Yeah, so... like 1:30.
1:30, okay. There's a bit of doubt there when you're next out on circuit. I thought you know when you're out on track.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
What's your hopes then for the race today?
To not get last, hopefully. I want to definitely get somewhere within the 58s as well. But,
I like that, a lap time set. Well, best of luck for the race, and we'll see you out on circuit.
thank you, bye.
Lovely.
Yeah.
We're 2 for 2. We need
I
to
know.
get, more differing opinions, some controversial opinions.
There's someone in a McLaren shirt here. I'm just going to have to bully a little bit. Excuse me there, have you got a quick minute for an interview?
Yeah.
Fantastic. What's your name?
Hayden.
Nice to meet you, Hayden. When are you out on track?
11:45.
Good stuff. So right in the middle of the day, not too far away now. You looking forward to it?
Yeah.
Good stuff. I see your McLaren shirt there. You a Lando fan?
Yeah.
How are you enjoying the season so far?
Good. I went from, what was it? I think it was like 10 years to like 7th, but then I spun out in one race and then I caught back up and then finished about 6th.
Strong recovery, well done. We hope you enjoy your day and we'll see you later.
Wonderful.
20th to 6th?
20th to 6th. It's not bad, is it?
Yeah.
14 places. Right. I think we've got time for another interview. Shall we have a walk up the balcony?
It'll make it quite difficult for our camera operator, Laura.
I was thinking that, and then I thought, actually, that's just too cruel. So I think we can find maybe one more driver.
We can go up in
we
a minute.
Can go
just
up.
been told.
Okay.
She's braving it.
Right, let's see which unsuspecting drivers. Maybe we should have a chat with one of the parents.
Yeah, let's go find some parents.
We can do like a duo interview, both parent and son or parent and daughter. To be honest, it's actually quite quiet up here on the balcony today.
It is. It was absolutely hectic before. I think everyone was diving into this lovely cafe here at Wilton Mill.
Right, who should we find?
Plenty of F1 merch here today.
Should we go inside, out of the sunshine for a bit?
Yeah, let's go out of the sun, I think, just for a moment.
These are the drivers who are trying to get out of the sunlight, but they can't get away from the commentary team. There's a lot of McLaren shirts, aren't there?
There are.
Oh, let's have a chat here. Someone's having a quick drink. Are you feeling refreshed?
I'm very refreshed, nice and ready to go. I've just got here pretty much, but I'm ready, yeah.
When are you out on circuit?
I'm in lightweight Group C, so in about probably in about 20-25 minutes, yeah.
See that, we're having an interview, and it took him all of 15 seconds to get his phone out.
Yeah, well, I was checking the time.
Fair enough, fair enough. What is your name?
Max Mottram.
Max, right. We've got important questions going around the paddock. Nickelodeon or Cartoon Network?
Wait, what one was Adventure Time? Is that probably Cartoon Network?
You're our first Cartoon Network answer, so I like it, right? You know, we've got to get answers for both sides. How's your F1 knowledge?
I mean, I watch it. I've not got a great knowledge of it, but I just like watching it, to be honest.
So, George Russell or Lewis Hamilton?
George Russell.
Yes, finally get a George Russell boy in. Best of luck for your race out there, Max, and we'll see you out on circuit.
Thank you. See you out.
All right. You know what? I do like an interview in the shade. I'm sweating a lot less now.
Yeah, the shade is blessed relief, really. We're going to have to pop back outside. I think we're going to try and find some parents, aren't we?
You know what? Let's go back inside. It's too hot out here.
Yeah. And poor camera will be all over the place with the exposure.
Right.
Who can we
I think we can still get a couple more.
I think now might be the chance actually to dive into the pit lane. I think we've got a perfect opportunity here. We've got a few people kind of roaming about.
Absolutely.
Let's send our camera operator Laura on another expedition.
We're just trying to see how many times we can go up and down the stairs, aren't we?
Yeah, this is actually because I missed a gym session. This is the main reason why we're doing this.
You know, I do feel like Martin Brundle. You know when he does the pit walk and he talks about how the camera can barely keep up trying to follow him through the crowds of people. Is this what it must feel like then?
Possibly, although we have a much friendlier Paddock today than what he's used to.
We haven't been stopped by VIP from entering a certain area and talking to people. No, this is our son, you must not talk to him. Right, who do you have in mind?
Right, I think this driver here we've already interviewed. So, let's find someone who's just setting their cart up here.
Oh, okay.
Cart number 23. Excuse me, have you got a moment for Alpha Live here? Oh, okay. Okay, never mind.
Oh, busy. We're going to have to find someone else.
Someone here in the CLUB100 suit's looking...
very nice suit.
For a bit of an interview here. Excuse me, have you got a minute for Alpha Live? And your name is?
Paddock.
Nice to meet you. So, how have you been finding the day so far?
It's not too bad. Practice session. Last round I was here, I got into the A final, so
well done.
Fine, so I should hope to do that again. Going into practice now, I'm used to the circuit. I like the circuit, so it should be alright.
Those high-speed technical tracks with all the elevation changes, are they your favourite?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Good stuff. It's certainly a tough one out there, but especially in weather like this.
Yeah, it's going to be hot out there today, but I should manage it quite well, so it should be all right.
Well, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Cheers.
All right. You know what? Let's have a walk further down the paddock to where more drivers are hiding, thinking that they
we
can
have
get away
drivers
from
hiding,
us.
do we? Oh.
Yeah. This is the Alpha Live hunts down hiding drivers. It's hide and seek.
Yeah, behind the scenes at Wilton Mill, actually.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now have a tour of the circuit.
Yeah.
Look at these beautiful Club 100 karts.
Just ignore the very dirty car behind it. I don't know whose that is.
No, definitely not yours.
No.
It's a very nice car. Makes a
has been
very
washed
nice
in about-
engine sound, especially when inside a multi-story car park.
It hasn't been washed in about 3 weeks.
Better than my car.
Right, let's find some drivers.
Who do we have?
Well, that's the mech bay.
So, surprisingly, at this side of the paddock, there isn't anyone that we can see unless they're hiding in their cars. And I feel like going into a car, just knocking on a window, say, hello.
This is now turned into through the keyhole with Alpha Live timing. Because we appear to have got, not lost, but yes, here we go, mech bay. Right.
Yeah, we
No
can
one's
find
here.
out if
We
any
got some
carts have been
shade.
brought in.
Yeah, should go and bother them.
We
Let's
should.
do some more interrupting.
We should. Ask them if they get a busy day with our team. So this is the
I
new
like this
part.
idea.
This is great.
I'll let you take this one.
Hello. We thought we'd have a chat with the mechanics. How you doing?
He's a better mechanic than me.
Is he a better mechanic? But is he better at talking with a camera? We'll go over here then. Are the juniors breaking all the carts?
No, they're fine.
Are they better than the Club 100 drivers?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, I thought we were good.
Much less damage.
Fair enough. Much less damage. Keep it that way, kids. Don't break carts. People will get very upset.
Yeah, one to watch out for. I think if I could actually get back into shot, that'd be very helpful. One thing to look out for is that final corner there. Some pretty huge curbs the driver's going to have to watch out for. JV will not look too kindly on you if you are travelling through that and decide to take that to try and gain a little bit of an advantage. And we're just watching actually a fantastic shot here of all the drivers heading through there, executing it very nicely indeed.
Yeah. And what is it that JV says? Don't even look at it or you'll get a penalty. Oh, we found someone. Hello. What's your name?
Jacob Lamas.
Jacob, how you doing?
Good.
Right. You're on the way to the circuit. How soon is your session?
About half an hour-ish.
Oh, so you got plenty of time then?
Yeah.
Right. Sorry. Question.
Yeah.
Cartoon Network or Nickelodeon?
No, Nickelodeon. Why?
Oh, I don't know. We just thought it'd be a fun question to ask. How good is your F1 knowledge?
Not very good at all.
Okay, easy question then. George Russell or Lewis Hamilton?
Lewis Hamilton.
Oh, there's a bit of doubt. Where's the doubt coming from?
I like George Russell, but I like Lewis Hamilton.
Fair enough. Final question. Did you drive here in the morning or did you get a nice hotel or somewhere to stay at?
We're camping over there, so we drove here yesterday evening. Yeah.
So you're feeling really refreshed. Do you have a nice bed, something to lie on, or is it just sleeping bag on the grass?
Well, it's an airbed, but I wouldn't say it's particularly nice.
Well, I was going to say airbed. You're living in the luxury.
Till it goes flat.
Well, best of luck. You should be refreshed, so you should be quite quick out there.
Yeah, hopefully.
What's the goal?
Top between 10 and 5th.
Mid 5th.
Mid.
I like that. Best of luck out there.
Cheers.
Our plan worked.
Yes. Right.
I think next time we do this, we'll come out with fishing rods and try to catch drivers as an extra joke.
You are far better at it than me. I'll
No.
say that. Right.
I've never been fishing in my life, to be honest.
Neither, actually. It's far too complicated for me. Right, shall we head back into some of the...
What would be our bait, though, if we're fishing? Would it be a fresh set of tyres?
Yeah, good point. Or...
try to reel them here's a fresh set of tyres. Come on, guys.
A fresh engine.
Fresh engine. Nice new suit.
Some plenty of really nice suits here today, actually.
There are.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Really
that's
handy
one of my favourite things about karting events, looking at all of the custom suits that drivers have, the nice shiny helmets, how they keep them all meticulously clean as well. It's just a very nice look out on circuit.
They do. I can't say I did the same during my very brief karting career. Okay, right. We've just got to clear the pit lane now because we're getting some karts underway, which is always very exciting.
New part of the show. Alpha Live commentary team gets run over by juniors.
I was going to say, yeah, mainly we're leaving for safety reasons, but also due to the fact that you won't be able to hear us.
Yeah. You don't want to get into too much trouble. Right. you want to do maybe our final interview then of the Paddock show?
I think we've got time for a couple more interviews, maybe.
Ooh, lucky us. Right.
Right.
Who do you want to take?
Let's run into this guy here. Hi, your name is?
Max Papworth.
Nice to meet you, Max. How's your day been so far?
Well, you haven't been out yet.
Okay, but have you been enjoying this lovely sunshine?
Well, you're better than raining at Buckmore like last year.
True, it always rains at Buckmore. It's I've never seen a dry Buckmore.
Yeah.
So, when can we see you on track then?
I'm out in Group C, I am today.
Fantastic. We've seen plenty of Group C drivers today, actually.
Yeah, well, you're quite a lot of the fast driving all grouped up in Group C. I think we've got 6 out of the top 10 from last round are in Group C.
So it should be a very competitive run then.
Well, it depends because I know I've got the new your qualifying format, so the overall lap times count. It makes it a lot more even, but if they were on the old format, it wouldn't be very fair.
Fair enough, fair enough. Now, last question. Are you into your F1?
A bit.
Fair enough. You're finding the Club 100 racing far more exciting?
Oh, well, anything's more exciting than that.
Fair enough, fair enough. Into your IndyCar, NASCAR, anything like that?
Yeah, well, NASCAR massively, IndyCar, sports car racing, touring cars, anything like that.
Did you see that NASCAR at Le Mans recently? That group, the Garage 56?
Yeah, the Garage 56, yeah. Hendrick Motorsport car.
Yeah, it looked very cool. Looked very cool to see it at Circuit of the South.
Well, it's got about 300 more horsepower than a GT car there, so of course it's going to fly down the Mulsanne straight.
I'm glad we don't have that type of advantage here at the Club 100.
Well, you'd be surprised with some of the carts.
Okay. Well, lovely to talk to you, and we'll see you in a bit.
Those were some honest answers, weren't they? I like that. Max, very quick driver. Watch out for him. He'll be at the front end. I think he's currently running in the top 3 in the championship, if I'm not mistaken. I don't have the standings in front of me, so I'm not 100% sure. Right. I have an idea.
Okay.
A little bit of extra content. I think we find 2 drivers, preferably some friends, and we make them have a short running race through the grass.
Oh, in this heat? That's very,
that's
very unkind of you.
Well, you know, got to get the blood flowing for them before they get in the car. Can't have them lounging around for too long. So can we see a pair of drivers somewhere?
We have 2 drivers sat down just to your left.
Oh, do we? Hello, guys. How's it going?
Yousuf.
All right.
How are you feeling for a potential challenge?
All right. Well, yeah.
Would you also be up for a challenge?
Yeah.
How does a quick running race sound?
All right. All right.
Right. Okay. So what are our names here?
Jake. Ben.
Okay, Jake, Ben. Can we have a running race between you two? First ones to touch that wooden fence over there. Right. We'll do a ready, steady, go. Right. I don't want any jump starts. I don't want any ABCs. Right. No one underweight either. Okay. Are we ready? Should we have the starting line? We can have the starting line here, and then just straight to that wooden fence.
I can't believe you've let him do this to you, gents.
I'm loving this. Okay. Don't hit any of the spectators either. Okay, are we ready? Pardon? The curved wooden fence. You can go to any point of that wooden fence that you want.
Okay, that's fine.
Are you feeling confident?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Are you ready then? On your marks, get set, go.
Oh, and it's a great launch for the driver in the grey suit there. Not so much for the number 4, Lando Norris, wearing...
Oh, that's going on the Paddock show. So you can tune in a couple of hours, and that'll be live for everyone to watch.
Nice.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for being a great bunch of sports gents. When are you out on circuit?
I'm out in about half an hour, Group C.
I'm Group A, so I'm qualifying next.
Will you be seeing each other in the finals then?
I hope so.
Well, best of luck, guys.
Cool. Well done for getting them to do that. I believe we have just a couple of minutes left now in this Paddock show. Shall we have one quick kind of wander through the paddock once again before we round things off for what is looking to be a very exciting day here at Wilton Mill. Interesting to hear the drivers' feedback on, the new qualifying session. Group C looks like it's hotting up. Plenty of
Very competitive drivers there indeed. We seem to have got a lot of Group C drivers today, actually. So.
I think maybe our final interview, maybe we can grab a cadet. I think we've had a few more juniors than cadets so far. So if we can see cadets, they're usually quite easy to spot because they're very tiny. Or I guess that makes them harder to spot, but you get the idea. Do you want to take our driver who's just getting his race suit off? You know, he's trying to have a bit of a cool down moment. So maybe we can spice things up a bit.
Perfect. Excuse me, have you got a moment for an interview? And your name is?
Ethan Barrow.
Nice to meet you, Ethan. And how's your day been so far?
Yeah, it's been good. Yeah.
Been in the kart much so far this season?
Yeah.
Good stuff. You're just cooling off a bit.
Yeah, it's hot out there, but it's good.
So how are you enjoying Wilton Mill then?
Yeah, it's really
Shelley,
good.
cadet
Nice
driver
flowing.
64. Jack?
But yeah.
You should
Yeah,
be
nice
in
high-speed
this
track.
session.
Now,
Anyone see Jack?
are you into your F1 that much?
Yeah, very.
Point him towards the pit
Who's
lane,
your favourite
please.
driver,
Jack
favourite
Shelley.
team?
You are in
probably
this
Lewis
practice
Hamilton.
session.
Oh, Max Verstappen fan myself. Ooh, but wish you the best of luck today and enjoy the day's racing.
I like the Max Verstappen question.
Always the last one to show up.
To be honest, I completely missed that. We've got JV down our ears.
It is very loud over the karts and the tannoys. I was saying I like the Max Verstappen question. I don't know about whether I like the answer to it.
Oh, yeah, I might have put a bit of a target on my back there with my Max Verstappen. Not fanboyism, but following. Right.
So I think we are pretty much running out of time. So that has been the Paddock show here at Wilton Mill. We got to have a few nice chats. We got to see someone trip over trying to run.
That's entirely your fault.
I take full credit for that.
Okay, credit is one way to put it,
Yeah.
sure. Well, then that is it from us here at the Paddock at Wilton. We'll see you throughout the rest of the day in the commentary box.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, it's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
The best drivers in the world almost all share one thing in common. They started their motorsport career in karting. It's the most accessible way to get into racing, and it's only getting more popular. We found 3 different ways to start karting at 3 different price points, so let's see which is best for you. Karting is a sport for everyone. There are even classes for drivers aged as young as 6 years old. However, if you don't know anyone already involved in karting, it can be quite hard to find a way in. That's why we've compiled 3 different entry points into karting at 3 different price points. This way you can see which one works best for you and your budget. So, where will you get involved? Well, assuming you've already tried out a couple of corporate karting sessions, you've got to answer 2 key questions. What is your budget and how prepared are you? Your answers to these 2 questions will ultimately decide where is best for you to get onto the karting ladder. So let's start off by taking the cheapest way to get into the competitive karting scene, the BIKC. The British Indoor Karting Championship, or BIKC, takes the fastest drivers from team sport karting centres that are all around the UK. It's likely the cheapest way to get into national karting, as a full season could cost you as little as £350. To get involved, you need to get yourself a grid membership at your local team sport venue. From there, you just need to come to 3 different sessions and set the fastest lap times. The average of these lap times is then taken from the fastest 24 drivers from each class at each circuit. They're then contacted for you to come along to the local finals. From there, it's a knockout tournament, with the fastest drivers being taken through to the regionals and then on to the national finals. This unique championship format is very affordable to get into, with the regional finals costing only £60 and the national £80. It'll allow you to get yourself into some awesome competitive racing experience, and there are even full Club 100 season entries up for grabs for winners. So it's an epic way to get involved in karting in a competitive way, and could be a fantastic first step onto the karting ladder. However, there are some drawbacks to the BIKC. First and foremost, the karts are not as fast as some of the other options. This doesn't mean the racing is any less exciting, it's just that you won't see the BIKC karts flying down the straights the same way owner kart drivers would. In addition to this, the BIKC Knockout Championship format is very unforgiving. If you have a bad race or an unfortunate incident, there is not more rounds to regain championship points and keep in contention. When you're out, you're out. Brutal. The BIKC is a fantastic option to get into karting on a budget. However, if you want something a little faster, on bigger circuits, and with a season to fight for your championship, maybe you could look at Club 100. Club 100 is the fastest arrive and drive karting championship in the UK, racing an 8-round championship at some of the best outdoor circuits around the country. For seniors aged 16 and plus, there are the Sprints, SP60 and the Endurance Championships. For drivers aged 12 to 16, there are the Junior Championships racing in the same full-size karts as the seniors. And for drivers aged 8 to 12, there are the Cadet Championships, racing in custom Micromax Club 100 karts. The Senior Championship has been running since 1993. With a 10-round calendar at circuits across the country, it really is as close as you can get to a season of owner-driver karting without needing your own kart, tools and expertise. Just show up and race. Of course, with the increase in power and scale, the budget must be adjusted compared to the BIKC. To join, you need to get yourself a Club 100 membership for £50 and attend a test day to show you've got what it takes. Per round, Club 100 can cost around £250, meaning that a full season of Club 100 racing can cost as little as £2,200. This could be even cheaper if you are a university student too, as the BUKC also runs using the Club 100 machinery, so you can join your university karting society and get involved as a team. Club 100 is an epic championship. It's affordable and a very viable option, particularly if you don't have the capacity to store and maintain your own kart. However, this is also the drawback of Club 100. As you rent a kart for your races, you have no capability to tune the setup to your liking or for the track. In addition, Club 100 races on slick tyres no matter the weather, which can make wet races particularly challenging. Despite this, Club 100 championships regularly sell out, so if you want to get involved, it's best to get your foot in the door as early as possible. Club 100 offers an exciting and affordable championship to be part of. However, you are still limited to the Club 100 machinery, so if you want to dip your toes into the world of owning your own kart and the possibilities that offers, let's take a look at your options. The world of owner-driver karting is huge, and getting your own kart is the first steps to much bigger things in motorsport. And whilst the other options that we've shown you today are cheaper, the ceiling when you own your own kart is much higher. The key thing to remember is that karting is only as expensive as you want it to be, and there are ways to make it more affordable. At the start of this video, we asked you 2 questions. The first was, what is your budget? Well, to get involved in the BIKC and Club 100, it really is just a question of budget. However, owning your own kart, you need to now know the answer to the second question. How prepared are you? Having your own car also means storing, repairing, maintaining, fueling and transporting your kart. So besides the actual kart itself, you need to make sure you've got the tools and means to race. This sounds much more daunting than it really is, and fortunately, karting paddocks are very friendly places, with most people willing to help out any newcomer. So, are you prepared to go racing? The best first step to take when you want to get into owner-driver karting is to find out where your local outdoor kart circuit is. Chances are they will be running a club championship there, so go to one of the rounds and make some friends. Also, check what categories and engines are most popular in your local area. Speak to people that will be in those categories you might be able to race in, and join online groups for the club to learn more about the championship, the karts and the circuits. Karting is all about the community. Friends in the paddock will be able to help set up and repair your kart, show you how to get spares, or if you're lucky, they might be moving to another class, and you could buy their old karting kit from them so you can be set up with a full setup from day one. A good second-hand kart will keep the costs as low as possible. And if you buy from someone at your local circuit, they'll be able to lend you an expert hand if you need it. As we said before, some engines are more popular at certain circuits, so having local knowledge will really help you out. You can also, of course, buy a kart brand new. There is a wide range of chassis, engines and seats, etc. Just make sure you find out what the regulations are for your championship of choice before you buy, to make sure you won't waste your money. Tillotson have recently been added to the Motorsport UK regulations, and they're able to offer an affordable kart package, including trolley, wheels, tyres, oil and driver kit alongside the kart. Mini packages start from around £4,500, so this 4-stroke option can be an affordable option to get involved in a quickly expanding category. Whichever route you take, once you've got your own kart and gear, it's time to get on track. Your local circuit might offer test days so you can tune and understand your kart better, and the club championship may have spaces available for you to join a race meeting as a rookie. So, 3 different entry points at 3 different price points. No matter your budget, there is a spot in the karting world for you. Karting is only growing year on year as new championships start up. There is a wide range of ways to get involved too. For example, F100 karts are pre-2000 karts that can offer an affordable way of getting involved in racing with a historic twist. BPEC is an endurance series where teams and drivers compete across a series of 6 to 24 hour-long races across the country. And the superkarts are the fastest karts in the world and can race full-size circuits, topping out at speeds at over 150 miles an hour. So, as you can see, there are plenty of options out there for drivers who just want to get involved in karting. The only question now is how long until you get involved.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome if you are just tuning in for the racing action here this afternoon at Wilton Mill for round 2 of the Cadets and Juniors here. And we've just had a very exciting morning's worth of qualifying, haven't we, Yousuf? I'm joined by Yousuf, of course, in the box with me.
Yeah, very exciting qualifying. Excited for the race. Pretty much all of our qualifying sessions in both junior and cadets were so close everywhere out on circuit, and now we're getting ready to head on out. I think I heard the whistle, and that is going to be the Cadet C final about to get underway.
So let's have a look at the grids then. So yes, the grids. It is on row 1, Ethan Barrow, Alfie Lambert. Row 2, Fawaz Adra and Matthew Lederer. Row 3, Jack Shelley and Rian Roy Chowdhury. And then we move down to row 4, which is Tom Justice and Thomas Barker. Row 5, Callum Wood and Timmy Shahini. Row 6, Hugh Hobson and Dmitry Borovsky. Moving over to row 7 is Joey Mims and Samuel Chilton. Row 8, Thomas Walker and Charlie Williams. Row 9, Oscar Blakeman and Tabitha Meller. Moving down to row 10 it is Archie Peach, Bobby Peters. Row 11, rounding out the grid then is Toby Paris and Leo Edger. So just a few moments to go now until we get underway for our first bit of racing action for today. It is the pre-C final for the cadets in those mini-maxes. We're heading around those final couple of corners and looking forward to a good day's racing.
And the important thing is the top 2 from this C final will be advancing to the Cadet B final. We're going to be having one more formation. I'm really going to keep my eye out for Leo Edgar because he actually had some decent pace in qualifying. I can't remember if he was one of our drivers who did pick up a penalty, but he could be one who will really fly through the field.
Ethan Barrow as well, we saw obviously that impressive qualifying run. He is in a good position as things stand in this race, in this pre-final, before we move on later on to the proper finals later on.
And the key thing with Wilton race start, you want to get onto the inside, not for the hook, but for Oblivion. That is the most important part. If you can get on the inside, everyone tends to go a little bit wide, and you can see on the left hand side is Alfie Lambert. That means Ethan Barrow has the inside for the hook. He wants to get a good start so that he can come across Alfie Lambert into Oblivion and make sure that he's not compromised heading up the hill towards Christmas Corner.
Yeah, it's all about that momentum. It's so important. It can make all the difference keeping that flow. We heard in that paddock walk that you may have seen some of those drivers talking about that flow. It's very important here at Wilton Mill. Now, are we going to be getting underway?
I think so.
We are. As the drivers get ready now, heading down. Oh dear.
Yeah, so the issue with that start, the kart's too far apart. They're not in their tram lines. They weren't really nose to tail. Now, they've started racing, but I don't think they're meant to. They're going to be brought to a stop because I saw the red light still on. I don't think we're meant to be going racing right now.
Not entirely sure. Either way, Ethan Barrow currently leads the pack. Alfie Lambert and Fawaz Adra just behind here as we head now further into this lap. So I have a little bit wide there for the number 30 kart there. Was able to recover. Lost a little bit of time as a result of that, but should be able to pick up the pieces really and carry on. Shorter format, of course, 10 minutes worth of racing to go here, so pretty much, in fact, the same really as the qualifying stints. So maybe drivers approaching it in somewhat of a similar fashion. We saw a bit of battling going on in qualifying.
Alfie Lambert going up the inside into the boot, hanging it around the outside of the double right-hander. Great move from Alfie Lambert to take the lead away from Ethan Barrow. One of our drivers has gone a bit wide, but Alfie Lambert now needs to get his head down. He's already got a few kart lengths ahead of Ethan Barrow, with Fawaz Adra running in third place.
And you're going to see the drivers ducking down, try and gain as much as possible aerodynamically, try and get that little extra bit of speed. It all adds up, of course. But yeah, Alfie Lambert, great move toward the end of that lap there. Now finds himself leading this race.
I thought Jack Shelley was going to go for a move up the inside of Fawaz, but actually has compromised himself, and that's going to allow Matthew Lederer to go up the inside. So a change for position with, I think, Fawaz Adra dropping a spot. We'll see when they come on to the straight. And actually, Fawaz Adra still running in third, but just behind him, Matthew Lederer now ahead of Jack Shelley as they head through the second part of the boot into the final corner. Jack Shelley, I thought for a second, might try to go up the inside of Lederer. Very risky spot to do it. Wide, though, for Shelley.
Lederer does, in fact, gain a penalty as well, so that is going to hamper things for him in this race. He's going to drop back a couple of positions at the end of the running.
And that also means it is impossible. If that's an ABC, it's impossible for him now to finish in the top. Two is up the inside. Fawaz Adra has a look into Christmas. That's going to compromise him into Boxing Day.
Should mention we were due to have, as we break into weather chat, we were due to have rain in about 10 minutes. But as you can see, it's still absolutely glorious. So I think the drivers... Oh dear, big off for the number 57 there, Tom Justice. Good recovery. This car sliding across the grass there, was able to jump back onto the tarmac and has lost a little bit of time, but in the grand scheme of things, I'm sure we'll be quite happy with that recovery.
And the 72 of Fawaz Adra does not get a good run coming through Ozzy, as that's going to compromise him massively, and up the inside will go the 64 of Jack Shelley. So Jack Shelley is up into P4. Matthew Lederer currently running in P3, hunting down Ethan Barrow, but it is still Alfie Lambert at the front of the field, putting in some quick times, pulling half a second nearly on that last lap.
In fact, no, it was about 7/10 on that last lap. He's absolutely flying along the fastest lap of the race, of course, going to Alfie Lambert, as we have on-track action here between going a little bit wide. Is that Fawaz Adra?
No, it's Lederer. He makes Ethan Barrow go too hot into Christmas Corner, gets a great switchback and gets the position as the 64 of Jack Shelley goes up the inside of Barrow, heading down into Ashby Corner. They're side by side. Barrow now has the inside, heading into Parker's.
Just see the gap that Alfie Lambert is able to build up here as we're watching this battle for second building up now, heading towards the end of the lap. He is able to just absolutely walk away. The battle now, 64 and the 54 kart here, side by side as we head through those final couple of corners now, running through the boot.
Good run for the 65 of Thomas Barker. Tries to get his way up the inside of Adra.
Penalty for Jack Shelley now as we start another lap. So this battling, potentially getting some of these drivers in hot water, could be compromising their races later on. Will be, of course, if carrying a penalty. And this is all looking better and better for Alfie Lambert.
Late on the brakes for Thomas Barker as he goes up the inside of Fawaz Adra. Barker in the red suit with the white helmet holds it around the outside of Boxing Day and keeps his car ahead into increments. And Fawaz Adra will not be able to fight back into Ashby. Move up the inside, I believe that was from possibly Callum Wood in the 76, as here's the 36 and 60 side by side. Sorry, the 35 and 60, Oscar Blakeman and Rian Roy Chowdhury.
2-second gap now between P1 and P2 at this point in time. In fact, we're starting to see maybe a couple more gaps building up as those drivers who were so hot on the heels of each other started to break away a little bit as we look a little bit further down the ring now, looking at the number 57 kart of Tom Justice. Matthew Lederer actually taking the fastest lap of the race at this point in time, so he's trying to charge back towards Alfie Lambert, try and negate the effect of that penalty that he's carrying as much as possible.
And remember, Tom Justice, the driver who went grass karting on the exit of Ashby Corner, contact between the 60 and 57 as the 60 of Rayan Roy Chowdhury really squeezing Tom Justice onto the approach into Christmas Corner. I've done that in the past, and I sadly got a penalty for that, and probably rightfully so as well. Have to be careful, very easy to do that.
I'm sure Tom Justice maybe waiting for an opportunity to get a solid overtake done, just to kind of show how it's done.
Yeah, Callum Wood getting a good run coming out of Parker's closing on to Timmy Shahini. And now that is the 57 still searching for a way through. Oh, that's a red flag. That did not look pleasant. I think I saw
we've gone full course yellow,
right?
Yeah, we've gone full course yellow, of course, which is exactly what we need to do. Swift response from the marshals there. So we'll bring the carts to a bit of a slow down now. We'll just try and neutralise the race and make it as safe as possible environment for everyone to be working here. So Alfie Lambert at this point in time, still leading this race, has ever so slightly built that gap up, 2.2 seconds. He is absolutely flying along. Matthew Lederer, though, carrying that penalty, is doing his utmost to hunt him down. We've got an exciting race building up here. We have 4 minutes to go. The timer, of course, still running with that full course yellow.
So I think that was Rayan Roy Chowdhury and Fawaz Adra. I think Fawaz Adra was the driver who was spun going through the boot, whose car was sideways. Rayan Roy Chowdhury probably didn't see him until too late. T-boned into him. I hope Fawaz is okay, because that looked like a really, really nasty shunt. There is Fawaz Adra. He's shaking his head, but he is in the cart, and he seems to be okay, so we should be getting the racing underway. I think it's a full course yellow, so the racing is practically neutralised. Alfie Lambert leading from Matthew Lederer and Jack Shelley in third place.
So then our podium, yeah, as we mentioned, Jack Shelley has just received a curb warning. We have Matthew Lederer as well, currently carrying a penalty, and Alfie Lambert as well. Some very fast drivers at the top end here. The only drivers to have entered into the 57-second region in this race so far.
Remember, Jack Shelley does have that penalty, so we'll be having 1 or 2 places added. I believe it's 2 places. I don't know if it's a cone penalty. It's 1 place, if I'm not mistaken. So if he wins the race, he can still advance into the pre-B final, as I can see a driver sat next to the marshal post. So that is probably Rayan Roy Chowdhury. So it was probably Rayan who ended up coming out of his car.
And we are now green flag once again, which is fantastic news. Good to see. Well done to everyone involved getting underway in a very quick succession, and that was handled nicely. As we now see, it is going to be Matthew Lederer on that charge once again, although I will mention Alfie Lambert has absolutely nailed the race restart here. He is now about 3.5 seconds, 3.2 seconds clear of those carts further behind, and of course they're carrying penalties, so it's looking good for him at this point in time. Let's have a look now at Thomas Barker, Ethan Barrow, as we are watching on board with the number 52 cart. That is
that's Alfie Lambert in the 42.
Apologies, number 42 card. I am apparently blind.
You say Alfie Lambert got a good start, so did Matthew Lederer. Look at the gap from Lederer to Jack Shelley, and I think this is the battle, potentially, no, this is battle for P5. Ethan Barrow in the blue suit and blue helmet in the 54 car with Oscar Blakeman directly behind him. And then it's Tom Justice, Timmy Shahini and Samuel Chilton heading into Ashby Corner.
8 laps into this race now. Slightly truncated running, of course, with that small yellow flag intermission. We've got a couple of minutes left on the race timer now.
Oscar Blakeman had a bit of a moment coming through. Oziers went really wide, really compromised himself heading on to the back straight. And there you can see the gap that has kind of formed between Barrow and Blakeman. Oh, sorry, Barrow and Thomas Barker. So Ethan Barrow found a way through on Thomas Barker on that lap, and now Thomas Barker being hunted by Oscar Blakeman.
As we have a couple of track limits warnings. I'm not quite sure exactly what corner that was for, but I was to give an educated guess, well, probably an uneducated guess, it would be that final corner heading onto that start-finish straight. It is oh so tempting when you're in the middle of a racing situation, just run a little bit wider, try and push the car as much as possible.
Leo Edgar's had a really good drive. There he is with the blue helmet, making his way down the hill now in the 28 kart. He's been able to find a way through on Thomas Walker up into P11. Remember, Edgar started at the very back of the field, P21 already up to P11.
He's made a great innings so far, and we're now on the last lap of this race.
Yeah, got a casualty. That is coming out of Parker's. I saw whichever driver that was getting squeezed a little bit, trying to run side by side through Parker's, and then practically went into the tie barrier or had to back out of it and had a half spin as a result. We're heading on to the final lap of the race, and Alfie Lambert just has to bring it home.
Yeah, he's had a very strong showing in this Cadet Pre-C final so far. Bodes well for his later running, of course, as there's a little nudge between number 35 Karting car in front there as they are going wheel to wheel, scrapping for position on this very last lap here. We're on board now with Alfie Lambert as he is heading around that final corner, dives down in celebration, crosses the line to take the race victory. Well done, Alfie Lambert. Great drive there. Matthew Lederer comes home P2 on the road, awaiting penalties. Likewise for Jack Shelley, I believe, as well.
Jack Shelley does have a penalty, so he will drop down to P4 or P5. It's Alfie Lambert and Matthew Lederer who will be promoted into the Cadet Pre-B final. We are waiting now for Ethan Barrow to come over the line, and will presumably be followed by Thomas Barker and Oscar Blakeman.
Tom Justice coming home P6 in the end. There was a bit of a scrap forming up for position on the very last corner of this race then. And then we have Oscar Blakeman, Tim Shaheeney, Samuel Schultz and Thomas Walker rounding out the top 10. That was it's certainly an eventful race. Glad we were able to get back underway. An impressive charge from Alfie Lambert shows he means business, and that is your running order on track. Then we are awaiting penalties, but that is it for the Cadet Pre-C final.
Great racing. We'll wait and see what happens with penalties. Alfie Lambert, Matthew Lederer should be advancing then to our pre-B final. Also not our pre-B final, our B final.
Yes.
Yeah. Got that right in the end.
Final.
Our final, yeah. And with that, we are going to be getting our junior lightweight pre-C final underway, I believe.
So then, grids for the junior pre-C final. It is on row 1, Alex Brooks, and I'm going to hand over to Yousuf, actually.
Alex Brooks and Tamino Kolovecki on the front row of the grid. Viggo Swan and Christopher Wilkinson on row 2. Ayan Ansari and Toby McAllister Brown make up row 3. Row 4 is Jacob Alain ahead of Henry Lopez Gracie. Row 5, Finley Marshall and Dan Hillier. And row 6, Josh Spence and Billy Raymond. Row 7 sees Marcus Allen and Sammy Barnes. Row 8, Noah Osbaldeston and Alex Soper. And then row 9, Joe Craddock and Sammy Davidson. Row 10 is Giovanni Castle-Joseph and Harry Clark completing the top 20. Then it's Leo Custon and Joe Robinson, with Harry Laffer and Santiago Artiega Bruce on row 12. Row 13, Hayden Lowe and Tom Walker. Row 14, Harley Hillier and Edgar Armendariz Bocanegra. Row 15, Abik Biju and Callum Cosley. And at the very back of the field, Baxter Rawlings and Archie O'Reilly completing the field.
So then, let's see what the juniors make of the track here at Wilton. As we were saying before, at this point it should have been should have been a light sprinkling of rain to cool the track down and completely remove any grip from it, as we see those drivers really trying to get some temperature into these big Club 100 karts, try and get the tyres ready. They've had a bit of a break over lunch, of course, so it's all about getting themselves back into a groove, get the cars ready to go, ready to go racing.
I'm looking outside. Doesn't look to be any rain to be coming. Alex Brooks in the white helmet, black suit. Tamino Kolovecki in the black suit with the blue and yellow helmet. Does a pusher kart pull off? No, we're going to have one more rolling lap. Viggo Swan and Christopher Wilkinson will be on that second row. Viggo Swan, red suit, white helmet. Christopher Wilkinson, black suit, black helmet.
Heading through the first and second corner, then the field, as we were discussing before, it can potentially be, if you're really brave, flat out. However, it's probably much more sensible to just a tiny little lift and carry the kart through, keep that momentum up as you start to rise and fall through the elevation changes of the rest of the track. As we've actually cut, we're talking about that, of course, for the formation that we cut straight through and head back around to the start. Oh, sorry, back around to the end of the track.
I saw a kart 69 trying to close into the field, but looking at the timings, I can't see who's meant to be. Oh, it's Henry Lopez Gracie, who is presumably going to be trying to catch up to the back of the field, along with, is it Tom Walker? Unless they're meant to be starting at the very front of the field.
We'll find out in just a moment once we head back round through another timing gate, as we actually are going to have another formation lap.
It is very frustrating as a driver when you're sitting in the car and it's another formation lap, because you go into the final couple of corners and you have to get yourself mentally ready. You've got to get the kart ready, warm up the tyres so that those tyres are hot. Having those hot tyres really does help for the opening few laps. Yes, the tyres kind of fall off a bit after 10-15 minutes, but we're talking about sprint races, so not really enough time for that to happen. So it does just take a little bit out of you, and you have to prepare once again. As is that a kart change occurring?
I imagine that will be the reason for this. I suspect
that is Tom Walker.
Yeah, we're jumping in and out. That will explain why he was kind of out of position as well, which a bit of a shame for him. Not, of course, kind of the way he would have wanted to have started his race. Sometimes just can't be helped, though. We have 32 racing machines here, and one of them's going to have an issue here or there. But yeah, it is, as we were saying, it's unfortunate for the drivers, these formation laps, but at the same time, it's very important to make sure the marshals are happy with how the race is going to start. Everyone understands what's going on, so that it is safe as possible, and it's as fair of a race start as possible. As I believe, will we be? No, I think we're going to have to wait for. We'll have to wait for Tom to get back into order.
Where Tom is meant to be, I'm not entirely sure. I know it was on the grid list that we read out earlier, but I'm going to be honest, I do not remember where all 32 drivers are.
No, I'm currently trying to decipher what that marshal's kind of hand signals mean.
I think he's trying to tell them to spread out a bit and that the race isn't starting.
Yeah.
Something that I know JV likes to remind the drivers is not to break the tram lines, right?
Yeah.
So you have two very nice columns of karts. They don't cross those tram lines until after they pass the start-finish line. They pass that little checkered flag that is drawn onto the circuit.
And that's to make sure that we don't end up with a situation where we have 6 karts trying to go 6 wide, occupying the entire circuit as we start, and some karts are going to be on the grass, and it's not the safest way to get a race underway. So by sticking to the tramline system, we make sure that everyone gets a fairer start.
So this time it does look like we are ready to go racing. Brooks on pole, Kolovecki in second. Brooks in that white helmet, starting on the right-hand side of the circuit. Kolovecki in the multicolored helmet, starting on the left-hand side. I do believe we will be going racing this time around. Alex Brooks and Tamino Kolovecki for our junior pre-C final. We are green and away we go. Still side by side into turn 1. Kolovecki gets his wheels up the inside of Brooks and makes his way to the lead, and it's a drag up the hill through a Fair Lady and up towards Christmas Corner. But how brave is Kolovecki going to be on the brakes? Fairly brave around the outside. Goes Alex Brooks to hold on to the lead, and Viggo Swan up the inside into the increment as we've got a spinner. That's on the exit of the final corner, so a bit of drama there. But Kolovecki is still fighting with Brooks on the outside now, heading into Parker. We'll look for the switchback, and up the inside into Ozias is a possibility and a reality as Kolovecki takes the lead.
Brilliant move from Kolovecki there, but well done to Alex Brooks for not lamenting, not giving up at all at the very start of this lap. This is going to be a very exciting battle because all this is going on. P3, P4 very much in the mix as well as we head round that last corner. Then now side by side, Christopher Wilkinson, Kolovecki side by, apologies, no, it's Brooks and Wilkinson side by side as we start into the lap.
Yeah, great attempt from Wilkinson up the inside of Brooks, then has the inside heading into the hook. Positions changing like crazy. It's Ayan Ansari who is up into second, and now Viggo Swan takes third place up the inside into Christmas, has the outside for Boxing Day, will lead back to the inside for increments as they head down the hill into Ashby Corner, and that's the 54 of Alex Brooks trying to fight back on the 37 of Christopher Wilkinson. These two are battling for second and now find themselves battling for P5.
Heading through them, bouncing just about over the curbs, just about missing there. It is Noah Olbuldeston and Josh Spence at the moment battling it out.
Great move from Alex Brooks, goes up the inside into the boot, but that's going to cost him. He's now on the outside for the rest of the section of circuit. As trade of positions, it is Viggo Swan in third ahead of Wilkinson, Brooks, McAllister Brown, Osbaldeston, Lopez Gracie and Josh Spence, who is in 9. Marcus Allen completing the top 10. The 110 of Osbaldeston goes up the inside of McAllister Brown into Christmas Corner.
We do have a couple of penalties coming in. This has been wheel-to-wheel action, and unfortunately maybe a bit too much action as we have a penalty for Christopher Wilkinson coming in now, currently running P4. Likewise, Billy Raymond as well.
69 of Henry Lopez Gracie right behind Osbaldeston, heading down the hill into Ozias. A little bit wide, I think that is from Osbaldeston. And now the 23 of, actually that's the 53 of Josh Spence trying to get alongside, heading into the boot. Look at that cluster of cars. They're going to be almost 3 wide, heading into the final corner. The 27 sensibly backs out as Marcus Allen, who almost went side by side into the final corner, and that can end in tears.
Our best lap of the race so far, held by Kolovecki, 55.3, so not dipping into the 54s, 53s just yet, of course. We're at the very start of the race, and all this battling is meaning that the drivers haven't got the chance to enjoy a bit of clean air. And
really good run this is from the 27, almost getting up the inside of Ashby, tried to get the switchback all the way down the hill, as that is one of the back markers, I believe, trying to let the field through. But keep your eyes out for Ayan Ansari. He's been closing in onto Kolovecki last time around, practically identical times, but he's only about 7/10 behind on Kolovecki. And for these two, fighting for the win is not important. It's about getting into the top two as two cars side by side into the boot.
Yeah, fantastic drive at the very start of this race for Ayan Ansari as we head now with the, oh dear, contact.
No! Oh, that looked nasty. And
actually, back
they are
in
both
the cart.
okay. And that's what happens when you go side by side into the boot. And if you're on the outside, you don't back off when you go wide because there is no grip. So you go through that corner feeling like there is grip, and then the grip just falls away from you and you understeer into that tyre barrier. There is a penalty out for Finley Marshall.
Of course, we're under full course yellow, as just, I imagine, owing to the nature of that incident and the fact that we have drivers out of the cart, just recovering them at quite a high speed area of the circuit. But good to see, obviously, those drivers actually out of the cart and recovering their own go-karts. So I imagine we shouldn't be too long until we're under racing once again. But the marshals deciding just to neutralise this race, to slow everyone down a little bit and make sure we are ready to go racing quite shortly.
Now, what this has meant is exciting-wise in terms of race-wise. Both drivers do look to be relatively okay. I think one of the drivers looks a little bit hurt, hopefully not too badly. So Kolovecki, Ansari and Viggo Swan have all kind of lumped up together. So we've now got our top three very close together. Brooks, Wilkinson, McAllister Brown will also close in. So this effectively, it hasn't neutralized the race. It's brought everyone close together as our two drivers make their way back into the pit lane. Probably a bit of a bruised arm or something from where.
Bit of an unfortunate end to the race, but we wish them well, of course. So for the rest of the field then, it is that anticipation, I'll try that again, that we had at the very start of the race. It has arrived once again, as they are now trying to keep the heat in the tyres, get ready for another race start. Think about how close do they dare keep to the cart up in front. They don't want to lose too much time on the race start, of course, but also don't want to accidentally gain an advantage. It can be quite easily done when you're carrying a little bit of momentum, and that will get you quite the penalty or potentially a black flag as well.
And it's about keeping your eyes firmly fixed on where the marshal posts are. And this is where you have to look, right, there's a marshal post, there's a marshal post, there's a marshal post, and looking to see as soon as one of those yellow flags become a green flag so that you can go. In fact, it's about looking to see beforehand. You need to be looking at the incident on the circuit to see when is that potentially going to be cleared up so that you know, right, this is the rough kind of time that I can expect the track to go green.
We have the number 44 car of Domino Kolovetki trying his best to keep tyre temperature up, switching the steering through its ratio as he heads around that final corner.
We are going to be going green relatively soon once that car gets pulled off, so we're going to have to wait for this stream of carts to pass the start-finish straight. That cart will then be driven back into the pit lane and we'll go green. So probably by the time that these guys get up into Christmas Corner, you can expect us to be green racing. Kolovetki against Ansari and Viggo Swan. Remember, the top two will be advancing to the A final.
Fast lap of the race so far, Ian Ansari, 54.6, and that is to be expected. He has had a great charge through the field in the 6 laps of racing that we've had in this race so far.
And a reminder for those two drivers who have effectively DNF now, Noah Osbaldeston and Henry Lopez-Gracie. Henry Lopez-Gracie has been given a penalty, which is presumably for that incident. Are we racing it? No, it's still yellow. The time is still ticking down though, so we have less than 3.5 minutes remaining, equivalent of about 3 laps.
By the looks of things, we're just, I think, waiting to make sure that the marshals have driven the carts off the track and are back at their posts ready to go, happy with how everything is looking, as we have confirmation that that full course yellow has indeed ended, and we will be racing once again very shortly. So, Ian Ansari, his job is to try and get a better launch and get ahead of Domino Kolovetki. Kolovetki, he's got to absolutely nail this launch and try and keep the number 82 carts behind.
Well, I'm wondering what Ian Ansari's game plan is. It might just be sit with Kolovetki, try to get away from Viggo Swan. If you battle with Kolovetki, there's a chance that you lose out on those critical top 2 spots. We are green and we're racing, and it's a great start from Ian Ansari, who's already ahead of Kolovetki into turn 1, and now Kolovetki is coming under pressure from Viggo Swan. Through oblivion they go, and Ian Ansari is completely checked out.
Great start for him as we have a look at the start finish straight here, just cleaned up from an incident, of course, and we follow the field once again, heading through that second part of the lap now. Great start for Ian Ansari, being pressured potentially by Domino Kolovetki, but Tomino's got to play his cards right here, because Viggo is certainly in the mix.
Needs to get his head down, runs a little bit wide through Ozzy, as that's going to bring Viggo Swan into the mix, but it's not a good run for Ansari, and they're side by side heading into the boot. Ansari's going to go a bit deep, but Viggo Swan might get the run on all 2 of them, and Kolovetki is already through on Ansari, heading through the final corner as we start a new lap. Contact warning out for the number 11 car. Josh Spence has dropped a few positions. Ian Ansari is still battling with Kolovetki. These two are not going to be working together. They're going to be fighting with all their might as Kolovetki is going defensive up into Christmas Corner. Ansari forced out wide, and now Viggo Swan right on the back of Ansari with Alex Brooks directly behind him. Remember, Alex Brooks started this race on the front row. He'll be eager to get back into the top 3, back into the top 2, as very wide goes Christopher Wilkinson, loses his back end, but very well controls the cart.
Great strong defense from Kolovetki there. He was down but certainly not out, and is currently leading this race. Just looking back down to that battle for P3, which is going on in the midst of this. In fact, is that a battle for P2? Because it's pretty much just a 4-way battle for P1.
Alex Brooks hangs it around the outside of the boot. That gives him the inside, and that's going to allow Josh Spence to go up the inside of Viggo Swan. So Viggo Swan goes from challenging for P2. We're on to the final lap of the race. Kolovecki and Ansari are leading. What can Alex Brooks do on this very last lap? He needs to gain about 4 tenths to close into the back of Ayaan Ansari as we head through Christmas Corner. It's wide from Kolovecki. That might give Ansari an opportunity to go up the inside, down into Ashby Corners. We're seeing Viggo Swan still trying to defend from Josh Spence, who goes up the inside into Ashby.
A last lap at Validas. Who is that off there?
That is Toby McAllister Brown, who has gone wide after an incident with Viggo Swan. So the pair of them will lose a whole bunch of positions. Kolovecki, though, is still leading from Ayaan Ansari, and Alex Brooks is close, but he's just a bit too far behind, and he will not be able to get into those critical top 2 spots. Tamina Kolovecki rounds the final corner to take the junior lightweight pre-C final win ahead of Ayaan Ansari, Alex Brooks and Marcus Allen.
It was a strong charge from Ayaan Ansari, and it was looking stronger and stronger, especially after that race restart. Unfortunately, Kolovecki just about had the measure in, but what a fantastic battle that ended up being. Alex Brooks also with a very late last-minute push towards the front row there. Unfortunately for Viggo Swan, just wasn't quite able to get that move done for the lead.
So, our provisional results, or our final results, penalties have been applied. Tamina Kolovecki takes the win ahead of Ayaan Ansari. Alex Brooks, Marcus Allen and Josh Spence complete the top 5. Viggo Swan and Christopher Wilkinson are in 6th and 7th. Santiago Artiega, Bruce Finley Marshall and Giovanni Castle-Joseph complete the top 10. And then it's Toby McAllister Brown, Sammy Barnes, Hayden Lowe and Dan Hillier completing the top 14. Callum Costley is in 15th ahead of Sammy Davidson. Tom Walker, Abik Biju, Joe Robinson, Alex Soper, Edgar Armendariz Bocanegra, then Harry Clark, Joe Craddock, Archie O'Reilly, Harry Hillier, 28th, Leo Custon, Billy Raymond, Baxter Rawlings, Noah Osbaldeston and Henry Lopez Gracie. And with that, we're going to get ready to jump into our Cadet Pre-B final.
So then, back for the Cadet running now. It's Pre-B final. Row 1, Adi Manu. P2, Zane Perry. Row 2, Oliver Harrod-Atfield. And then Mason Turner. Row 3 is Solomon Adenji. And then we have Ollie Moody rounding out the 3rd row. It's then moving on to row 4, Ryan Rappany and Aaron Hayward. And then row 5 is Oliver Sanderson, Jacob Smith. Row 6, James Finley and Paulina Winarska. Moving on to row 7 is Antoni Czarnecki and then Jacob Lamas. Row 8 is Oliver Peters and then Edith Roy Chowdhury. Row 9, Oscar Stockley King and then Harry Duggan. Moving on to row 10 is Daniel Clancy and Theo Jones. And that will be rounding out the order for the Cadet Pre-B final. Just have the pace cart out on track there, waiting for that fleet of Minimax carts to dive onto this Wilton Mill circuit and get ready for 11 minutes of racing action.
And we're going to say fingers crossed we don't see any more incidents like we saw in our pre-C finals, because some of those look nasty. Credit to the drivers who were able to get back into their carts.
Yes, great response from the marshals there. As we have run round that truncated version of Wilton Mill once again, just to get the carts all formed up, ready to go for another cadet race. It's really nice actually to watch these little Minimax carts bouncing about the circuit. They're really not slow. That was one thing that took me back, is they're certainly not slow. They're, as you say, quicker than like your average commercial cart.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, very light as well, so they kind of bump around on the curbs a little bit more. Adi Manu and Zane Perry on the front row. Adi Manu in that red suit, red helmet. Zane Perry, white suit, or pardon me, the white helmet and the black suit alongside him on the front row of the grid.
So I suspect we'll be having another lap under the pace cart just to make sure that... in fact, no, we won't. We're going to go full green straight away. So heading down those tram lines once again. And we are green away for the Cadet Pre-B final. It is Adi Manu versus Zane Perry heading down through turn 1 and turn 2. It is Adi Manu who gets a great start. In fact, a couple of cars driving wide there, but otherwise, clean getaway.
Very clean getaway as we head up towards Christmas Corner. 2 karts side by side, and that's the 37 of Oliver Harrod-Atfield from third up into first with Adi Manu directly behind him. I think Mason Turner has found a way through on Zane Perry, so Zane Perry dropping down into P4. Pardon me, that's Mason Turner up into P3, but it is Oliver Harrod-Atfield who leads the field into Parkers.
Is this still the first race by any chance?
P3 to P1, fantastic start for him. Zane Perry as well, very much in the mix here. In fact, for the first couple of tents, we have got quite a few drivers occupying the... Oh dear, we've got a slow kart.
No, Adi Manu tried to have a go up the inside into the boot, but he's actually just compromised himself. He's lost about 2-3 places, and now he's got Oliver Sanderson directly behind him, and has a couple of drivers almost going side by side into the final corner. You need to yield through there, otherwise it does end badly. Oliver Harrod-Atfield leading by nearly a second from Mason Turner. Zane Perry, though, coming under pressure from Ryan Rapini, heading up into Christmas Corner. Round the outside goes Rapini. What a move from Rapini. Has the inside into Boxing Day as well. Hats off to Rapini, up into P3.
Yeah, Oliver Harrod-Atfield really benefiting strongly from just keeping the nose clean. A few drivers actually receiving contact warnings and penalties for the end of that lap, but he benefited well there. Harry Duggan with a penalty.
Wide from Mason Turner, that's going to allow Ryan Rapini right onto his rear end, and Ryan is on an absolute charge. Can't get late enough onto the brakes to go up the inside into the boot, and I thought for a second Zane Perry was going to send it into that long right-hander, decides against it. Ollie Moody right on the back of these guys to make a 5-way battle for the race win.
Mason Turner is in a very precarious position here. What does he do? Does he decide to go hell for leather, charge towards the leader here and battle for that P1? Or does he decide, you know, I'm better off defending, keeping Ryan Rapini, keeping Zane Perry and those 3 karts behind?
He might not have a choice. Ollie Moody, or I should say Zane Perry, goes a little bit wide through Christmas. That's going to allow Moody right onto his rear end as they head through Inkermans and down the hill towards Ashby. But Harrod-Atfield is going to be starting to feel the pressure from Mason Turner, who is right on his rear end heading into Parkers.
Following along now with those 2 front runners here. It is Mason Turner, as you say, very much occupying the entire rear bumper of that go-kart now as we head down towards the end of the lap once again. Oliver Harrod-Atfield soaring at the wheel, trying to get those tyres to grip up nicely, trying to get that kart around the corner as quickly as possible before we head onto a new lap in just a moment's time. The drivers are cutting across that white line as much as they dare to try to use as much of the track as possible before we start through turn 1 once again.
Is that a little mistake I just saw from Mason Turner? And here comes Rapini. Defensive goes Turner up the hill. Rapini, he's done it once round the outside through Christmas Corner. He's got to do it again. Ryan Rapini. Christmas Corner is his baby. What a move. Once again round the outside of Christmas Corner. One of the fastest corners on the circuit.
In all of this, Zane Perry, by just staying a little bit further back in this pack battle, has been able to run quite nicely.
Wait, that's Rapini. Was that Rapini who has just gone off at Ashby's corner? He's dropped now from being in second to well behind Ollie Moody. There is Rapini. So Rapini has a lot of work to do once again, and Harrod-Atfield has a lot of space behind him.
Cone warning for Oliver Harrod-Atfield now. Not what he wants at this stage, this early stage of a race that is going his way as things stand. It's just a warning for now, not a penalty. So it doesn't matter too much, but as you say, a disaster for Rapini on that lap. Zane Perry currently, or did hold the fastest lap. Daniel Clancy now takes that accolade, currently counting a penalty himself, but he's a 57.5.
Zane Perry going up the inside of Mason Turner. Doesn't actually get the drive coming out of Fair Lady. He has to back out of it. And now he has got Ollie Moody directly behind him as Ryan Rapini is trying to close in and dragging Solomon Adeniji and the rest of the field along with him.
This battle is certainly not going to fizzle out anytime soon as we head down through the final 3 corners once again.
6.5 minutes remaining, and I think Zane Perry's now driving, looking behind him at Ollie Moody rather than trying to close in onto Mason Turner. I think Harrod-Atfield pretty much has this race win, and it's all about the battle for P2. He's not checked out. It's only about half a second, one mistake, and he's back in the clutches, and this battle goes all the way down to Paulina Winiarska in P11.
Certainly all to play for at this stage in the race. As you say, we've only got 3 seconds covering 11 positions on track, and in fact 1 second covering the top 4 as well.
And Winiarska just sets the fastest lap of the race, looking to go up the inside into Christmas corner. I think had to back out of the move. And now look at Rapini, right on the back of Moody, as they head through Inkermans and down to Ashby once more.
It's a reverse commentator's curse that we had in qualifying. It's back.
Fantastic. Mason Turner, not the best of runs coming out of Ashby. And now Zane Perry right behind him once more. And I'm just wondering, what is Ryan Rapini going to do now? I've only seen him for one race, but I absolutely love this guy. He has been pulling off some fantastic moves, and I wonder what else he has in his arsenal as he tries to find a way through Ollie Moody. Remember, the critical spots, top 2. That's what goes to the A's final.
So as you say, the pressure is really on Mason Turner's shoulders at this point, and he is responding well to that pressure. He has spent the past few minutes being absolutely hunted down now by a pack of Minimax cars behind him, and he is, I'd say he's doing well under that pressure.
He's at the 74, trying to go up the inside of the 43. It is indeed Jacob Smith up into PA and past James Finley, who is now going to come under pressure from Adi Manu. The top 5, though, still as they were. Solomon Adeniji trying to close into this battle for the race win. Less than half of a second between Oliver Harrod-Atfield and Mason Turner. That's the move. I think Ollie Moody's trying to go up the inside of Zane Perry, heading it down into Oziers. Has he done it? He has indeed, and Ryan Rapini has followed him through. So Zane Perry has dropped 2 positions as Ollie Moody goes up to 3rd. Ryan Rapini up into P4. And now these two are still right on the back of Mason Turner.
Starting a new lap then, and all of this, this pack battle has been so close together, it is hard to forget that actually that gap between Oliver Harrod-Atfield and Mason Turner is really not insurmountable. It is a very small gap, but we are dealing with such close margins in this race as Jacob Smith just sets the new fastest lap of this race, a 57.2. We could be into the 56s, which I believe will be the first time in the racing action that we've seen the drivers in a race situation actually match qualifying times if they start to tumble down furthermore.
I believe so. Ollie Moody right on the back of Turner, then heading towards Parker's corner. Ryan Rapini being patient behind these two. He has 3.5 minutes to get into the top 2. And if Ollie Moody gets a bit too aggressive finding a way through on Mason Turner, that's going to allow Rapini to get 2 positions for the price of 1. He has a little think about going up the inside into the boot, decides against it. We'll get a good run though through that double right-hander. And now we do have this 4-car train for 2nd place with Solomon Adeniji in that white helmet with the purple suit just behind them.
Mason Turner then actually closing in on Oliver Harrod-Atfield ever so slightly. Now that gap's standing at 0.6 of a second. Last time we were through the timing marker, but look at the pressure now Ollie Moody is putting on him as we head through to the later stage of the lap. It is all to play for this race lead, because at the pace Ollie Moody's running at the moment, you can't even exclude him.
And all of these drivers lapping in the mid to high 57s. They're closing in onto Oliver Harrod-Atfield once more. And it's smart that they're not battling with each other, because it's allowing them to close in onto the race leader. And that means we're going to have a lot of spicy action for our final couple of laps of the race. Mason Turner just needs to find another half a second, and he'll be right on the rear chuff of Harrod-Atfield.
There we go. We've had the first look there. What's out there?
That is Ryan Rapini going a little bit wide, and I thought for a second Zane Perry might send one up the inside through the final corner. It wasn't a good run for Rapini, but he was able to mitigate the damage as we head on to the 2nd straight once again.
Mason Turner, Ollie Moody setting the fastest laps of the race so far, as we have Ollie Moody actually getting past Mason Turner. I believe there was a little bit of contact there as it happened, but it's now Ollie Moody on track into P2. Now, as we were talking about, there's some great racecraft on display here as we get a replay of that move.
So this is heading up the hill, and that is Ollie Moody in the 41 car with a green helmet. He goes up the inside. Is that a bit late? Oh,
it's close.
It's close. It's tough.
The room was certainly left for him.
Rapini up the inside of Ollie Moody. He is up into 2nd place. So I was going to say maybe Ollie Moody gets a penalty. Rapini will inherit those top 2 spots, as that is Solomon Adeniji up the inside of the number 8 car. Gains a position, and Zane Perry trying to follow through, but it is still Oliver Harrod-Atfield who leads on the penultimate lap of the race.
we're about to say all this racecraft is allowing those drivers slightly further down the battle to maybe push towards, start setting those fast laps. As we now have, what is it here? It's another battle at the same corner.
Mason Turner going up the inside of Solomon Adeniji. That compromises Adeniji and is going to allow, I believe, Zane Perry to get involved in the action. Sorry, that's the 74 of Jacob Smith, who has been slowly charging his way up through the field. There is Jacob Smith, has to tuck in behind Adeniji, heading into Parker's and down the hill towards Ashby. But look at this battle for the lead. Rapini and Moody have really been closing in onto Howard Atfield, but Moody, will he work with Rapini? He will into the boot. They are about to head onto the final lap of the race, and this is the battle for P2, the final spot that will be heading into the A final. Out is the final lap board, and I think Oliver Howard Ratfield has enough of a gap.
Ollie has a good run here. He's not quite side by side, is he? Who's about a wheel's width, a side by side with that cart there. They are now side by side as we head into that braking zone. He has the inside. Will a move stick? No, it's going to be Ryan Rapidi. Holds it around the outside, has the curb, ever so slightly clips onto the grass here, and we're still waiting to see. It is going to be Ollie Moody in the lead of this battle between the duo at this point in time.
Great stuff from Ollie Moody. He waits for the final lap, gets back ahead of Rapini. Best opportunity to overtake is going to be down here, heading into Oziers. Too far back, though, is Rapini, and he'll have to settle for third. Maybe he can do something into the boot. Does he get the drive? Moody looking behind him, goes defensive. Rapini looking to the outside. He loves going round the outside. He does it again, has to back out of the move, can't get up the inside into the double right-hander. And now Mason Turner is going to go up the inside of Rapini, side by side through the final corner, and it's a drag to the line as Solomon Adeniji almost makes it 3 abreast, but Howard Atfield takes the win from Ollie Moody. Then it is Ryan Rapini from Mason Turner and Solomon Adeniji.
What a battle towards the end of that race. Just when we thought maybe the drivers just behind Oliver Howard Atfield are going to start working together and start, plotting his demise, they decide to start scrapping among each other once again, and it was anyone's game at that point in time. That was a fantastic battle. So it is Oliver Howard Atfield who takes the race victory there by 1.5 seconds in the end, after that fantastic scrap going on between Ollie Moody, Ryan Rapini, Mason Turner, Solomon Adeniji, Jacob Smith, rounding out the top 5 there.
Harry Duggan in 15th ahead of Aaron Hewood, Oscar Stockley King, Jacob Lamas, Adit Roy Chowdhury, Theo Jones, and Anthony, I don't know the surname. And with that, we're going to be getting ready to head into our junior lightweight Pre-B final.
So, heading into the junior Pre-B final now. Row 1 is Nick Fallon and Victor Renart. Row 2, Hudson, Gordon, Huntley, and then McKinley Coburn. Row 3, Ryan McDonald, Alexander Grace. Moving on to the 4th row then, it's Samuel Crump, Dan Treadwell. Row 5, Tom Wainwright and Charlie Walmsley Ride. Row 6, Ruben Mainlock, and then Max Mottram. Moving on to the 7th row, it's George Partridge, Christian Barber. Row 8, Yassine Ali Khan and Oliver Armija. And then moving on to row 9 is Cameron McDonald and Benjamin Rowe. Moving on to row 10, it's Josh Coombs and Connor Thompson. Row 11, Matthew Cooper and Nathan Kahn. Row 12 is Noah Goodfellow and Jack Whitehouse. So that is our grid for the junior Pre-B final. The pace cart disappears off into the distance and we head down the tram lines for another race start here at Wilton Mill. So the lights are green. It's Nick Fallon versus Hudson Gordon Huntley as we head down through that first corner. A good start for Nick Fallon, but very much under pressure from Hudson there as we have a few cars going wide, in fact, heading through turn 2 and turn 3.
Up the hill we then go, and I thought for a second the 71 was going to go for a move. The 81 of Dan Treadwell left out to dry as all cart going across the grass through Boxing Day somehow stops his cart from coming back across the track, and yeah, I think that one is a cone penalty. Did very well, though, to stop his kart from coming back in front of the entire field and causing what could have been a very nasty crash. Nick Fallon, though, coming under a lot of pressure, though, from Hudson Gordon Huntley as we're heading down side by side into the boot.
Yeah, these two haven't been side by side just yet. They might be waiting, or not exactly side by side in terms of they are, bumping into each other. They might be waiting just a little bit later on in the race. They might be thinking if we can break away from the mid pack just behind us and enjoy our own scrap
When you say that, Hudson Gordon Huntley would say, sure, let's break away now that I've overtaken Nick Fallon and I'm leading. But it's a four-way battle at the very front. Hands are up for a yellow flag. Ryan McDonald ahead of Victor Rennert. And those are your top four as Alexander Grace closing in on to this quartet at the front. And there he is in that white and red suit as Fallon's going up the inside of Hudson Gordon Huntley into Ashby Corner. Makes the move stick. And Gordon Huntley trying to search for a way to pounce back. Can't go up the inside of Parker's. And now that Fallon is back at the front, can he check out? Or will Gordon Huntley be fighting back once again?
Should mention that Gordon Huntley does in fact have a penalty now owing to contact between those two drivers there. Another penalty is Tamino Kolovecki as well, one of our protagonists from the pre-C final.
Really good stuff from Alexander Grace, trying to go up the inside of the double right-hander. Couldn't quite make it work, and in the end has to slot in behind Victor Rennert. Pardon me, I think that's McKinley Coburn. It's not Alexander Grace. Alexander Grace was, I think, the driver who went kind of sideways through Boxing Day as the 36 tries to have to go up the inside of the 28. A couple of drivers side by side heading through Boxing Day, but it's still Nick Fallon who leads from Hudson Gordon Huntley, then Ryan McDonald, Victor Rennert, and McKinley Coburn.
Fastest lap then going to Max Mottram. He's at the back end of a little bit of a pack. We're starting to see a trend here. But, you know, those drivers who aren't quite scrapping out for the P2, P3, P4, they are able to just start setting those fast laps, as we do still have a yellow flag heading through the first part of the lap here, so the drivers can't be too aggressive with each other as we head through to the end of the lap.
And look at McKinley Coburn in that number 50 again. He looked for a move up the inside of Victor Rennert into that double right-hander. He does this very often. He goes through the boot carrying a lot more speed, trying to get up the inside. We'll see whether he does it again this lap and whether he can be more successful in finding an overtake.
There is our reason for the yellow flag here, as we have a bit of contact, trading paint potentially between three carts there. We're trying to go three wide, where three carts won't stick, unfortunately.
I think that might be a penalty for McKinley Coburn. He went in a bit hot into Crispus Corner. He's gained the positions. Oh, this is a good move from Hudson Gordon Huntley. Up the inside into Parker's. Why not? Great stuff.
He already technically... no, he didn't actually. I was about to say he already technically had it on track, but no, of course, he is serving a penalty. So Nick Fallon can rest easy knowing that it doesn't really matter too much in the grand scheme of things what goes on in front of him now, as we do have a couple of penalties coming in for Christian Barber there.
I'm just wondering if Nick Fallon will be happy to take first for a penalty, or if he's going to want the pride of having taken it out on circuit.
You
Victor
always
Rennert,
want it on circuit.
You always do, but how much do you want to risk it? Becomes a question. Max Mottram has been having a really good drive up the field, currently in P4 in that number 18 kart with the white suit and the green helmet, right behind McKinley Coburn, and depending what happens up ahead, this might decide who finishes in second and advances to the Pre-A final.
One of our protagonists from the Pre-C final. Not a race to remember for him, unfortunately. Sometimes it just happens. It's Tamino Kolovecki a little bit further down the order carrying a penalty. As we have a bit of a... Oh dear, someone just about missing the grass there, heading through towards the end of the lap.
Wide from McKinley Coburn, and that's going to allow Tom Wainwright to go up his inside. They're still side by side through the double right-hander. This is going to allow Max Mottram to just pull away, and it's going to allow Ryan McDonald to try to go up the inside through the final corner. Still side by side then heading into the hook and into Oblivion. It is McKinley Coburn who has the inside for Oblivion, and they're almost 3 to 4 abreast, 4 nose to tail, and here goes the 115 of Tom Wainwright up the inside into Christmas, gets the job done on McKinley Coburn and up into P4.
Some good pace from the number 115 kart. Tom Wainwright had the fastest lap for a little while, of course, has managed to break his way up through that bit of pack battling, has a little bit of clean air in front of him now, so we should start to see some competitive laps once again.
Dan Treadwell was able to make a move on Victor Rennert. There's also a kart 120 in there, but that's not showing up on the timing, so I'm just wondering who that is for a second. I'll see if I can figure it out. Oh, sorry, it's kart 30. George Partridge. He's been having a very good race. He's been climbing up through the field, now right behind Dan Treadwell and Ryan McDonald.
As we have penalties coming in, Samuel Crum, Noah Goodfellow as well. They are next to each other on track, so I wonder if potentially a little bit of a battle that they started to enjoy too much, potentially.
Good old battling. Sometimes you just get too involved in it and you just pick up way too many penalties. Hudson Gordon-Huntley, though, putting in some very quick laps, extending his lead to Nick Fallon to nearly a second, who in turn is over a second ahead of Max Mottram. Then it's Tom Wainwright and McKinley Coburn. And then we're seeing Ryan McDonald and Dan Treadwell. Ryan McDonald with the red suit and white helmet, and George Partridge, or pardon me, Dan Treadwell is in the 81, and then just behind him is George Partridge with that green helmet.
Fastest lap of the race at the moment at 54.0. I was about to announce a 54.2, but it's a 54. It's a 53.9 for Tom Wainwright. It's not anymore. I might as well not even talk about this until all the field has made its way through. But the time's tumbling down now.
Getting some 53s in as drivers start to find a bit of clean air, start to find their rhythm. 53.8 for Oliver Armiger, a new fastest lap of the race, currently down in P12. And again, another testament just to how close the field is, the fact that you have a driver in P11 who's setting the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, it's all about, I think, even though we're in kind of, obviously in a sprint format, it's all about kind of finding those pack battles and negotiating them. Almost kind of a little bit of an endurance mindset almost.
Absolutely. Max Mottram, though, coming under pressure now from Tom Wainwright, who has dragged McKinley Coburn along with him. A three-way battle for the final podium spot in the Preview final. Further back, battling as well, a three-way battle for P7. Here we go then, through the hook and Oblivion. It's a good run for Tom Wainwright, tries to go up the inside. The inside is covered, though, by Max Mottram. Send up the inside, though, for Wainwright, up the inside. There was contact, but that's a clean overtake for Wainwright.
Yeah, there's a little bit of contact already. Some warnings for both of those drivers there, so they want to make sure they keep the nose clean for the remaining 3 minutes of the race.
And I saw Tom Wainwright pointing forward. He's saying to Max, look, don't fight with me. Let's see if we can catch up to Nick Fallon. We have the pace. Let's just not battle amongst ourselves. They have to gain about 1.5 seconds, and they only have, well, 2.5 minutes to do it.
We're watching the number 68 and 81 cars.
Oh dear. Bit of contact. George Partridge trying to sneak his way up the inside of Dan Treadwell. Dan Treadwell covering him off very early. George Partridge wasn't expecting it. His front end almost went up. It was the equivalent of a wheelie, as here comes Max Mottram fighting back on Tom Wainwright. He's going to try to hold it round the outside of Christmas and holds on to P3. Great battling between these two.
As we're following once again this battle between Tom Wainwright and Max Mottram here. I think trading some light communication there, shall we say, between the two cars.
Wainwright's just saying, look, let's try to catch up to Nick Fallon, and Max Mottram is thinking and saying, look, we've only got 2 minutes. We're not catching up to Nick Fallon in that amount of time. This is a battle for P3.
Let's just have some fun.
Exactly. And they've got a big gap back to Ryan McDonald. There is Ryan McDonald in the 68 car as the 42 and 30 are side by side. George Partridge defending from Oliver Armiger at the moment. And I think Oliver Armiger has gained the position on George Partridge, who's now having to defend from Victor Rennart. And Charlie Wormsley-Wright is now on the outside heading into Christmas Corner.
As you were alluding to before, just about how kind of consistent and strong this field is. Our fastest lap is going to be held by a driver in 25th.
Well, McKinley Coburn has dropped down the order. Remember, he was running in P3 or P2 at one point, so he has had some kind of an incident that's
he's
really
a couple laps
dropped him down the field.
What a shame to see his race come to a bit of a premature end there. Have a few co-warnings coming in now. Oliver Armiger and then Samuel Crump as well.
Penultimate lap of the race then, less than a minute remaining. Hudson Gordon-Huntley should come over the line with more than 0 seconds left. Is that a bit wide from Victor Rennart? Charles Wormsley-Wright is going to have a go up the inside, but never mind. Rennart's going to go up the inside of Partridge into Christmas Corner. What can Wormsley-Wright do from this? The two in front of him are side by side heading into Inkermans, and they're going to be 3 abreast practically. It does not go well for Victor Rennart, who drops all the way down, loses about 4 positions in the process.
Back end of his car stepping onto the grass, and of course all your grip just immediately disappears at that point, and he's got to kind of recollect the car, get it back on the tarmac, and and try his best to catch back up those 10 that he's lost. As we see up the inside, they're going to be around the outside of the number 30 kart of...
Oh, 3 abreast!
Oh, it was a bit of a concertina effect there.
How has no one spun? I have absolutely no idea. George Partridge did his standard move, going up the inside into the boo, and, well, I think it was Oliver Armiger said, well, I'll just follow you guys through then, as is that George Partridge?
Yes, I believe it is.
Yeah, that's Dan Treadwell in the 81, and George Partridge
number 30 off the track at the very last minute in this race. What a shame.
Unfortunate for him. We have a little battle heading down into Ashby. He didn't quite catch which numbers it was, but here is Hudson Gordon Huntley, who leads the race, and he's had a fantastic drive. He got past Nick Fallon twice, and after the second time, he has just led it to the flag rather calmly.
So he takes the race win on track. Nick Fallon coming home P2, but of course, penalty to serve for Hudson Gordon Huntley. So it will be Nick Fallon taking this race victory. Tom Wainwright P3 on the road, Matt Moss from P4, Ryan McDonald P5. Once again, it was an absolutely fantastic battle for the top 5 here at Wilton Mill.
Absolutely cracking stuff, and hopefully we get even more of this in our pre-A finals, and indeed in all 6 of our finals to come after that.
Finals, yeah.
The final finals, yeah.
Shame for George Partridge there. I was in the middle of saying something else about him, about how he was negotiating the boot. And then I literally waited with bated breath as it happened. I was kind of just sat there thinking, oh, this isn't going to end well. And there we go. Luckily, for most of them involved, they were able to get underway. Unfortunately for George, his race came to a premature end. So it is Hudson Gordon Huntley who will take the race win on track. Nick Fallon P2, and that is your order, as in just a moment we're going to get away for the Cadet Pre-A final.
One more pre-final, or 2 more pre-finals to go. Our pre-A final, starting off with our cadets Logan McAllister, Jake Anders on the front row ahead of Jakub Milcharski and Elijah Hazelwood. Row 3, Jamie Warner and Reese Cranston. Ayan Baga is in 7th ahead of Joao Gabriel Castro. Max Winfield and Miles Harrison make up row 5, with Jacob Matthew Brown and Blake Southern making up row 6. Christian Gonzalez Runda is on row 7 with Jonathan Fuxell alongside. Hayden Adams is on row 8 alongside Joseph Baxter. Trevor Lynn Sansom is in 17th with Joseph Mills in 18th. And those are our top 18 karts then for our A final. Logan McAllister in the 53 kart with the blue helmet, 68. Oh, pardon me, 53 is Jake Anders, who will be on the outside of Christmas. Starting on pole, Logan McAllister. How does this race start go? Someone already moving to the outside, a couple of cars side by side as they make their way through the hook and into oblivion for the first time. And that looks to be a bad start, I believe, for the blue helmet, which was, if I'm not mistaken, Elijah Hazelwood in the 40...
He's in the 55 car there. That'll be the number 48 of Joao Gabriel Castro. He's dropped down quite a bit here, as we have a penalty already for Miles Harrison coming in. That's very early on. But Logan McAllister can't rest too easy. He's only got a 10th separating him.
Yeah, Logan McAllister leads from Jakub Milcharski and Jake Anders in P3, with Elijah Hazelwood. A couple of karts running side by side as they head through Oziers and onto the back straight in the 48. That is Joao Gabriel Castro, who has had an absolutely phenomenal start. Says, look, let's think, let's close in. He's gone up to P4 after sliding down in P9 as the number 11 of Jamie Warner has dropped a few positions. So it's McAllister who leads from Milcharski, Elijah Hazelwood and Gabriel Castro.
Yes, apologies for that false information at the start there. Our timing system hadn't quite updated. As I believe we have some marshals working on something on the track here, but we're following along then with Joao Gabriel Castro, Elijah Hazelwood and Miles Harrison as well.
Yeah, Logan McAllister is maintaining his gap to Milcharski at the moment, and then Elijah Hazelwood running in P3. We'll see whether they can extend out their lead. Remember, Logan McAllister is currently leading the championship, as was that a change of position into Parker's, as the number 11 goes up the inside of 24. So Jamie Warner back through on Ayan Baga after what was, I'm sure by his standards, a rather poor start.
Logan McAllister then, of course, fastest lap of the race on that first one. Let's see what he sets now as our first proper racing lap. It's a 57.2, but we have Jamie Warner, as you say, pushing through the field quite nicely now. 57 flat already, up into P6.
Joao Gabriel Castro is having an absolute cracking race. He's up to P3, found a way through on Elijah Hazelwood. There he's on the 48 car, and it's 4 abreast of 22 of Miles Harrison. Says, I'll take that position from Elijah as well. Gains a position, and Elijah's just losing position after position, as now the 50, or Miles Harrison still battling with him, and Ayan Baga trying to follow through.
As we are cutting to a bit, is that the red arrows?
I don't know.
It's certainly some type of aerobatics display or something. The formation flight, that was very cool. That's a, oh, it's got my plane nerd kicking off now.
Yeah.
I'd like to jump on flight radar and see what they are. As Jamie Warner still holding fast lap at the moment. We're watching 55 and 22. That is Elijah Hazelwood and Miles Harrison battling out as we head on to another lap here. It was Miles Harrison who had to go a little bit, I believe it was Miles Harrison actually, had to go a little bit wide on the start finish straight. Don't want to do that too often. We've seen why. But it is now Elijah Hazelwood out in front.
And Miles Harrison, while he gained a position initially on Elijah Hazelwood into turn 1, he then lost about 4 or so positions, and there is a move from Joao Gabriel Castro up the inside of Jakub Milcharski. So really flying is Joao Gabriel Castro. Has to back off because Milcharski goes up the inside. Great switchback though, and up the inside into Oziers. Joao Gabriel Castro is wasting no time at all. He's on an absolute flyer.
Asking, let's work together now to try and catch up to Logan McAllister. I imagine in his head, Joao's got a little checklist. He's kind of, right, I've got past this driver, and now there's just one big important checkbox left, and that is Logan McAllister. He was 1.5 seconds ahead at one point, has had a little bit of a slow lap on that previous lap. There's only 3/10 now separating those two drivers, the number 48 and the number 68 here, as we head further past Oblivion now.
He lost nearly 2 seconds on the lap. Look at this battle that we have further down the field. It's absolute carnage. The 55 of Elijah Hazelwood is desperately trying to navigate his way up through the field. Someone's on the grass. Hopefully can rejoin safely. Indeed they can. That is the 27 of Jonathan Fuchsal, who's lost loads of time as Hazelwood wheel on the grass. Great catch up the inside of Reese Cranston, or maybe I should say Cranston trying to go around the outside into Parker's. There's action all over the place.
Elijah Hazelwood does unfortunately pick up a penalty for his troubles there, so that puts a bit of a damper on the rest of his race. Of course, we still have over 6 minutes to go. Jamie Warner still holds that fastest lap, of course, because all of the top-end drivers are currently very much... Oh dear, there is a spin. There's contact and a spin. That is the number 12, and that is the number 12 of who is that there?
That is Reese Cranston, who has dropped down the order, so... I saw one car in front of another car. There was nothing that the car who was doing the spinning, or who was spinny.
Good technical term.
Yeah. There was not much he could do, and not much that the car who was the spinny could do either.
Perhaps unsurprisingly, Joao Gabriel Castro at 56.9, the new fastest lap of the race. Just ever so slightly outdoing his nearest rival, Logan McAllister. They are very much in the midst of battle for this race lead now. We're also looking at the battle going on for P3 and the battle between Miles Harrison and Jacob Matthew Brown.
Well, Logan McAllister a couple of laps ago did a 59. Now he's doing 56.9s, maintaining the gap to Joao Gabriel Castro, who has gapped Jakub Milcharski. As here we have Miles Harrison, who has Jacob Matthew Brown directly behind him. Really good recovery drive this from Jamie Warner after what wasn't a particularly good start. 56.6, new fast lap of the race, and by a margin as well. Here is the 22 and 13 side by side, but the 21 of Jacob Milcharski is battling with Jamie Warner, who's trying to make his way back up into 3rd place.
New fastest lap there as well from Jamie Warner at 56.6. That is by a couple of tenths our fastest lap so far. He's really been setting in the strong laps so far this race. We should see him pushing up towards those current podium sitters. Let's see what else he can do with the remaining time in this race.
Miles Harrison trying to get a good run onto the back straight behind Jacob Matthew Brown, who just recently overtook him. The 33 of Blake Southern trying to find a way through Miles Harrison. Harrison and Southern have raced against each other many times, not just in the Club 100 Junior Championship as there's 55 and 53.
Contact between the two there, running a little bit wide on the exit of that final corner. Trevelyan set a new fastest lap there, 56.4. Also noting Joao Gabriel Castro just starting to drop off a little, potentially just putting a little bit too much energy early on to try and push his way through the field. Still a phenomenal star and really deserves the positions that he's gained there, but unfortunately now struggling against the might of Logan McAllister as Trevelyan keeps setting those fastest laps.
Consistent 56.4s, that is very impressive from Trevelyan Sanson. Currently in P10, trying to gain a few tenths to close into the back of Max Winfield, and the battle that goes up to P8, currently occupied by Rayan Baga. Here is the 13 of Jacob Matthew Brown with Miles Harrison and Blake Southern directly behind him. This is a three-way battle for P5. Jamie Warner still setting quick times, matching the pace of Logan McAllister at the front, who has really started to find his footing once again.
And it just goes bad to worse for Elijah Hazelwood, unfortunately for him. It was a very strong day so far, but unfortunately, pre-A final not delivering quite what he would have wanted, quite what he deserved, quite what he showed that he can do earlier on as well. Another penalty for him in this race. Logan McAllister, as you say, now 1.2 seconds clear, so he's got his head back down, he's settled back into a rhythm, has not let the might of Jamie Warner, Joao Gabriel Castro behind unsettle him, and has been able to charge back ahead.
Miles Harrison has been able to re-overtake Jacob Matthew Brown up into P5, trying to close in onto Jakub Milczarski. What is the gap between them? It's sitting at about a second. There you can see Miles Harrison in the 22 car. Just in front is Jakub Milczarski in the 21. That's the amount of time he needs to gain. 2.5 minutes remaining. We're looking at about 3 or so laps left here for the Cadet Lightweight Pre-A final. And Jamie Warner's on the back of Joao Gabriel Castro, so they're heading up the hill now towards Christmas Corner. The 11 is Jamie Warner. He's on the outside into Christmas, and he just goes round the outside.
Brilliant
he had such a drive out of turn 2.
Small flick of oversteer as well for Joao Gabriel Castro. That won't help matters as we head through Boxing Day and later into the lap.
Jamie Warner, maybe he can close in onto Logan McAllister. 56.4 last time round, his new personal best. 56.7 for Logan McAllister.
Oh, okay.
You can see Logan McAllister has completely checked out at the front, and then is Jakub Milczarski in P4 trying to keep Miles Harrison, Jacob Matthew Brown and Blake Southern at bay.
This is going to be his chance. He's only got 1.5 minutes to do so left on the timer, so it's going to be very cut and dry if he can do so. And at the moment, Logan McAllister just a couple of tenths ahead.
Jacob Milczarski has dropped a position as Miles Harrison moves up into P4, and they're still side by side. Miles Harrison in that blue helmet should get a clear run through Oblivion, through the kink of Fine Lady. There you go, it is so close. 6 carts nose to tail. No changes in position into Christmas Corner this time round. Harrison ahead of Milczarski and Jacob Matthew Brown. Then it's Blake Southern, Ayan Baga and Max Winfield.
The train of carts there, just so close, being led, of course, by that number 22 of Miles Harrison.
And he changes 4 positions. The 24 goes up. The inside bit of contact as Ayan Baga tries to find a move on Blake Southern, who got compromised trying to overtake Jacob Matthew Brown himself. Here we go then through the boot. The 11 of Jamie Warner has Joao Gabriel Castro still directly behind him. 13 and 21 side by side through the final corner as Jacob Matthew Brown and Jacob Milczarski battle for P5.
And this will be our last lap now. Actually, number 33 cart, the number 33 of Blake Southern, just looking up the inside before we head up towards Christmas. Wasn't able to think about a move just yet. Always best to play with sensible option.
Brown going defensive down into Ashby. Switch back here for the 33, but he's on the outside heading into Parker's. Going to have to yield, and that's going to give an opportunity now for Trevelyan Sanson to gain a position. There goes the 21 of Milczarski up the inside of Jacob Matthew Brown, if I'm not mistaken. But here is Logan McAllister rounding the final few corners.
That's been a fantastic drive for him. Was under pressure ever so slightly, but was able to respond to that pressure and does take the race victory. Closely behind, though, Jamie Warner, Joao Gabriel Castro after a fantastic charge through the field. And Miles Harrison as well, fantastic battling. He comes home P4, and then riding out the top 5 we have Jacob Matthew Brown.
Jacob Miltowski will take P6 ahead of Blake Southern, Trevelyan Sanson, Max Winfield and Ayan Biger completing the top 10. Then it's Jake Anders, Elijah Hazelwood, Joseph Mills and Oliver Harrod Atfield completing the top 14. So Logan McAllister taking his 3rd win of the season. Ollie Moody in 15th ahead of Jonathan Fuxell, Christian Gonzalez Runde, Reese Cranston, Hayden Adams and Joseph Baxter. And with that, we are going to be heading on in to our final pre-A final, which is for the juniors. Welcome back everyone for our junior lightweight pre-A final. Dan Munro starts on pole with JJ Hind alongside Nathan Crowley starts in 3rd alongside Samuel Masters. Matthew Bolton and Brady Pollock complete the top 6. 7th is Jake Renshaw ahead of Leo French, then it's Finn Davies and James Reynolds. Raphael Mingo and Toby Street are on row 6. Ben Smiles and Max Papworth on row 7 with Rory O'Regan and Lewis Davis on row 8. Tom Smith and Bertie Bream complete row 9. Aronas Sarkis and Ben Foden make up row 10 with Ollie Hardy and Salvador Newman completing row 11. Well, we have seen some absolutely fantastic battling so far today, Reeve, and I'm sure our junior pre-A final is going to be no exception whatsoever.
It has been absolutely no holds barred for those battles for the lead or the podium, anything like that. It has been oh so close between some of these drivers. As we have a look now, heading down the start-finish straight in just a moment.
And we are racing up. Apologies that we can't quite see the battling, but it is Daniel Munro and JJ Hind who are 1st and 2nd heading up the hill into Christmas. A late move from Samuel Masters and a fantastic move as that's the number 8 further down the field.
Oh dear. Contact further down the field there. One of the car's actually jumping up off its axle. That's not the quickest way around the track. Is it JJ?
Yeah, he's gone from a 3rd place trying to battle with Samuel Masters and dropping all the way down the field. He's going to have so much work to do. There's a huge cluster of cars trying to navigate their way through Parkers. How it's not ending in disaster, I don't know. JJ Hind trying to go round the outside now. Oh, one car really flying onto the curb. Someone collected a tyre cone. I don't know how the marshals are going to be identify who that was. A driver trying to pull their cart out of the grass on the exit of Oblivion, but it is Daniel Munro who leads from Samuel Masters. There's JJ Hind who ends up squeezing the 106 of Finn Davies onto the grass on the entry into the final corner. Hopefully for him, he doesn't get a penalty for that one.
Yeah, that was a bit of an eclectic race start, shall we say. Plenty of red, yellow sectors, of course, to start this lap, but this has been a good start for Daniel Munro. 1 second clear of the field already. 1.1 seconds down to Samuel Masters, of course. Samuel up in P2 after that brilliant lap at one move. Penalty for Brady Pollock. He is running in P3 at the moment, so a shame to see his race coming to a bit of a premature end there owing to that penalty. He's going to have to fight just a little bit harder in order to try and work for a podium.
JJ has a lot of work to do down in P9, right behind Nathan Crowley. Remember, JJ was the only one who was able to get close to Daniel's lap time in qualifying. Daniel Munro, right at the end, managed to hit JJ's lap time. What was it, a 53.0 for Munro, 53.1 for JJ. As up the inside goes to 65. That might give an opportunity to Mr. JJ Hind. 3 abreast heading into the hook. Oh, this could end so badly. It's still 3 wide. JJ's being squeezed out wide. That's going to allow the 48 of Rory O'Regan to gain about 4 positions. And following him through is Ben Foden heading into Christmas corner. JJ's going to make it 3 abreast, trying for the outside in Christmas, but he's just going to lose the position now to Max Papworth as well, as James Reynolds is in that yellow suit just behind in the 70 car. Goes up the inside into Ashby as well. Nick Fallon has been making steady inroads up through the field, up into 20th, as up the inside of Papworth goes JJ Hind, and into the left-hander of Ozias. This is crazy battling, Reeve.
It was. He's being very brave there. JJ was not going to relent, even for 1 second. Has a look up the inside, late on the brakes. Fantastic moves ahead now through the boot, looking over his shoulder just to see where his rival is, and that answer is behind, very much behind as we get back onto that start-finish straight. And Samuel Masters posting those fastest laps once again. But JJ Hind, no holds barred on that last lap.
Quick question, move of the day, outside of Christmas that we saw earlier on, or that send into the boot?
I'm going to have to give it the send into the boot, to be honest.
That was brave. I hope we can get an action replay of that, because I kind of looked away, looked back, and saw JJ up the inside from seemingly nowhere. He's now on the back of Ben Foden and Rory O'Regan. Oh yes, we do have a replay. So this is then coming out of Ozier's, and let's have a look at this send. Sold the dummy as well.
Brilliant move. Seized his opportunity as soon as he could.
In fairness, he was closer than I had originally thought, so I'm going to stick with the outside of Christmas being my favourite move of the day, but still a fantastic move nonetheless from JJ.
Daniel Monroe responding to the charge of Samuel Masters behind with a new fastest lap of this race at 53.8, building that gap up to now just about over half a second, which based off the racing we've seen so far today is an absolute chasm. That half a second, of course it's not, it's very easily surmountable. Let's see how Samuel Masters plays out this race. He doesn't have to worry too much about Brady Pollock behind, because Brady's got a penalty to serve, so he can very much focus, can Samuel, on trying to catch up to that car in front.
Ben Foden goes up the inside of Nathan Crowley, who had just in turn lost the position to Rory O'Regan, and that's going to be the 65 not having a good exit, and JJ has lost a position, I believe, to Finn Davies. The pair of them then overtaking the 65 Nathan Crowley, who has lost about 45 places in the space of a few corners. Daniel Monroe definitely answering Samuel Masters the gap, 7/10 at the front of the field, and they in turn are over a second clear of Brady Pollock in P3, and then Matthew Bolton. And there is Ben Foden ahead of Finn Davies and JJ Hind heading through Christmas Corner in the battle for P8.
Goes to show just how competitive this field is. We're watching some thrilling action for P8 here at Wilton Mill.
Through into Parker's they go, and then down towards Ozier's. Ben Foden, is he closing in onto Rory O'Regan? I don't think that was a good exit for Ben Foden. Might make him susceptible now to Finn Davies, and indeed it does. Davies goes up the inside, compromises himself, and JJ will take the opportunity to bite back and find a way back to Finn Davies once more. But Finn Davies, incredibly brave to hold it round the outside of the final corner and hold on to the position. Nathan Crowley is right on the back of JJ Hind once again. Then it's a large gap down to this battle, which is being led by Max Papworth.
So near enough 3 wide, it's currently 2 wide. Max Papworth, of course, leading that small battle. Tom Wainwright very much elbows out, trying to get ahead of this pack, because once you clear this pack, he's pretty much, he can run away scot-free and start thinking about those higher positions.
Now, Daniel Monroe won both of the heats, or I should say both of the finals, last time out here at Wilton Mill. Can he do it again over Samuel Masters? It was Samuel Masters who finished second in both heats.
Tom Wainwright having a look around up the inside, and makes it stick as the number 39, of Ben Smile is going to have to work very hard in order to make that move, stick around the outside without falling foul of the curbs through the final corner there. So great move from Tom Wainwright, and he does fall foul of some curbs.
That's JJ trying to go around the outside into Christmas. He puts his hand up, but JJ, I mean, we didn't see the start of it, but through Christmas that looked like perfectly fine defending to me from Finn Davies. And Ben Smiles just got sideways as he had James Reynolds going up his inside into oblivion. Somehow kept that kart from going horribly wrong. Just keeping my eyes on Nick Fallon, who came, what was it? Was it second in the previous heat? In our pre-B final. I can't remember. I'm trying to remember who won the pre-B final. It wasn't Tom Wainwright, was it? Either way, Rory O'Regan now ahead of Raphael Maingott in P6. So that's one position going the way of Rory. And that is the 98 of Nick Fallon. There is a 67 and 90 Matthew Bolton being hunted down by Jake Rainshaw. by Jake Renshaw.
Jake Renshaw, of course, hoping not to stumble like we saw earlier on in our Paddock show, where we very kindly, let's say kindly, I mean very unfairly, challenged him to a sprint. I say we, I mean Yousuf, challenged them to a bit of a sprint race. And if you saw the Paddock show, you'll know it didn't quite go his way.
Who was he racing against? It was a Max something, wasn't it?
To be honest, I can't remember. He's currently racing against the number 67 of Matthew Bolton. They're going to be near enough side by side. He has to back away just for the moment. JJ Hines setting that fastest lap. Perhaps unsurprisingly, he has been on an absolute charge this entire race. Having a look up the inside brake board, thinking maybe the outside works a little bit better, but still is behind either way.
JJ Hines, new fast lap, 53.3. Maybe a move into Ashby's. But no, backing out of it is Jake Renshaw. Daniel Monroe still leading by 1.1 seconds to Samuel Masters, who is being reeled in by Brady Pollock. JJ Hines right on the back now of Finn Davies. As credit to Ben Foden, he has closed in onto Raphael Mingott. As up the inside goes Matthew Bolton, as he continues to defend from Jake Renshaw.
Fastest lap of this race then taken back by Daniel Monroe at 53.3, just up on the top of the screen there, as it looks to be. Have we got a slightly slow kart through the first corner? No, maybe it's just my eyes deceiving me. The number 5 car there, I wasn't quite sure if there was an issue with Ben Foden's car. It seems to be.
It is. Ben Foden's dropped down the order. He was running in P8 and he's now dropped down to P13. So Ben Foden probably, I'm going to presume, try to go side by side with Rory O'Regan into the hook or into Crook and Oblivion, and has pretty much either gone on the grass and had to back out or had a half spin. But he has lost a lot of time. Here is JJ Hines now behind Raphael Mingott in this battle for P7.
Samuel Masters, we thought maybe the challenge of Samuel would prove difficult for Daniel Monroe. It hasn't happened just yet, but now with 55 seconds to go on the clock, Samuel Masters beginning to hunt Daniel down. There's about a 1.5 second gap between P1, P2, another 2 second gap then between Samuel and Brady Pollock. Brady carrying a penalty, of course, and then we have Matthew Bolton, Jake Renshaw just close to behind.
Raphael Mingott has dropped 2 positions as both JJ Hines and Finn Davies find a way through. Davies goes to the outside as Hines goes defensive into Ashby corner. That's going to allow for a switchback. Still on the outside is Finn Davies heading into Parker's. It's a good run coming out, and I think that should be the position for Finn Davies, although Hines going to hold it around the outside of Ozier. A little push then from Raphael Mingott as he tries to push Finn Davies through. He does do so, but he can't get through on JJ himself.
So then, starting the last lap, of course, and this has been a very quick 11-minute race. It's absolutely flown by, as have all of the pre-finals. We move in a little bit to the proper finals for round 2 here at Wilton Mill. And there's still plenty of battling in this race, despite how late we are into it.
JJ now behind Finn Davies once more. Is there any way through? Or is he going to have to settle for P8? JJ is going to be kicking himself. He started on the front row of this race. Bit of bad luck into turn 1, turn 2. Didn't fully see what happened, really.
But we see now Daniel Monroe coming across the line to take the pre-A final victory. Samuel Masters closely behind P2, Brady Pollock P3 on the road. Then not too far behind at all. We have Matthew Bolton, Rory O'Regan, and then Jake Renshaw losing out on P5 on that last lap. Finn Davies coming home P7, JJ Hines P8. So in the end, a fairly tumultuous race for him. A bit of a roller coaster. And then we have Raphael Mingott in P9, and then Nathan Crowley rounding out the top 10. So that doesn't only round out the top 10, that rounds out the pre-finals for the cadets and the juniors here for round 2.
Absolutely. Our pre-finals done, and our next race is going to be the C final of the cadets. Then we'll have C final of our juniors. Then we'll move into our B finals, and we'll be ending the day with our 2A finals. But cracking racing.
Yeah, the pre-finals have certainly delivered, and makes me look forward even more to the finals coming up just ahead now.
Fantastic stuff. So I think with that, I believe we're going to be taking a short break on the stream. We're going to be back in about... Oh, actually, no, we're not. The cadets are already ready.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we're heading straight into the finals, of course. Cool. So, it is now time to head straight into our Cadet C final. So, row 1 then, Daniel Munro. Oh, no, apologies, that's the wrong grid. I can say that it is Thomas Barker, Tom Justice. Row 2, Oscar Blakeman, Matthew Lederer. Row 3, Jack Shelley, Tim Shaheeney. Moving on then to row 4, it's Samuel Chilton and then Callum Wood. Row 5, Thomas Walker, Leo Edgar. Moving on to row 6 is Hugh Hobson and Dimitri Borowski. Moving on to row 7, it's Joey Mims, Bobby Peters. Row 8, Tabitha Mellor and Archie Peach. Row 9, Fawaz Adra and Charlie Williams. And then we have Rian Roy Chowdhury and Toby Paris to round out row 10. So we have the cart on the warm-up lap already, and we're ready to head straight into these finals by the looks of things.
Absolutely. Thomas Barker and Tom Justice on the front row. It's an all-Tom front row of the grid. Thomas Barker in that 65 cart, the orange suit and white helmet. Tom Justice, red suit and the blue, white and red Zappa helmet. Through the final corner we go, and we are racing. It's a good start then for the 65 of Thomas Barker and Matthew Lederer, trying to follow Thomas Barker through, side by side actually, through Oblivion with the 57 of Tom Justice, and that's allowing Barker to pull away the 30 of Matthew Lederer. Now looking to the outside into Christmas corner, and just behind him is Jack Shelley in P4.
Yeah, Tom Barker then doesn't have much gap to worry about all there, as we have the number 72 car, Fawaz Adra, having a look up the inside of Archie Peach. Great early move there, progressing through the field nicely at this early stage in the race.
Through Ozias they go, and it is side by side between Thomas Barker and Tom Justice. Justice on the outside heading into the boot. Looks for a little switchback. Can he get up the inside into the final corner? I don't think he can, but it's a good run for Jack Shelley. He goes up the inside of Matthew Lederer and up into P3.
Yeah, Jack Shelley, great move there. Matthew Lederer losing out a little bit on that lap overall. As we have a bit of an off there, that's the number 30 cart of Matthew Lederer. He's dropped back quite a few positions as a result. Great recovery though. That's the theme of the day, I think. Some fantastic recoveries so far.
I think he just thought the grass was a bit too long on the exit of Oblivion. Thought, you know what, let's trim that down a tad. Here comes the 65, trying to have a go up the inside of Parker's. And sorry, Tom Justice has found a way through on Thomas Barker. So Tom Justice is now leading the race. Jack Shelley in P3 trying to close in onto this duo. But Tom Justice, your new race leader in the Cadet C final.
Yeah, strong start to this lap for Tom Justice. Now, as we can see, if these two stuck in the middle of their battling, we see Jack Shelley is hunting them down, closing right back up as we head on to the start-finish straight once again, getting ready to have a bit of a battle for the lead of this race. And we can see just behind us, another theme of the day, just behind these kind of top three battles for the lead, we have a battle of 4,000 other karts who are fighting for P4 or P3, a spot on the podium.
There goes Barker again, this time trying to look round the outside of Christmas corner. And that one does not work out for him. These two can probably pull away from Jack Shelley if they start working together. Remember, the top two will be advancing into the B final. Down into Ozias they go, and Jack Shelley right on the back now of Thomas Barker. Gets a much better run as well. Going to pull up to the outside of Barker, heading into the boot. Will hang it round the outside of the boot as Thomas Barker looks for a switchback. Does indeed find a switchback, and Tom Justice will look behind him with a little smile under his helmet.
Starting new lap, Tom Justice, of course, taking fastest lap as he does so as well, just as a message to his rivals there.
Over a second lead now for Tom Justice. Can Jack Shelley find a way through on Barker's? Here comes the 45 or Samuel Chilton up the inside of Leo Edgar, I believe, if I'm not
Callum Wood,
mistaken.
Timmy Shaheeney as well in the mix there, having a look up the inside.
There is the 45 of Samuel Chilton, with Matthew Lederer directly behind, and then behind Lederer is Dmitry Borovsky. Borovsky.
Heading then down towards the boot, it's the number 30 of Matthew Lederer. Does carry that a penalty, but wants to try and ensure he holds as good of a position as possible to negate that. But looking up the inside, it is Leo Edgar. For a brief moment, thought he might have been able to get the move done, but played the safeguard, I think. Very much playing the safeguard by opting out of it, heading through that final corner. Tom Justice, another fastest lap for him, as we have a penalty for Fawaz Azra. And then just behind Leo Edgar and Matthew Lederer is Callum Wood. Callum Wood leading his own little kind of trio there of himself, Samuel Chilton, Hugh Hobson as well.
Down into Ashby's they go once more. The gap at the very front. Oh, cart spun. Who is that? That is one of the front runners. Is that Thomas Barker?
We will see in just a moment.
I think it
Anyway,
is,
it was fairly sudden.
I think he's had a spin coming out of Ashby. Wheel on the grass maybe. Rear end snaps out on you.
Very easy to do. We were saying about just how much drivers have been putting in these impressive recoveries, but eventually one of them is going to go awry, and by the looks of things, yeah, you're right, it's Thomas Barker dropping right down the order. What a shame, his race coming to a premature end there. Jack Shelley, rather, currently now in second position. Timmy Shaheeney up into third.
Shaheeney has Leo Edgar right behind him, and Matthew Lederer goes up the inside of Edgar into Christmas corner. Matthew tries to gain as many spots as possible. This is now the battle for P4. Oh, sorry, the battle for P3.
Yeah, Leo Edgar able to actually get in front as someone is off there. That is the number 60, the number 60 of Rian Roy Chowdhury, and he is absolutely devastated by the looks of things. What a shame. It must be so kind of gut-wrenching to see your race basically get ended as you sit there on the grass, somewhat helpless to do anything. So my heart goes out, really.
Absolutely. It's never pleasant as a driver to be in that situation. Leo Edgar finding a way back through Matthew Lederer. Lederer now on the outside up the hill towards Christmas corner, but it's going to be Leo Edgar who goes up the inside of Shaheeney. Shaheeney, very patient, just looks for the switchback, but keep your eyes on Lederer behind the duo. Lederer on the outside, doesn't opt for the switchback of the pair of them. That does allow Leo Edgar back up into P3.
In terms of pace at the moment, then, he is lapping very similarly indeed to Timmy Shaheeney, of course, hence why we've been enjoying this battle. But in terms of Jack Shelley as well, only a couple of tenths off. That last lap was very strong from Jack Shelley, but in terms of their best, not too much between them at all.
For a second, Callum Wood was going to find a... Callum Wood has found a way through on the 26 of Timmy Shaheeney. Callum Wood now up into P5, Samuel Chilton in P7 ahead of Hugh Hobson, Thomas Barker and Thomas Walker.
We've had a black flag for Matthew Lederer, our first black flag of the racing action today, I believe, which is good going, I suppose, but unfortunately the marshals decided it's time just to make a couple of points clear, which is, you know, it can be a very positive thing, and it'll be back in the way no time, I am sure.
Still being led though by Tom Justice, just over a second clear of Jack Shelley, and it's Leo Edgar a further 2.7 seconds behind.
Yeah, got that nice, strong early lead in for Tom Justice, and has enjoyed the last few minutes of relative comfort in comparison to what's going on for the rest of the field. Jack Shelley as well has got a second to make up to Tom Justice, but if he's unable to do so, he has a nice 5-second gap down to P3, so he can be fairly happy with how things are going in his kart.
Still just over 1 second. There's that potential move then happening into Christmas corner. they will head through Boxing Day and then down Inkermans into Ashby. As Thomas Barker fights with Hugh Hobson. Is that a issue there for?
No, I think we have a couple of drivers just kind of letting each other know what's going on track and kind of where they are, how they're kind of planning to continue the rest of their race. Not speaking of the rest of the race, not too much to go in this one. It's 2 minutes left on the clock. Tom Justice currently leading, although Jack Shelley very much hunting him down as we're having a look at the moment of the battle going on between 88 and 45. Sam Chilton, Hugh Hobson, as I believe having a brief look at side by side here. It is Hugh Hobson who is just behind Sam Chilton here as we're going to head up to Christmas in just a moment. In fact, no, it's going to be Sam Chilton far more concerned with what was going on with that kart, blue suit up in front. Meanwhile, Jack Shelley only 0.5 of a second apart now between him and Tom Justice, so it's all happening in the late stages of this race. Once again, it's still all to play for.
There they go then, down into Oziers as we're having a look at the 57 of Tom Justice. 1 minute 20 seconds remaining, and Jack Shelley has been reeling him in all race long. Credit to Jack Shelley for what has been an absolutely fantastic drive. Onto the penultimate lap of the race we go.
Absolutely steamed on by has the penultimate lap of this race. As we're seeing it back now between the number 57 Tom Justice and Jack Shelley. Jack Shelley having a brief look around the outside. He's going to swap around this time, have the inside, but as we head up past through Christmas and Boxing Day, it's a complete switcheroo here as we're seeing like kind of side-by-side action darting to either side of the track to try and find a potential overtaking opportunity now. And it is still Tom Justice just about in the lead of this race, but Jack Shelley has been putting in an almighty effort. So we're going to head down towards the final part of the lap. The boost coming up in just a moment as we have Tom Justice looking over his shoulder. He's going to have the outside potentially as Jack Shelley knows going to back off instead. Having a look up the inside now as we head through the final couple of corners. In fact, it's going to be Jack Shelley just playing his cards, keeping his cards close to his chest, just waiting for that right moment to pounce. Decided it wasn't on that previous lap, but will it be on this, the last lap now?
Well, he doesn't have much time left to keep his to reveal his cards. He has to do it now because it is the final lap of the race. Justice goes defensive. Shelley looks to the outside into Christmas corner, and again, Shelley going to look for the switchbacks and look to go up the inside. Coming through Inkermans, is he close enough? He looks to the inside, backs out of the move down into Ashby. Very tricky corner to overtake, especially if you outbrake yourself. Can end in disaster. Shelley, though, still behind Tom Justice. And this is my favourite corner to overtake, up the inside into Oziers. But Shelley will be forced to sit behind as we head towards the boot. Look over the shoulder from Tom Justice. He will brake, and there is no Shelley on his inside. So Tom Justice knows that he pretty much has a hand on the race win, and he will navigate his way through the final corner to take the Cadet Lightweight C final win ahead of Jack Shelley. Leo Edgar will be coming home in P3. You can see Leo Edgar and Callum Wood in the back of your shot. Here's the 45 and the 49 and the 26 as well. So Samuel Chilton and Timmy Shahini duking it out with each other coming through the last turn.
Thomas Walker eventually winning out in that battle. Samuel Chilton climbing as well up into P6 in the end. Timmy Shahini P7, Joey Mims P8, Dmitry Borovsky P9, and Fawaz Adra rounding out in P10. But I believe Fawaz may have a penalty. I could be mistaken there. He might have a penalty to serve. But a couple of penalties to, yes, he does. A couple of penalties to account for in this race, of course. But on the road, it is Tom Justice who takes the race victory in the end. Jack Shelley oh so close behind. That charge that looked near enough impossible, he was able to put on, and it was a fantastic fit as well. And then we have a fairly big gap from P1 and P2 down to Leo Edgar, Callum Wood, Thomas Walker, Samuel Chilton, Timmy Shahini, Joey Mims, Dmitry Borovsky, Fawaz Adra, Hugh Hobson, Charlie Williams, Thomas Barker, Tabitha, and then we have Archie Peach, and then we have Bobby Peters, Rian Roy Chowdhury, and Matthew Lederer rounding out the running for the Cadets C final. So in just a moment, we're going to move over to the Junior C final. So then, ready on the grid for the junior lightweight C final. It is Alex Brooks and Marcus Allen on row 1. Row 2, Josh Spence, Vigo Swan. Row 3, Santiago Arteaga Bruce and Giovanni Cassell Joseph. Moving on to row 4, it's Toby McAllister Brown, Sammy Barnes. Row 5, Christopher Wilkinson, Hayden Lowe. Row 6, Finley Marshall and Dan Hillier. Moving on to row 7, Callum Costley, Samuel Davidson. Row 8, Tom Walker and Avika Biju. Moving on to row 9, it's Joe Robertson, Alex Soper. Moving on to row 10, Edgar Amenidarius Bocanegra and then Harry Clark. Row 11, Joe Craddock. Row 11 and then Joe Craddock, Archie O'Reilly. Row 12, Jacob Elling and then Harry Laffer. And then moving on to row 13, it's Leo Cudson and Baxter Rawlings. Row 14, Noah O'Baldiston and then Harley Hillier. Moving on to row 15, it's Henry Lopez Gracie and Billy Raymond. And then moving to the race in just a moment's time. That is the entire grid, and we are ready to go. It's a green light and we are away. Marcus Allen, Alex Brooks running down through turn 1. Great start for Marcus Allen, boxing off Vigo Swan, who is up into P2. Great start for him. Alex Brooks losing out now, battling it out with in fact, he's a few carts back. Where is Alex Brooks gone? It's Giovanni Cassell Joseph who has benefited from that alongside Joe Spence as well.
Oh, one driver off on to the grass as well. Will rejoin slowly so that they don't collect the field, as that's a spinner down into Ashby corner. Who was that? I'm not quite sure, but they were going backwards at the apex. There's another spinner as well. I'm sure we'll find out at the end of the opening lap, but it is Marcus Allen who leads. Oh, how has he caught that rear end? That was a save and a half from Marcus Allen, who was under pressure from Alex Brooks. And, well, Marcus Allen has a lot of work to do now if he wants to get back to the front.
He has a penalty now as well for his troubles. Giovanni Cassell Joseph also gaining a penalty on that one. Not the cleanest getaways for this race. So it's Vigo Swan leading then. Giovanni Cassell Joseph, penalty under his belt, of course. Christopher Wilkinson, Hayden Lowe, Josh Spence after this race start.
The 53 was going a bit defensive. That's Josh Spence, who knows that Alex Brooks is directly behind him. Finley Marshall has a contact warning. There he is on your screen in that white/silver suit.
Oh, big off.
Ooh, 4 carts involved in an incident at Christmas Corner. One of them is Noah Osbaldiston, whose day is just going from bad to worse at the moment.
Yellow flags for that one.
54 and 53. Still Josh Spence and Alex Brooks. Is that Alex Brooks now ahead of Josh Spence? And
that's not something we see every day.
That is what we call a flat tyre.
That'll be owing to maybe owing to any contact that was happened there, or perhaps that issue caused the contact that we saw. We didn't watch it on board, unfortunately, as we have a penalty coming in for Billy Raymond, so I presume that was to do with that incident. But I can't say I've seen that too often, to be honest.
No, same here. But Vigo Swan leading by 2 seconds over Christopher Wilkinson and Giovanni Cassell Joseph. So big advantage. Alex Brooks, though, making his way through the field up into P5 and trying to close in onto Hayden Lowe. The question is, can anyone close into Vigo Swan at this point?
No, this is one of the strongest race starts we've seen for quite some time now. He's clearly demonstrated what he can do on the first couple of laps, and now just needs to maintain a consistent pace. And he'll be, I am sure, hoping and praying that all the other drivers behind end up embroiled in their own battles, and he can just rest easy for the rest of this race if things go his way. But let's have a look now. We're following the number 11 cart of Giovanni Cassell Joseph, followed very close behind by the number 37 car, heading through the boot now.
And there goes Vigo Swan through turn 1, and then this 4-way battle. Giovanni Cassell Joseph, Christopher Wilkinson, Hayden Lowe, and Alex Brooks. Alex Brooks in the 54 car at the very back of it. Oh, that's contact going up the hill. I have never seen that before. And, oh, dearie me, that was Hayden Lowe.
We'll get a replay of that now. Watching him head through right over the curbs. There he goes. There was contact between 2 carts, so that was what caused that.
Did the 37 of Christopher Wilkinson see the yellow flag and lift on the straight, which caught out Hayden Lowe, who wasn't expecting it? Because yellow flag, yes, you're meant to slow down. You don't tend to do it in the middle of a straight, if that is what happened. It may not have been the case. Yeah, I'm
not quite sure. It just looked like 2 cars closing in, and they were closer than expected by both drivers, I think. So what a shame to see his race come to an end. You saw his frustration in the kart as he slapped his hands together and immediately jumped out to try and recover it. He will be able to recover it, of course. It will be quite difficult to do so in that grass, and it will cost him quite a lot of time, as we'll see Hayden Lowe's name dropping down the order there.
Yeah, he's dropped behind the entire field. It's just Jacob Elaine and Noah Balderston who are behind him, and they were involved in that lap 1 incident. Noah Balderston with the puncture, as that is the 53. That's Josh Spence. What's happened to Josh Spence? He's going very slowly. Has he picked up the pace again? He has indeed. So he has come out, I think, down in about P10 or so, as here is the 83, having a little go up the inside of the 17. So it's 14.
Christopher Wilkinson currently fastest man on track at 54.6 on that previous lap. They are doing their utmost to close the gap up to Vigorous One. It hasn't worked out so far. Crystal Wilkinson, though, currently embroiled in a battle with Giovanni Castle-Joseph, of course. We are watching that now. In fact, I believe Crystal Wilkinson has cleared Giovanni at this point.
Josh Spence trying to go up the inside of Joe Robinson into Christmas Corner. Has to back out the move. Vigorous One still leading, 2.5 seconds clear of, I believe it's Christopher Wilkinson has made a move on Giovanni Castle-Joseph, and then it is Alex Brooks in P4 who is continuing to charge his way up through the field.
In all of this, Vigorous One's lead only increases. 2.5 seconds now at this stage in the race. We're about halfway stage. In fact, we've just passed the exact halfway stage of this race, and it's looking good for Vigorous One at this point in time. Set another fastest lap just to make sure. Oh dear, big off there. There was contact between two cars. Not quite sure who that is. We should see them tumbling down the order in just a moment. It's in number 43. 43 of Harry Clark there. What a shame.
He might get in trouble for that as well, because he got the kart started on the grass. I don't know the rules, but over in the Club 100 Adult Championship, if you get the kart going from a standstill on the grass, that is a penalty.
We will wait to see what the marshals and the stewards decide here as we have a look at what's going on elsewhere in the field. Marcus Allen, fastest kart on track at this point in time, a 54.3. We're currently watching Christopher Wilkinson currently running in P2 under pressure from Alex Brooks. So Alex Brooks is on an absolute charge. Great defence from Christopher Wilkinson as we're heading through the boot now. And that was very close indeed for Alex Brooks. Unfortunately, didn't quite happen on this lap. Giovanni Castle-Joseph gets back in front of him now and will be hunting down Christopher Wilkinson if he can. But by the way this is looking, this could be very good indeed for Christopher, because there's now a battle going on for P3.
Exactly. Finley Marshall slowly closing in. Oh, Alex Brooks.
Bit of oversteer.
You can't go that late up the inside, and that's going to cost him his chances of making it into the B final.
Drops back, loses a few seconds, does a bit of lawn mowing as well for the groundskeepers. It's not exactly how you ideally want a race to go.
Christopher Wilkinson now just checking out in second place as this three-way battle between Castle-Joseph, Allen and Marshall continues for third position.
Speaking of checking out, 4.5 seconds now the gap between Vigorous One and Christopher Wilkinson in all that battling for P2. He's just been able to romp away, just quietly lapping in the 54s and consistently lapping in the 54s, one of the few karts to do so in this race.
Track limits warning for Alex Brooks. What do you reckon that was?
I can only possibly imagine.
The Vigorous One just driving the wheels off his kart right now, as here comes Giovanni Castle-Joseph, still right on the back of Marcus Allen. Marcus Allen has been really on a stormer recently. Can he close in though? The 1 second to Christopher Wilkinson in the 37 kart. There is Christopher Wilkinson at the front of the train, and then it is Marcus Allen and Giovanni Castle-Joseph behind, with Finley Marshall, as Christopher Wilkinson, he just lost a second on the straight. What is going on with Christopher Wilkinson?
He's just lost a few positions heading through the boot there now as we start the next
Does he have damage?
I'm not quite sure. Marcus Allen now leading this pack battle. Giovanni Castle-Joseph now in P3 on the road. Finley Marshall in P4. Christopher Wilkinson potentially dropping back.
He's managed to pick up the pace again. I'm just wondering if he had a really bad run through Osiers and whether that allowed the field to just catch up past him, and then he was just a sitting duck on the outside through the boot. But either way, it's Marcus Allen now who's leading Finley Marshall, looking for the outside into Parker's. will go for the switchback on Giovanni Castle-Joseph. Can't get up the inside into Ozus.
Couple of curb warnings coming in now for number 87 Barnes there.
Ooh, very nice move from Wilkinson to go up the inside of Finley Marshall into the second part of the boot. Saw the door open and gave it a cheeky little send. We've got 1.5 minutes remaining. Vigor Swan just needs to bring this home. And this is one of the biggest leads we've seen today, 6.5 seconds.
Yeah. It will be the biggest lead we've seen so far. He has absolutely dominated this race. Excellent racecraft, got away when he needed to, and was able to capitalise on the misfortunes of some other drivers here, and has been reaping the rewards for it, really. Is lapping very nicely out there.
Toby McAllister-Brown going up the inside of Josh Spence into Ashley Corner. There is McAllister-Brown. We'll see them making their way through Parkers. This group being led by the 83 of Santiago Ortega Bruce. Dropping a warning out for Joe Craddock. Just over a minute remaining. I think we are indeed on to the last lap of the race. So Viggo Swan, last lap now, leading still by 6.5 seconds over Marcus Allen. And Viggo Swan will be seeing a B final in about 15 minutes time.
Absolutely then, number 54, still very much under pressure here. Alex Brooks, Dan Hillier enjoying the battle even on the very last lap.
You say enjoying, he's going to be very, very upset under that helmet for... I mean, he's probably going to blame other people for it. I just think that was a very late move up the inside. It wasn't going to work for Alex.
See, split-second decisions, they're so difficult to make at that point in time. As we see, heading around the final corner now, Viggo Swan, with no one really for company, crosses the line to take the C final victory here. It's Marcus Allen coming home P2 a few seconds behind, and then Giovanni Castle-Joseph. So Viggo, after that impressive drive, promoted up into the B final. Then we have Christopher Wilkinson after an unfortunate end to what was otherwise a great drive for him. Finley Marshall, Santiago, Daniel Hillier, Toby McAllister-Brown, Alex Brooks and Josh Spence rounding out the top 10 here. That was certainly a very intriguing race.
It was indeed. Josh Spence dropping a few positions at the very end. It was crazy. I mean, I think they were all separated by a few hundredths of a second there. There you go. Santiago Ortega Bruce, Dan Hillier, Toby McAllister-Brown, all separated by less than a tenth of a second. But that is our second and final C final, well, I guess fourth C final of the day done. We'll be moving to our Cadet B final very shortly, and then after that will be our Junior B final after that. Here we go then, the Cadet Lightweight B Final. Ryan Rapini starts on pole with Mason Turner alongside. Then it is Solomon Adeniji and Jacob Smith on row 2. James Finley and Paulina Winiarska on row 3. Oliver Sanderson and Zane Perry on row 4. Adi Manu and Alfie Lambert on row 5. Oliver Peters and Aaron Hewood on row 6. Oscar Stockley King and Daniel Clancy make up row 7, with Harry Duggan completing the top 15. Then comes Jacob Lamas, Adit Roy Chowdhury and Theo Jones completing row 9. Anthony Czarnecki and Ethan Barrow complete the top 20. Now, Reeve. I know as a commentator I'm meant to be neutral, but Ryan Rapini, some of his moves, I'm going to continue to praise them. They were exquisite.
They were very impressive indeed. We've seen some fantastic overtakes being performed today in juniors and cadets. Actually, yes. It was really nice to see.
That one move from JJ springs to mind, up the inside into the boot, and there have been some other very nice moves on the inside into the final corner, done successfully and cleanly.
Some not so much.
Some not so much. Hard place to overtake there. Some very nice sends as well down into Parkers, which I quite like to see, and then you have your standard 3-way, 4-way battles. But Ryan Rapini, Mason Turner on the front row of the grid. I think Rapini will be looking just to get his head down, pull away. Rapini is going to be in that kind of orangey bell helmet. Mason Turner, I believe it's a white helmet. We'll see once they next come into view. But Rapini will be on the outside, sorry, on the inside heading into turn 1. Mason Turner will be on the right-hand side, so the outside for turn 1.
Okay, then we see some of the karters weaving about on track, trying to get some temperature back into these little mini-max cars here, because of course in the junior final they've had a chance to cool down a little bit, need to get those tyre temps back up. The track doesn't need any more rubbering in really, it's had a day of blistering sunshine and being hammered in by some go-karts. So we get ready to get underway.
Rapini on the left, Mason Turner on the right, and we are green. Ryan Rapini then on the inside into turn 1 will take the lead, and Solomon Adeniji will try to follow him through. Contact between Adeniji and Turner through Oblivion, but Adeniji keeps his foot in, still running side by side with Mason Turner, heading up the hill into Christmas Corner. Late on the brakes, tucks in behind Mason Turner to prevent either James Finley or Jacob Smith from getting up his inside. And here they come then through Inkermans and down to Ashby. That's the 74 of Jacob Smith, who's made a great start and goes up the inside of the 43 of James Finley and up into P4. But Finley won't back out without a fight, trying to go up the inside through Parkers. Has to tuck in behind, but it is still Rapini who leads from Turner and Adeniji.
No, solid move from Adeniji there to decide, you know what, now's the time to back out of it. Now's not a sensible time or place to try and get that overtake done. There's still 11 minutes of racing to go. There will be plenty more overtaking opportunities. Why not set yourself up better instead of risking something heading up through some more technical parts of the track?
Yeah, two other drivers I'm keeping my eyes out for, Adi Manu and Zane Perry. Zane Perry has not had a great opening lap. He's down in P12. We'll see whether he can cut his way back through the field, as here goes the 8 of Mason Turner trying to go up the inside of Ryan Rapini. Side by side then through Boxing Day as they make their way through Inkermans. Oh, it's feisty. Side by side, Solomon Adeniji will make it 3 abreast. Adeniji from 3rd to 1st on the outside now.
Oh dear, that was a very good catch once again. Trying to go 3 wide, clearly not going to work that time around. But for a brief moment, I thought he had the lead signed, sealed and delivered there.
He does, as wide goes Mason Turner. He tries to keep his foot on the outside of Ozier's. Doesn't work out, but it is Solomon Adeniji who is leading the way from Ryan Rapini. And has Mason Turner been able to hold on to P3? I don't think he has. There is Mason Turner in the blue suit at the back of this group, as Rapini goes very wide on the exit of the final corner. Penalty for kart 20, Oliver Sanderson, as that is the 74 of Jacob Smith going up the inside of Oblivion, battling with Rapini, and behind them is James Finley as 39 is grass karting and has come to a stop. Rapini up the inside, still side by side, and behind them James Finley searching for a way through.
Yeah, elbows starting to come out now as we have a couple of contact warnings coming in for their troubles as well. A little bit cleaner this time around heading through here. No one is quite enjoying kart cross.
But it is Solomon Adeniji who leads. He is well and truly clear. That has to be about a 1.5 second gap. He has to Jacob Smith, who has James Finley directly behind him. Then it's a 42 of Alfie Lambert, as that's a move. Ryan Rapini getting taken up the inside by the 58. That's going to allow the 44 of Oliver Peters to follow through. So Ryan Rapini has just been falling down the order, just been taken left, right and centre, and it kind of just happens in karting. You get overtaken by one person, you're left on the outside, you can't find the grip, can't find the traction, you lose more and more places, and now it's the 34 of Paulina Winiarski who's going up the inside of the former pole sitter, the 16 of Adi Manu going to try to follow through as well.
Yeah, as you mentioned, once you start losing those positions, not only do you lose your grip, you lose your rhythm, you lose kind of your confidence as well potentially, and it all starts to add up, and it's quite easy to lose more than one once you've lost that first position, like a domino effect almost. But let's see now as we head later into this race. Still only a few minutes in. Solomon Adeniji lapping very nicely indeed. A 57.8, his fastest lap of the race so far. In fact, the fastest lap of the race so far. About a 1.5 seconds clear. So he has much more breathing room than what he did at the very start of the race.
Absolutely so. And Solomon Adeniji leading the race as well. We had that chat with him as well in our Paddock walk. And Guide Dogs for the Blind, if I remember the charity correctly, that yes. Solomon has very neatly embroidered on to his race suit. Fast lap of the race for James Finley. As here comes the 42 up the inside. Alfie Lambert looking for a move on Daniel Clancy, and that is going to allow Oliver Peters to find a way through on the pair of them.
Penalty coming in for Tom Justice. Not been a great start to the race for our protagonists from the C final. Tom Justice, Jack Shelley, who I believe also has a penalty as well. In fact, I'm completely wrong there, ignore me.
Jacob Smith and James Finley are closing in onto Solomon Adeniji, taking half a second out of him on the last lap.
Before Jacob Smith reaches Solomon Adeniji, though, I wonder whether or not they're going to get caught up in their own battle, because James Finley is only 0.3 of a second behind Jacob Smith as we start this next lap now. It's the fastest lap of the race for James Finley, of course. In fact, no longer. It goes to Aaron Hewood.
Very impressive from Aaron Hewood, who is down in P13, setting some very quick times as the 44 of Oliver Peters goes up the inside of Clancy. And, well, Alfie Lambert will follow him through. They're neck and neck, heading through Inkermans and down into Ashby. Nice little switcheroo then for Clancy as he gets back past the 42, and that's going to allow the 34 of Polina Winiarska to make a move and up into P6. Really feisty battling in the cadets, and that's an issue. It's an issue for Daniel Clancy. He's dropped through the order. I think that might be the throttle cable that has somehow disconnected.
So for any reason, he's lost drive entirely.
And his car's rolling back. Get on the brakes. Get on the brakes.
Stop it. Okay, he's done so now.
And I don't know what happened, but he looked down to his front right, which is where the throttle pedal is. So I think he lost drive, as that is the 43, the 42 of Alfie Lambert going up the inside of Oliver Peters. There's James Finley in second ahead of Jacob Smith. There's 44 of Oliver Peters, then Alfie Lambert and Polina Winiarska. And pointing forward is James Finley. He's saying to Jacob Smith, look,
let's work.
Yeah, we are catching up to Solomon. You can see that we're catching. Well, last time around, James Finley only took a 10th out of Solomon Adeniji. Was there actually a change? I believe there was. So I think James Finley got past Jacob Smith on that lap and is now saying, right, let's work together to close in onto Solomon now.
It's great to see such kind of, thinking of racecraft from such a young age. As we see Solomon Adeniji into the 58, pretty much matching pace at this point in time with James Finley and Jacob Smith just behind. It's the midfield that is delivering the strongest pace at the moment. Penalty coming in for Tom Justice.
Alfie Lambert with a new personal best, 57.6, gaining nearly half a second onto Oliver Peters in P4, who is a couple of seconds behind this battle for second place. And James Finley has started to gap Jacob Smith as he hunts down Solomon Adeniji for the B final win. Through Ozzy as they go and on to the back straight. Little look behind from James Finley. He'll see Jacob Smith, who is falling into the clutches of Oliver Peters. So we might have a battle for P3 emerging very shortly. Let's take a look though, this time round at our leading 5 lap times. 57.6 for Adeniji, 57.3 for Finley.
52 now for Oliver Peters as well. That is a blistering time. Should be into the 56s if things go his way. Well, I've got to keep remembering, it's not quite like the qualifying format.
This is an attempt to move from Ryan Rapini round the outside of Adi
around the
Manu.
outside. It didn't even look like it was going to be a move. It just looked so easy.
I think someone told him, right, Ryan, this is karting. When you want to overtake someone, you can go up the inside. Ryan, what about round the outside? Oh, we've never tried that one. Hold my beer. Round the outside he goes.
Maybe quite not beer. Maybe
not beer.
Right,
hold my fruit shoe.
Yes.
I think that's the go-to drink for children these days.
I don't know. I'm not really in
Capri
touch.
Sun?
I wouldn't know. I'm not really in touch with these. I'm now old.
I think
I'm now very old.
I think we have our topic for the Paddock.
For how old we are.
No,
Favorite
not how
drink.
old we are.
Yeah, favorite drink.
Like Ribena, fruit shoot, Capri Sun.
Oliver Peters now is fastest lap holder at 57.0. He is absolutely hammering along at the moment. He will be catching up very closely. In fact, here he is with Jacob Smith, James Finley. Could have a bit more of a battle on our hands.
Three-way battle for second. The final spot to go into the A final. Absolutely, yes, please. James Finley then in the red suit with the white helmet. Directly behind him, Jacob Smith, a blue suit, white helmet, and then Oliver Peters in the black and red suit with the white helmet. More of a black suit than a red or orange suit. It's orange flashings, I believe they say. It's round the outside. I thought that was an attempt from Oliver Peters. Going to sit behind for now. Oh, is that a bump and pass? Oliver Peters gets up the inside of Jacob Smith, but I think there might have been contact there. And very aggressively, James Finley saying, look, let's work together. Solomon is only a second up the road. We can win this race, but the issue is...
a minute left.
Only a minute left. This lap and one more lap, and Oliver Peters has to decide, does he trust James Finley to catch Solomon Adeniji and pass him? If I was Oliver Peters right now, I'm not working together. I'm going straight for second.
It is once again, as we've found so many times today, all to play for the top three as we head late into this race now. We're going to be 40 seconds left to go on the clock, so we will get another lap in. This is, I believe, be very close.
And is that a run? They're moving to the inside, then goes Oliver Peters, and up the inside he goes of James Finley. Looks for the switchback. Oh, that is a great
beautiful
stuff.
switchback.
Absolutely
and in fact,
fantastic.
There goes as well. Jacob Smith saying thank you very much. I'll benefit from that as well. Dives onto the curbs a little bit, so might lose out a little bit of pace as a result. This is now most certainly the last lap of the race, and that was a fastest lap as well for Oliver Peters as he did all of that battling.
And did you see that from James Finley? Up the inside into the crook, round the outside of the Oblivion, and he's going to hold it around the outside of Jacob Smith through Christmas Corner to hold on to P3. And James Finley won't be happy with losing out on second, but great move from Oliver Peters to take second in that final spot for the A final.
Things looking better and better still for Solomon Adeniji. That gap building up past 1 second once again for the first time in a little while. As we see, we're on board with him now as he heads through the boot. And has a little bit of pressure from behind, but responded well to it. Really charged up through to the field. Have to work to get into P1. And there's really reap the rewards of it now as he comes across the line to take the B final cadet victory here. And then Oliver Peters, James Finley, Jacob Smith, and Paulina Winarska very close behind.
And Oliver Peters cheering as he comes across the line, and you know what, full credit, that was a fantastic second place from Oliver Peters. Great last lap move, or penultimate lap move on James Finley to take that second place spot. Paulina Winarska comes home in P5 ahead of Alfie Lampert. Ryan Rapini down in P7 ahead of Adi Manu, and then Jacob Lammers with Aaron Hewood completing the top 10. Harry Duggan in 11th ahead of Mason Turner, Ethan Barrow and Oliver Sanderson in P14. Jack Shelley in 15th ahead of Anthony Czarnecki in 16th. Oscar Stockley King in 17th ahead of Tom Justice and Theo Jones. Adit Roy Chowdhury in 20th ahead of Daniel Clancy and Zane Perry. And as our drivers come into the pit lane, we are going to be heading on in to our junior lightweight B final. Row 1 then for our junior lightweight B final. Max Mottram and Ryan McDonald on the front row, with Hudson, Gordon Huntley starting in third, Dan Treadwell alongside Oliver Armiger and Matthew Cooper complete row 3. Charlie Wormsley Ride starts in 7th with Victor Renat alongside Alexander Grace, and Jack Whitehouse make up row 5 with Samuel Crump and Yassine Ali Khan on row 6. Cameron McDonald starts in 13th with Noah Goodfellow alongside Ayan Ansari starts in 15th with Nathan Hahn in 16th. Then comes Benjamin Rowe and Tamino Kolovecki in 18th. Ruben Maimlock and Connor Thompson make up row 10 with George Partridge and Josh Coombs on row 11. McKinley Coburn and Christian Barber complete the field.
So then we wait for the formation lap to get underway. For the first time, I think we've actually beaten the formation lap.
We have.
Yeah.
That would be why we've beaten the formation lap.
Ah. Had issues at the end of the cadet race there, so it'll be underway in just a moment's time. There's a green flag waiting to go. So anyway, we should hear the symphony of go-karts firing up. We'll be on our way.
I think that was Zane Perry walking back to the pit lane, so presumably karts stopped out on circuit. We saw a couple of karts stopping in the previous race. I think Daniel Clancy was one of the others, but Zane Perry has made his way back to pit lane. There is a green flag out, which means that our road taxis will be making their way on to circuit very soon.
Yeah, should be shortly. Currently, to be fair to the poor go-karts, it's 28 degrees out today. They're being absolutely put to their max.
I think this is probably one of the hottest days Club 100 have had across, Club 100, Junior and BUKC Championships so far this year.
As we are away now, we see Max Mottram really trying to get as much temperature as possible into those tyres. Some really impressive sliding going on, actually, as we're warming up the go-karts. Yeah, we were, of course, predicted rain for today. That is very much not going to arrive.
When I saw that rain forecast, I was kind of thinking, where?
Yeah, so nothing today. Apparently, we should be seeing some tomorrow, so potential changing conditions tomorrow. But I'll believe it when I see it, based on just how nice it has been here in Northampton.
Need to check the forecast. It's probably saying it's currently raining at Wilton Mill.
Yeah.
Either way, Max Mottram, Ryan McDonald on the front row of the grid. Max Mottram in that white suit with a green helmet. Ryan McDonald, red suit, white helmet starting alongside him. Then it's Hudson Gordon Huntley, who was very impressive, I think, in the preview final. And Dan Treadwell starting in fourth. And the fingers are wagging up. See, that's how you know the experienced drivers. They know how to do the little finger wag to say there's another lap coming up. To be honest, I've been tempted sometimes to do that when there isn't another lap coming up, just to throw everyone up. But to be honest, if I did that and someone caught me, I should deservedly be excluded from that race.
Yes, I believe so as well. That would be just very mean.
Some poor guy at the back thinking, why is everyone going fast?
That'd be me. That'd be me at the back.
Just having a look through our driver list. You know what? Tamina Kolovecki, P17. Remember, he finished top 2 in the pre-C final. Then would have gone from, 26th, 24th, up to 17th. Maybe he can go up even further. Maybe top 15 is possible for him. We'll see what happens with my fellow Italian. Vigo Swan, very impressive as well earlier on today. Had a lot of pace, won by about 6.5 seconds. However, we are pretty much ready to get underway for our B final.
So we'll be Max Mottram in the number 18 car, Ryan McDonald in that number 68. Watch out as well for Hudson Gordon Huntley. He was certainly no driver to stick your nose up at, really, as we head across that line now, and we are under green flag conditions. It's a great start for Max Mottram, who absolutely walks away at the start. The contact between Ryan McDonald and Dan Treadwell, I believe, but either way, that is not what you want to see heading through that first corner. That is very lucky that nothing happened there, and in fact, are we false starting? I believe we are false starting.
Now, that is either because Max Mottram went too early, or one of Ryan McDonald and Dan Treadwell ended up spinning off, coming out of oblivion, as I think one of them are currently missing from the order, potentially. I think they are all there. So I think that is literally because Max Mottram went a bit too early, which would explain the great start. But I am assuming. Now let's see how bad this contact was in turn 1.
It was substantial enough at those types of speeds.
I think it's literally just because Max Mottram went
I believe that's why it is
too soon. There weren't any spins, there weren't any crashes, so we should be presumably doing one more formation lap and then getting underway, because the orders wouldn't have changed too much. So everyone just has to find their correct starting positions, and then we can get away with round 2 of the B final start.
At round 2 as well.
At round 2, yeah.
So once again, it's Max Mottram, it's Ryan McDonald, ready and eager to go. The helmet's nodding up and down as they get ready to get these karts underway. As we say, watch out, Dan Treadwell, Hudson, Gordon and Huntley as well. Watch out for those as we head through those first couple of corners. This time round, it's a much closer start between Max Mottram and Ryan McDonald. In fact, it's a much cleaner start as well for the front runners here. No change in order for the top three. However, we're going to be 5 karts wide. The number 91 of Charlie Walmsley. Right, I can't believe they all survived that. That's
5 wide. Have you ever seen that before?
I can't remember the last time I saw that, but either way, well done to all involved. As we do in fact get contact warnings for that, they probably quite rightly so. There's definitely going to have to be some contact in order to go 5 wide. But it's Max Mottram, Ryan McDonald still leading the charge in this race.
Might be a penalty for Hudson Gordon Huntley coming out of Parker's. He tapped the tyre barriers, and I don't know if that counts as cone abuse or cone contact. So we'll see whether that comes through on the system, because he definitely brushed against that tyre barrier.
Number 36 up the inside, fantastic move there. That was Matthew Cooper. A very late move indeed. Well, not even a very late move, it just looked like it stuck absolutely perfectly.
Max Mottram, though, has got his head down, has been able to pull a few kart lengths ahead as that's the 22 going wide, coming out of Oblivion. So Hudson Gordon Huntley, and now he's going to lose 3-4 positions heading into Christmas Corner.
Not an ideal race start for Hudson Gordon Huntley. He'll be wishing to have had that first race start stand after all. As we see now, the gap between Max Mottram and Ryan McDonald through the last timing gate was just 0.3 of a second.
Into as they go. Can Ryan McDonald close it into Max Mottram at this point? He absolutely can, and he's invited Dan Treadwell to this party at the front of the field. Alexander Grace a little bit further behind. We'll see whether they can close in to make it a 4-way battle for the lead.
Heading through those first couple of corners once again. Not really a major overtaking opportunity at the very start of the lap. Of course, you have to wait further on right up until you get to around here where the overtaking opportunities start to come in. And Dan Treadwell, very close indeed, clips the grass to the back end of the car. The back end, of course, steps out. Gets unsettled by the elevation change, gets unsettled by the lack of grip, is able to carry on though.
I think maybe just wanted a bit of extra rear rotation into Christmas Corner, right? Get that
completely strategic.
Pointed.
Yep, 100%.
Alexander Grace, fastest of all drivers.
We have a penalty for Ryan McDonald. That's a shame for our man in P2 at this point in time. He will no longer be in P2 unless he can get ahead of Max Mottram, depending on what that penalty is, of course.
I do wonder what that penalty is for. We don't have the info on the screens right now, but Max Mottram is pulling away from Ryan McDonald that time around. Alexander Grace very fast as here comes the 10, having a think about the inside of the 86, which was Samuel Crump and Yassine Ali Khan battling for P12. Alexander Grace is ahead of Dan Treadwell and has now gone up the inside of Ryan McDonald. So Alexander Grace, in the space of a couple of corners, is up second. That
is definitely a cone penalty.
Poor Colin. For those juniors who don't know, I think it's a running meme of the UKC that we call the cone Colin.
I see. Number 86, in fact, out of the kart, and that is a disastrous stoppage, a bit of a damper on his race. It's going to take a little bit of effort, I imagine, to recover that, because he's going to have to wait for the rest of the field to head through, and then push.
And he gets the cone warning as well for
his troubles there. Yes. Yeah, not ideal.
I mean, if you're going to have a cone warning, have it in the race where you're finishing. Well, you're not finishing, or you're finishing right at the back.
Fair enough. As we see Max Mottram crossing the line then in the lead of this race, but only 0.3 ahead of Alexander Grace as they headed across that start-finish line, so it's certainly all to play for the lead of this race still.
Alexander Grace really putting in some quick laps, 54.3, as here is the 22 of Hudson Gordon Huntley going up the inside of Cameron McDonald, I believe. We've got 2 McDonalds. I wonder if they're related. Probably. Ooh, wide from Gordon Huntley. That is going to allow, I believe, Cameron McDonald back through in the number 20. Actually, sorry, is that Ruben Mainlock that he's battling with? It might very well be. This is a battle for P3 going on. Ryan McDonald and Dan Treadwell. Treadwell on the outside heading into the final corner. Or you could see he wanted to try to hang it around the outside, decides to back out of the move, slots in behind. But Alexander Grace still closing in onto Max Mottram.
Yes, Dan Treadwell does not need to push too hard for this one here. Ryan McDonald, of course, holding that penalty at this point in time. So all Ryan can really do is kind of make the best of a bad situation here and try and negate how many positions he will lose, which isn't too many, but still every little helps. Cameron McDonald, fastest lap of this race so far. At the back of a bit of a pack, as we mentioned before, a bit of help being at the back of the pack certainly helps. And he's a 54, I'll try that again, a 54.3 on that previous lap. I have a code warning coming in for Alexander Grace actually. He's only about 3/10 off the back of Max Mottram over the previous timing gate, but doesn't want to do that too often.
One more time, and I think there would be a cone penalty. Ayana and Sari as well. We're getting a lot of cone warnings coming through as Alexander Grace closing in onto Max Mottram. Alexander Grace as well, let's not forget, racing with a lucky number, by racing number, Kart 73.
Someone rejoining the track there.
Almost 3 abreast. The 36 of Matthew Cooper goes up the inside of Dan Treadwell and Ryan McDonald. Outside now for Boxing Day. Tries to hang it up the inside of Oblivion. There's a yellow flag out, so they might have to keep their order. I think the yellow flag has been removed now. But either way...
That is not going to end well. And
what a save!
That was a save. I'm not sure the other side of the kart appreciated it too much, but yeah, it was. Ryan McDonald there, dropping back a couple of positions. Penalty for McKinley Coburn coming in as well.
And also Cameron McDonald has now found a way through on his brother Ryan McDonald as Ryan goes up the inside of Dan Treadwell, I believe. Sorry, that's
assuming they're siblings now.
Oh yeah. If they're not siblings, they have to become siblings at this point.
I see.
2 side by side through Crook and Oblivion, 36 and 49. Matthew Cooper finding a way through Cameron McDonald. And that's going to allow the 81 of Dan Treadwell back through as the 96 tries to go around the outside of the 28. Noah Goodfellow and Ruben Mainlock still side by side, wheel on the grass on the exit of Boxing Day. Matthew Cooper now at the front of this train, currently sitting in P4, 3/10 at the front between Max Mottram and Alexander Grace with less than 3 minutes on the clock. There they are, Max Mottram and Alexander Grace on the back straight, heading towards the boot.
Ian Ansari picking up a penalty, unfortunately. Fastest lap of the race at the moment, then Alexander Grace lapping very nicely indeed, as we have number 81 having a look up the inside, but it was going to be Matthew Cooper defending well heading through that last corner.
Yeah, Cameron McDonald trying to go up the inside as well of Noah Goodfellow.
Oh, we have our first mechanical of the day. It's for McKinley Coburn. He has to head into the pits. What a shame for him. Contact actually between a couple of carts.
53.9s at the front of the field. Very similar lap times for Mottram and Grace. They are well and truly the quickest drivers on circuit, and by a large amount, over half a second over anyone else pretty much at this point.
Yeah, that gap keeps building and building. Those 2 carts now hold a 5-second advantage over the rest of the field effectively. And it's those types of situations that can really make you can start to relax a little bit and start to...
So this battle currently goes all the way from Matthew Cooper in 3rd, all the way down to Tamino Kolovecki, I believe, in P12. Sorry, Oliver Amiga in P11. New fast lap for Matthew Grace, a 10th quicker than Max Mottram. The gap is just 0.2 of a second. Still Matthew Cooper in 3rd ahead of Dan Treadwell, Cameron McDonald and Ruben Mainlock, with Noah Goodfellow just behind. Noah Goodfellow in that 96 kart, the white suit and the black helmet behind his fellow white suit and black helmet of Ruben Mainlock.
Definitely a bit of a train forming up here as Matthew Cooper very much focused on the pressure that Dan Treadwell is putting on behind. In terms of pace at the moment then, in this train, it's actually Ruben, as you say, Ruben looking very strong indeed there in terms of pace on that last lap. Arguably strongest
Oh,
out.
spinner.
Oh dear.
Is that Alexander Gray? No, it can't be.
It was a
neither
red
of
and
the
white
top two.
Yeah, it was red and white helmet. We'll see in just a moment as we see someone tumbling down the order, I presume.
I think there was a little bit of contact through turn 1 as our spinner has been able to get going again. But there is no Goodfellow and Ruben Mainlock practically side by side. So much of battling and feisty racing as Matthew Cooper searches for a way through, and Dan Treadwell with Cameron McDonald directly behind him. And Cameron McDonald looks to the inside, covered off by Matthew Cooper, who can't find a way through on Dan Treadwell. We are on the last lap of the race.
Well, it's absolutely flown by once again.
You know what they say, time flies by when you're having fun. We're having fun in the commentary box. I think they're having fun down on the race circuit as well. Defensive from Dan Treadwell, from Matthew Cooper directly behind him, but it's Max Mottram who will be rounding the final corner to take a win. 36 tries to go up the inside a bit too late. Mottram takes a checkered flag ahead of Alexander Grace. The pair will be heading into the A final. Dan Treadwell takes P3 ahead of Matthew Cooper, Cameron McDonald, Ruben Mainblock, Noah Goodfellow, Charlie Walmsley Ride, Ryan McDonald in 9th, and Oliver Armiger completing the top 10. Hudson Gordon Huntley will come home in P11 ahead of Tamino Kolovecki, and then it is George Partridge, Samuel Crump in P14. Only 12 seconds off. The gap, actually, from Dan Treadwell in 3rd all the way down to, well,
Charlie, really. It was only
Tamino Kolovecki in 12th is what, 2 seconds? 2 seconds between 10 drivers.
That's insane.
It's ridiculously close. Victor Renner in P15 ahead of Connor Thompson, Christian Barber, Jack Whitehouse, Nathan Hahn, Josh Coombs in 20th. Then Benjamin Rowe, Ayan Ansari, Christopher Wilkinson, Yassine Ali Khan, Viggo Swan, and McKinley Coburn, who had that mechanical at the end.
So that's it for the B finals. We'll join you in just a few moments for the Cadet A finals. Coming up in just a second. So then, for the Cadet Lightweight A finals, it's Logan McAllister and Jamie Warner on row 1. Row 2, Joao Gabriel Castro and Jakub Milcharski. And then we have row 3, Blake Sutton and Miles Harrison. Moving on to row 4 is Trevelyan Sansom, Ian Barger. Row 5, Jacob Matthew Brown, Jake Anders. Row 6, Joseph Mills, Oliver Harrod at field. Moving on to row 7, and it's Max Winfield, Ollie Moody. Row 8, it's Christian Gonzalez Runde, and then we have Reese Cranston. Row 9, then it's Jonathan Fuxell and Hayden Adams. Moving on to the final row, then it's Joseph Baxter and Elijah Hazelwood. That rounds out the running for the Cadet A final, and we're already at the A finals, would you believe it? Let's, as we have some karts now heading around. Will this be the last outlap? We'll find out in just a moment's time. See if we're going to be underway relatively shortly. It's going to be Logan and Jamie, and we've seen already Logan certainly a strong driver today.
I think our cadets are ready to... No, we're not.
No, they're not quite. They're ready to know.
They're ready to know. They're ready to go slowly a little bit longer. So, a couple of things I want to mention. Jamie Warner, very, very fast in the pre-A final. He had to climb his way back through the field, was catching up to Logan McAllister. If he can get a good start, get behind Logan McAllister, Logan will have a real issue as he looks to complete his quartet of race wins. Elijah Hazelwood, down in 20th. Very fast driver, 2nd in the championship. Had a bit of a nightmare in the pre-A final. He's going to be having a lot of fun coming through this field, I think.
For sure, yeah. Giles, we saw great pace underneath him as well. In fact, now that we get to these A finals, we're starting to have some really strong contenders up at the front end of the running.
So remember, Logan McAllister in the red helmet, Jamie Warner in the white helmet, kart 11, and then Joao Gabriel Castro in the blue suit, blue helmet, Jakub Milcharski in the white suit with the kind of dark blue helmet. But we are ready to go racing.
So then heading down the tram lines, it's Logan versus Jamie as the lights go green, and that is a great start for Logan, just about able to box off at Jamie Warner. Jamie under threat potentially from Joao as we have a 2-wide battle between Jakub and Blake, just heading through the second corner. They're heading through Christmas now, and it is still Logan in the lead at this point in time. We have a bit of a cluster of karts going on just a few seconds further back, but in fact a very clean start as things turn out to be.
Very clean A final start, no dramas just yet. Logan McAllister leads and Jamie Warner exactly where he wants to be in second place. Now remember, Joao Gabriel Castro had really good pace at the start of the pre-A final. His pace then dropped off at about 5 to 10 minutes. Whether that was maybe him getting a bit tired, we'll have to wait and see. 24 and 13 side by side. Ayan Barger in the 24 trying to go around the outside of Jacob Matthew Brown. That's going to give him the inside for the second part of the boot. And look at the 90, gaining 2 places for nothing. Joseph Mills. That was a cheeky little move, wasn't it?
that was certainly an interesting battle here as we go back on board with the front runners heading up through the first phase of the lap once again. Logan is unable to kind of continue on without looking over his shoulders because there is that much pressure on him. Look, just the train of karts forming up, all wanting a chance at the lead of this race, all capable of doing so as well. It's going to be an enthralling race.
Yeah, Miles Harrison, a part of that battle. He's a final driver in that quintuple of karts?
Yes, I think. I believe so. Quintet. And yeah, as we were talking about before, he could be in good stead for getting some quick laps in here, because when you're at the back of these big battles, you can soon find yourself in a really good position.
I just saw João Gabriel Castro just finger pointing as Miles Harrison goes up the inside of Blake Southern, but João Gabriel Castro was essentially pointing, saying, let's work together. No, you're a five-way kart at the lead. There is no working together at this point. You work together when you need to catch up, which is what Miles Harrison and Blake Southern will now have to do to catch up to the front trio. As is that the 21 of Jacob Milchowski trying to go up the inside of Ian Baga into Christmas corner. Let's see if that position has changed. Here goes the 24 up the inside of the 92, Ian Baga. Past Milchowski into Christmas, past Trevelyan Sanson into Ashby corner. Very nice. The 32 of Solomon Adeniji getting well out of the way of everyone. He's had not the best of starts to this A final.
Slow kart there, not quite sure who that is. White helmet.
Solomon.
Blue. Oh, what a shame. Our protagonist, of course, in the previous cadet finals has found himself, unfortunately, struggling in this A final here. I'm not going to say I've got a crystal ball or anything, but I was right. Miles Harrison was at the back of that pack battle and took the fastest lap out of all those 5 karts.
This time around, Logan McAllister with the fastest lap, but they're all lapping in those mid to high 56s. Blake Southern, the only one in the 57s, of 57-1 that time round, as here comes the 21 of Jacob Milchowski trying to go up the inside of Trevelyan Sanson into Christmas corner. And we'll see whether that order has changed, whether the 21 is ahead of the 92 heading down into Ashby is not. So still Trevelyan ahead of Jacob, and then Ian Baga just a little bit further back.
So we have the first penalty for this race coming in. It goes to Oliver Peters, unfortunately. It's not quite sure what it's for, but I know we have a couple of contact warnings heading into this race. I think cone penalties and cone warnings seem to be kind of the penalty theme of today. We've got a few themes of the day today, and cones are one of them. And on cue, we have a cone warning for Ollie Moody. So apologies there. We've now had our first example of the commentator's curse going wrong, I believe, as Miles Harrison sets the fastest lap of this race now at 56.5. That's a very, very pointy lap indeed, given that we're halfway through a race.
But it is still very close at the front, 1.3 seconds separating the top 5 drivers. And is that an attempt to move Miles Harrison? Having a look at the inside of Jamie Warner, deciding against it. There goes the 21 of Jacob Milchowski going up the inside of Trevelyan Sanson into Ashby corner. But your top 5, or maybe your top 4, starting to break away from Blake Southern, who is desperately trying to tag along with this group, and he's just about staying within contact range. But Logan McAllister is doing a fine job of keeping all of these karts behind him, as that is a move now from Miles Harrison, able to squeeze his way up the inside of Jamie Warner through the final corner. And a bit of pointing. I don't know who's pointing about what, but that is now João Gabriel Castro around the outside of Jamie Warner through the hook, gives him the inside into oblivion. And now the 33 of Blake Southern is going to go 2 for 1, 3 abreast. Backing out is João Gabriel Castro, and back to the front of the group goes Jamie Warner. So they're literally ping-ponging backwards and forwards, as now the 33 tries to have a go up the inside of Jamie Warner, gets past João Gabriel Castro, and is side by side with Castro, heading into Parker's corner. This is fantastic battling between the trio.
This is absolutely brilliant. We've seen this in the past. João maybe preferring, say, kind of more cool, calm, collected, a bit more reserved, waits a little bit, lets the battling happen in front of him. But we've seen he benefits from that later on into the race, so he's certainly not out of the count just yet. There is a little bit of bumping going on between the 3 cars as he head round the boot. And here is João Castro up the inside, potentially. No, he's going to have to settle. He's made 1 position, but can he make 2? In fact, it doesn't look like it's going to be the way. He might be dropping back there. Logan McAllister still leading this race as we head through the first corner. Miles Harrison up into P2.
Yeah, and I think actually he might have lost another position, did Castro, because Back past him goes Blake Southern. So while these three are battling, McAllister, Miles Harrison pulling away at the front of the field, and McAllister has not been able to drop Miles Harrison. The gap was over half a second at the start of the lap. I think it's dropped to under half a second by this point, but the leading two can just try to pull away, and there it is. Contact warning for Joao Gabriel Castro. He's going to see that when he comes across the line, needs to be careful not to do that again, but he's not going to see that until he goes through the boot. So there is a chance that he does a repeat offence before he does see that that warning.
It was a very quick little kind of shunt that took place between the three cars on this place in the last lap. I'm glad to say hasn't happened again this time round.
Elijah Hazelwood's made really good progress up through the field, up into P11, now up into P9.
Yeah.
You know what? If these three keep on battling, there is a chance that Elijah Hazelwood could find himself on the podium.
Top 5 at least.
Yeah. Well, the group he's in goes all the way up into P6, and then it is it's a 5-second gap up to the rest of the field as Miles Harrison almost squeezed onto the grass by Logan McAllister, now on the outside. And Logan saying, let's work together. Miles Harrison saying, no, absolutely not. You are fighting me for this. Great switchback from Miles Harrison. And up the inside he goes into Ozias. Now he can say, go on then, let's work together. Logan McAllister looking for a little switchback, pushes Miles Harrison along. And I think actually Logan McAllister may try to work with Miles Harrison for the next couple of minutes. Still got 3 minutes remaining. That's a few laps, and if they do battle too hard, the three behind them will definitely close in. Elijah Hazelwood still in P9ers. Is that a potential move here from the 33 of Blake Southern up the inside? Wide goes Miles Harrison through Christmas Corner, and that's going to give Logan McAllister the run down the hill.
Yeah, Logan fighting back for that race lead that he held for so long. It was a very strong start, and it's potentially very much in jeopardy here as we have a look. Miles Harrison looking up the inside once again, heading down towards the boot. Is in fact going to get that move done as we head through the boot potentially. Yes, he's still holding it. Apologies, not quite out the boot just yet. My bad, getting ahead of myself there. But as we head through the boot, does still go up the inside. My point's still valid as it turns out. And although it's Logan McAllister having a look up the inside, heading through that final corner now. Runs a little bit wide onto those curbs, hasn't lost out too much. They're going to be side by side as we head through turn 1 now, around the outside through that first corner. Logan McAllister ends up taking back the lead of the race. No, he doesn't. It's Miles Harrison. Apologies.
Yeah. And Logan McAllister now is having to defend from Blake Southern. Around the outside is going Logan McAllister. Miles Harrison has been taken.
To keep track of.
What can Blake Southern do? He's going to look for the switchback coming through Inkermans, but back into the lead goes Logan McAllister. He wants his 4th race win in a row, and I guess we could call him the Cadet King of Wilton Mill if he does indeed pull off 4 back-to-back race wins.
Still 2 minutes to go, of course, so anything could happen. He's got 4 go-karts hunting him down. He's got Miles Harrison just behind him, egging the drivers behind him on, say, come on, let's work together. Let's get rid of him once and for all. Let's topple him off his throne here. But he doesn't want to relent at all at this point in time. That was a fantastic laps racing from Logan McAllister.
And Miles Harrison is now saying, look, let's work together. I'm sorry, Miles, your chance to work together was when you were 2 seconds ahead of that trio of carts. You chose to battle, and now you have to pay the price. And he's going to try to go round the outside of McAllister. He tries to do the McAllister.
Ooh,
McAllister
is it too wide?
doesn't quite work. Blake Southern squeeze on the inside through Inkermans, and Blake Southern moves up into 2nd place, and following him through is Jamie Warner. Miles Harrison goes from 2nd down to 4th, make that 5th as he's side by side with Joao Gabriel Castro heading into Parker's.
This is a very impressive battle indeed. Positions constantly traded, because while all of this is a 5-way battle, there's battles within it as well. We're looking at Joao Gabriel Castro, Jamie Warner also having their own little scrap here as we come towards the end of the lap. Once again, Logan McAllister, a little bit easier this time round for him, but who is that? It's Jamie Warner now heading through as we start the next lap into P2.
Up into 2nd place, but critically he's nearly a second behind Logan McAllister. The question is, can they catch up to Logan? We're on the last lap of the race, and I think Logan McAllister has done it. He has shown absolutely fantastic racecraft. As here comes Blake Southern up the inside of Jamie Warner, still side by side through Boxing Day.
Contact between the pair of them. Mars Harrison has the inside on João Gabriel Castro. Heading through increments, will now go up the inside of Jamie Warner. A four-way battle for second place, battling furiously. And there goes Jamie Warner to make it 3 abreast into Parkers. That's going to end surely badly round the outside of the tyre barriers.
Lucky to avoid those tyre barriers
the
there.
33 of Blake Southern, almost ending in absolute disaster. But it is João Gabriel Castro who is running in P2 with Jamie Warner round the outside, looks for the switchback into the boot for the final time. What can Mars Harrison do? Try to squeeze his way up the inside of the 11. Late move from Jamie Warner, backs out of it, but it is Logan McAllister who takes the race win.
João Gabriel Castro P2 in the end, Miles Harrison P3, Jamie Warner P4, and Blake Southern P5.
And Jamie Warner got a penalty.
So it's Blake Southern up into P4 then. Remember what I said about João being able to capitalise on other people's misfortunes and coming home P2? He did in the end, but Logan, that was a fantastic drive. In fact, that top 5 battle was just absolutely exhilarating.
Absolutely. Joseph Mills P6, Elijah Hazelwood, fantastic drive.
Of course, yeah, P7.
From pretty much the back of the grid. And there it's confirmed. Oh, actually, Jamie Warner is still in P4, should drop behind Blake Southern after that penalty gets applied, if I'm not mistaken. Other way, Jake Anderson P8, Max Winfield in 9th. Then comes Jacob Milcharski in 10th, followed by Joseph Baxter, Reese Cranston, Hayden Adams, and Oliver Harrod Atfield in 14th. But with that, we are going to be heading on into our final race of the day, the Junior Lightweight A Final. So, starting at the front then of our Junior Lightweight A Final, Daniel Munro and Samuel Masters, Matthew Bolton and Rory O'Regan make up row 2. Then comes Jake Renshaw and JJ Hind. 7th goes the way of Raphael Maingott. Then comes Nathan Crowley, followed by Brady Pollock, Max Papworth, Finn Davies and James Reynolds. Ben Foden and Tom Mainwright make up row 7, followed by Lewis Davis, Aronis Sarkis, Bertie Bream and Nick Fallon. However, we are about to go racing. Never mind, we've got our 3 laps of practice.
We do.
Forgot about that.
Yes, we have 3 practice laps here. So there'll be a couple laps for the drivers a bit more freely, maybe, you know, kind of warm the carts up and get back into the rhythm on track. And then we will have a proper formation lap before the race gets underway. That's the plan, at least. Let's see what happens as we get these cars around the track here. Now, I feel like now is a perfect time to mention, in fact, that our stream director, Adam Chapman, this is his last ever event with Alpha Live Timing. I'm going to embarrass him by saying that.
Farewell, Adam.
Thank you very much, Adam, yeah, for all your work. You put a lot of effort into to keeping the ship afloat here, so thank you.
I think my first ever broadcast doing the juniors, and Adam then leaves right after. Quite incredible. It's coincidence? I think not. However, Daniel Munro and Samuel Masters, front row of the grid. Now, Daniel Munro has bested Samuel Masters all 3 races of this championship, winning with Samuel Masters in 2nd. We saw JJ, a lot of pace today here at Wilton. Had that unfortunate race start, dropped down the order, had to fight through it. If he can get a good start, starting from, what was it, 4th or 5th, if he can get onto the back of Dan Munro, Sam Moss, I think we could be in for a really, really good 3-way battle for the lead. Maybe more if the likes of Rory O'Regan, Matthew Bolton, Jake Renshaw can be able to stick with that trio.
Indeed, we have some wind setting in, I think. Now we've just got a big gust of wind heading through the commentary box here.
Maybe it'll bring that rain that was meant to come about
yeah, if
3 hours ago.
If this rain could arrive in the next 30 seconds,
I mean, at any point during the final race, that'd be quite good.
I'm sure, to be honest, given the racing we've seen so far, I don't think we need anything else to add to the excitement. Our voices are going to struggle tomorrow for the.
Need to get some nice warm tea or some iced tea or something.
Yeah.
Some honey. But the 3 minutes of practice is over, and we are going to be getting underway then for our final race of the day, the Junior Lightweight A final. I think we're going to be in for maybe our best race of the day.
Oh, don't put the commentator's curse on it just yet. You never know.
I think the Cadet A final was probably the best race we've had so far.
I'd argue, yeah, I'd argue that as well. They've all been really good, like, genuinely, like, you know, no bias here, like cracking races to watch. But we have the number 16 and the number 45 here. That is Daniel Monroe, Samuel Masters, heading down to the grid.
Probably got one more formation lap then to do, so that the whole field can close in. Ben Foden, probably another driver to watch out for, usually very quick. Nick Fallon, been making his way up. Remember, he was in the B final, came top 2 in the B final, starting this race from 17th. We'll see what he can do, probably looking at trying to squeeze his way into the top 10. One of the most difficult things, though, with these A finals is that the pace between everyone is so close. Even if you are that few tenths faster than everyone, because of the amount of fighting and the battling that you're doing, it's so hard to gain positions.
Exactly, yeah. We're hoping as well, just going to embarrass him once again, Jake Renshaw, the number 90 card. He gets a better start than what he did in your little race you held for him a while back. Apologies, Jake. Just got to drop that in for one last time today. That way, if you haven't seen
I think
the
it was
Paddock
against
show.
Max Mottram as well. It was a Max, and I know it was a Max Paddock.
It was the highlight of that Paddock show by a mile. It was brilliant.
I'm going to be clipping that and you know, just sending that around. But I think we are ready to go racing. Daniel Monroe in the white suit and the black helmet on the right hand side of your screen. Samuel Masters, black suit, white helmet alongside.
So then, drivers heading down the tram lines once again. The lights go green and we are away. The battle between Daniel Monroe and Samuel Masters starts here already. Goes well for Daniel Monroe. A few cars going wide there, but Daniel able to break away somewhat. As we have the number 48, number 56, you know, having an exchange of words there as we head down towards Christmas in just a second. Drop a car wide there, clips onto the grass. No major ill effects of that though. In fact, no, I was wrong. There very much were. As we have another car wide there. Who is that? That's the number 18.
That's Max Mottram.
Oh no, it's Max Mottram. Yes, it is. Oh dear.
Race winner from the B final. Very, very good performance in the B final. But here are your top four. Daniel Monroe from Samuel Masters, Rory O'Regan, and then comes JJ Hind. And I think behind JJ is possibly Matthew Bolton. I do believe it is Matthew Bolton in the 67 car. And then behind him is Nathan Crowley. So good start then. Contact warning for Matthew Bolton. As
Way right and Jay Reynolds as well.
As one of my old mechanics used to say, if you don't get a contact warning in the first lap, you didn't do it right.
And just for JV's sake, that's
we are
not
not
true.
encouraging
don't
drivers to do that.
Don't listen to
No.
Yousuf.
Do not get black flags. It is not sensible, and it will ruin your day. Oh, JJ, look at the rear end as he stamps on the brakes, heading down into Ashby Corner.
For what we saw in JJ's previous race, well, JJ clearly enjoys getting the absolute most out of that go-kart as he's trying to get past those drivers up in front.
That's how you know that you're getting the corner right, and both Dan Monroe and Samuel Masters in agreement saying, we're working together, we're pulling away from the rest of the field. Come the final few minutes, that's when we battle.
Yeah, that's a very mature drive from both of them there, really, to decide, you know what, we can enjoy our battle, I'm sure we will, but let's make sure that it's a battle for first and not a battle for sixth.
Yes,
very
precisely. So, track limit warning for Alexander Grace. Alexander Grace also finishing second in that B final. Very good performance. Currently actually ahead of Max Mottram. So, good stuff from Alexander Grace currently. Daniel Monroe leads by 2/10 over Samuel Masters, and then comes Rory O'Regan, JJ Hind, and Matthew Bolton.
Yeah, penalty coming in for Max Papworth, and then track limit warnings for Ben Foden and Alexander Grace as well.
Here is Max Papworth, directly behind Jake Renshaw. Will he go up the inside? He absolutely will into Ozier's.
Following along then with that number 38, number 90 Carter as well as Jake Renshaw, Max Papworth as they head round the boot and get ready to start a new lap. Number 9 going around the outside there. That's Brady Pollock going around the outside of James Reynolds. Great move through the final corner there.
I think I just saw something flying through the air coming off one of the carts. Max Papworth is 5 seconds behind.
Ooh, that'll be why. Who is that there? That is the number 70 of James Reynolds, as the commentary box is literally falling apart. That's quite funny. It's number 9, Brady Pollock, James Reynolds. Great to see Brady Pollock going over to check that his rival is okay. That is really nice to see, and it looks like they are.
We kind of caught that on camera. It was going through Oblivion. I think I saw a car just going wide, so I'm not sure if there was contact.
Full course
going
yellows.
through turn 1. Full course yellow, rightfully so. This is going to bunch up the whole field. Now, Matthew Bolton, that top 5 group, they were 5 seconds clear of Max Patworth and the rest. So we'll see whether, courtesy of this full course yellow, they actually close in. As I think JJ just had a quick word with Rory by pulling alongside him and, I don't know, gesturing in some way, shape or form. And Rory seemed to nod in understanding. Oh,
I believe we are red flagging the race.
Yes.
We are deciding enough is enough for this race. I don't know if we are going to resume. We'll find out that for you in just a second. But owing to that incident, we have decided to red flag the race.
So all of our carts then will come to a stop on the approach.
Order as it looks, because conveniently we've just crossed the line.
Yeah.
It's Daniel Moreau, Samuel Masters, Rory O'Regan, JJ Hinn, Matthew Bolton, Max Patworth, Jake Renshaw, Nathan Crowley, Finn Davis, Raphael Mengar, and Tom Wainwright in the top 10. We can see there the ambulance on screen. So good to see the marshals responding so quickly, bringing the race to a safe spot. And I presume we're going to be getting all the drivers out of the carts now. Okay, we are going to go to a bit of a break now while we take a look at the situation on track. So we'll see you in a short while.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
This ain't going to work for Sean. He slides up the inside, he's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Welcome to this video about the different types of racing helmets. In it we'll cover 3 popular types of racing helmets, the Arai, Stilo and Bell helmets, and their differences. The Arai helmet is one of the most well-known and respected brands in the world of racing. Arai helmets are designed to provide superior protection and comfort and are used by many top drivers in various motorsport disciplines. One of the key features of Arai helmets is their unique shape, which is designed to reduce wind noise and turbulence at high speeds. Arai helmets also feature a range of advanced safety features such as multiple ventilation channels, a reinforced chin strap, and a dual-layer EPS liner. The Stilo helmet is another popular brand in the world of racing and is known for its high-quality construction and advanced safety features. Stilo helmets are designed to provide maximum protection and comfort and are used by drivers in various racing disciplines. One of the key features of Stilo helmets is their lightweight design, which makes them comfortable to wear for long periods of time. Stilo helmets also feature a range of advanced safety features, such as a reinforced carbon fiber shell, multiple ventilation channels, and a removable and washable liner. The Bell helmet is a popular choice among many racers thanks to its high quality construction and advanced safety features. Bell helmets are designed to provide superior protection and comfort and are used by drivers in various motorsport disciplines. One of the key features of Bell helmets is their innovative ventilation system, which is designed to keep drivers cool and comfortable even in the hottest conditions. Bell helmets also feature a range of advanced safety features such as a lightweight carbon fiber shell, a reinforced chin strap, and a multi-density EPS liner. So there you have it, 3 popular types of racing helmets, the Arai, Stilo, and Bell helmets, and their differences. Whether you're a professional racer or just starting out, there's sure to be a helmet out there that is perfect for you. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next video. Wilton Mill is well known by many kart teams, drivers and fans around the country. But did you know these 5 facts about the world famous circuit? Wilton Mill offers more than just karting. It also offers a wide range of outdoor activities for adventure enthusiasts, including quad biking, archery, crazy bugs, and clay pigeon shooting. This allows for everything from exciting off-road adventures that explore the beautiful countryside surrounding Wilton Mill, all the way up to the much more challenging clay pigeon shooting that requires skill and accuracy. Wilton Mill Kart Circuit is home to 3 teams, as well as a dedicated kart component shop, KKC. Dan Holland Racing is a well-respected kart team that competes in various championships across the UK, and has a strong track record of success. M Sport Karting has a history of training some of the best drivers in karting. Crop Promotion is a karting equipment and accessories supplier based in Belgium. The company was founded in 2002 and has since become a leading name in the karting industry. The company also has its own racing team which competes in various karting championships across Europe. The team has enjoyed considerable success over the years, winning multiple championships and races. Wilton Mill has 11 corners, but did you know that some of them are named after people and even pets? Ashby Corner is named after the Ashby family who own the land that Wilton Mill resides on, as well as the grounds. The boot is so named because it closely resembles a boot on the track map, and Zulu 1 and Zulu 2 on the national layout are named after Roger and Sarah Ashby's pet dog, which at the time of naming the corner was running around and getting in the way. Onto Oblivion? Well, it's because everyone goes into Oblivion and no one comes out. And Christmas Corner is named because Roger Ashby didn't expect anyone to make it through Oblivion and it would all be over by Christmas. Overall, the names of the corners serve as a useful reference point for drivers, allowing them to quickly identify and navigate through different sections of the track. The Wilton Mill Brake Pad Cafe is a popular stop for visitors to Wilton Mill. Situated right next to the circuit, the cafe offers a range of snacks, meals and drinks. The cafe is the perfect place to refuel after an action-packed day of quad biking, archery or clay pigeon shooting, and with indoor and outdoor seating, you can even watch the on-track action from the restaurant's balcony. And finally, while Wilton Mill Kart Circuit is nestled in the heart of the Northamptonshire countryside, the mill itself dates to the Domesday Book of 1068 and has a rich history spanning over 950 years. The mill itself has undergone several transformations over the centuries and was once a thriving corn mill, providing essential sustenance for the local community. The grounds surrounding the mill are expansive at over 100 acres, and the mill itself is also soon to be converted to a 10-bedroom hotel, having gained planning permission. The work itself will be commencing in the next couple of years. Wilton Mill is well known.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
This ain't going to work for Sean. He slides up the inside, he's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, I'm pleased to announce that the drivers jumping back into the kart and will be underway shortly. This race was red flagged at the 7-minute 10 mark, or 7-minute 8 mark according to the time system, so we still have plenty of running still to go. It's Daniel Munro and Samuel Masters, Rory O'Regan filling the top 3 in this race.
And I just saw all of the drivers, I believe, having a quick chat with JV, or maybe it's better to say JV having a quick chat with all of the drivers, probably telling them what the restarting procedure is going to be, how everything is going to work, potentially any grid order changes that they may have to do as well. But all of the drivers are pretty much in their karts, which means we'll be getting them underway fairly soon. I believe that the procedure we're probably going to see is that the drivers will do a formation lap and then they'll probably do a single file race start rather than a double file race start, but it could be either of them. I think it might be a single file there.
Good to know. There they are, all lined up in that single file as we wait for the pace cars to just sweep on through to collect them. And we should be getting ready to go again. Now, any type of formation lap will be on the yellow flags, but that will still be contributing to race time. So it just makes the race a little bit more difficult for the likes of JJ Hines, who are trying to push their way through the order. It makes it, it's going to be an interesting one, actually. It's really turned this race on its head in a way, in how much drivers are going to have to push. It's going to be a real sprint now, and just in case it wasn't enough for a sprint already.
I could also see John Patterson as well, the photographer for CLUB100, getting some pictures in, taking opportunities of the carts being beautifully lined up on the approach to turn 1. Always great photos from John, and they'll probably be up in Facebook in a week or so for parents and the drivers alike to look at in awe and maybe frame up somewhere in the house. But back to the racing. 7 minutes, or is it 7 minutes or 3.5 minutes?
It is 7 minutes to go in this race. 7
minutes to go. Yeah, definitely a sprint race at this point. And
no, I would just like to add, I was wrong. I believe that this would be under yellow flag conditions. It's not. We're still under the reds at this point in time, so we will get that full 7 minutes in.
Yeah,
providing we have no further issues.
And because it's going to be a single file start, there's very little chance for big dramas to occur into turn 1. And it's going to be a very close battle. It means that it brings everyone from Max Patworth down back into contention for this race win. Max Patworth does have a penalty, so he can't technically win, but he can take the win on circuit.
We are now going to be underway in just a moment's time here. Single file start, as you said, Yousuf, and running into that first corner. We are away for some final racing minutes here at Wilton Mill today. As a little bit wide goes Daniel Munro. Meanwhile, Samuel Masters not quite on his tail. In fact, very much embroiled in his own battle there. As we are 3 wide, heading. Oh dear, and who's that off there?
That is Rory O'Regan, who has gone off, and it was 3 abreast because Matthew Bolton went up the inside of JJ, who was on the inside of Rory, and that has to be the calmest spin I've seen from a driver battling for a win. There wasn't a hand up in frustration or anything. Maybe they were swearing under the helmet. Can't confirm.
Yeah, what a shame for him. He has some great pace. He was a real protagonist in this fight for the race lead. Which makes it just a little bit easier now for the likes of JJ Hinn and Matthew Bolton as we head further into this race.
You do have to feel bad though for Rory O'Regan. Was having, I mean, a really, really good day, and now just out of the A final. This is going to be one of those drop scores for him with certainty, as yellow flag is out here at Christmas, which is going to be presumably for Rory O'Regan. Be surprised if he hasn't got that car out of the grass by now. Either way, Daniel Munro still leading from Samuel Masters. Then it's Matthew Bolton, JJ Hind, Max Patworth, Nathan Crossley, Jake Renshaw, Finn Davies, Aronis Sarkis, and Tom Wainwright completing the top 10.
Coming to the end of the 5th lap of this race now. And we can see that the number 55, who is that there? That I can tell you in just a moment. 55.
I'm trying to see it. It's not there. It might be the 65 for Nathan Crowder.
Yes, it's distinctly possible. I am just being completely blind.
I've done that many times today. As JJ Hind putting a lot of pressure onto Matthew Bolton through that long right-hander.
It was the 56 putting pressure on Matthew Bolton. That's what it was. That's what I was watching.
Also, that's going to be a confusing one for you, Matthew Bolton, your former Liverpool BUKC team captain.
Yes, of course.
I think the name's spelled slightly differently,
It is spelled like the place name for the old BUKC captain. Just on the off chance that you're watching, Matthew. I heavily doubt. Hello.
Either went from on the off chance and then hello, as if you just realised he was watching indeed. But we do have 2 2-way battles, one between Munro and Masters, and then the other between Bolton and Hind, as Hind and Bolton head into the boot. And JJ looking to get that little switchback, kind of pushing Matthew along. There is a yellow flag out for the final corner and for turn 1, as the drivers are being ushered to slow down. There is a marshal crossing the circuit and a cart being recovered as well.
Okay, so we will have some form of yellow flag on the track for a brief moment while our car is being recovered. Daniel Munro still with that fastest lap there.
Alexander Grace needs to be careful. Currently running P11. Really good. Alexander Grace was in the B final, up to P11 from the back of the grid. Incredibly impressive, but 2 track limits warning. Another one, and that will possibly be a penalty going their way. And at the moment, they're at the back of this train that leads all the way up to Matthew Bolton in P3.
Yeah, it's great to see, especially impressive that recovery given the kind of circumstances of this race. It's not flowed at all, obviously owing to that interval, as we have a penalty coming in for Nick Fallon here. We saw Nick Fallon a couple of races ago, was a very strong contender. Unfortunately, penalties in this race make sure that will not be the case this time around.
Into Christmas goes Daniel Munro. Just focusing on the race ahead of him. I don't think he's too worried about Samuel Masters behind him. He's just going to put in his own laps, and if Samuel is able to go for a move, I'm sure Samuel will. And for now, I think Daniel Munro is confident that while Samuel is sticking with him, he doesn't have the pace advantage to be able to go for an overtake.
See quite a few drivers either setting their best lap on lap 3 or lap 7 of this race. So drivers getting into ribbon and warm the car nicely just before we got underway again, or drivers just before we stopped the race were at their fastest. So it really has affected the rhythm. I say that Daniel Munro just setting the new fastest lap of the race by 1,000th of a second. Samuel Masters just behind, 2/10 apart, these two, of course, was a 53.571, Daniel Munro 53.57.
JJ having a bit of a shake of his head on the way up towards Christmas Corner. These guys are not going to be able to go for the win. They have to battle for P3, as that is a car.
The possessed Rotax there, just kind of creeping into shot.
Start the ghost stories now. Let's see, though, if Samuel Masters can beat that lap time set by Daniel Munro, as this battle for P3 continues to provide some good entertainment. No changes in position just yet, but you can tell that it's a matter of when, not if, these guys change order. 1 minute 45 seconds to go, so I think we have 3 laps remaining, 2 or 3 laps left to go. We'll see it once Daniel Munro comes over the line this time around.
Yeah, we just see in the background then a small glimpse of Daniel Munro and Samuel Masters heading through that first corner. They're very close together indeed, just a couple of tenths separating them. Still plenty of action going on, and just behind them though, where we are looking at the pack being led by Nathan Crowley, number 65 at this point in time. Well, of course, we have that battle going on between Matthew Bolton and JJ Him as well.
Oh, Tom Mainwright's got a really good run, sends it up the inside into Ashby Corner. Nathan Crowley gets the job done as well. Great move from Wainwright. And up in position he goes into P6. So Daniel Munro, Samuel Masters are about to come across the line to start their penultimate lap of the race. It's the 33 kart of Leo French, goes up the inside of Alexander Grace. And Raphael Weingart also passing Alexander Grace, so down to P13 goes the 73 kart.
And what a fantastic lap from Daniel Munro in that previous lap, breaking away from Samuel Masters there, a 53.2. So he's found himself half a second, which is exactly what he needed at this stage in the race, because we have, of course, started the last lap of this race now.
Absolutely, and there is that battle for P3. You can just see in the background, but Daniel Munro looking to make it 4 race wins in Club 100 out of 4. He has been absolutely impervious this season, and Samuel Masters is just going to be thinking, how do I beat this guy?
Well, he'll have to think a little bit harder, because it's looking rather good for Daniel Munro at this point in time as he heads round that final corner for the very last race here today. And it's Daniel Munro who comes home to take the race victory for the Lightweight Junior A final. Samuel Masters not to be out on, very close behind. And then, side by side pretty much, Matthew Bolton and JJ Hinn come across the line. It is Matthew at the end who takes P3, JJ P4, Max Papworth P5, Tom Wainwright P6, Finn Davis P7, Nathan Crowley P8, Jake Redshaw P9, Raphael Weingart rounding out the top 10 for this, the last race in the round 2 lightweight.
I really like the celebration from Matthew Bolton coming over the line. He was absolutely delighted with that. But to continue with the standings, Leo French in P11 ahead of Alexander Grace Then came Aronas Sarkis and Nick Fallon taking P14. Bunty Bream in 15th ahead of Toby Street, Max Mottram, Ben-Suhayl, Salvador Newman, Ollie Hardy completing the top 20. Then it's Tom Smith, Rory O'Regan, Lewis Davis, Ben Foden, Brady Pollock and James Reynolds completing the field.
So in the end, when we thought his victory could be slightly jeopardised with that race restart, Daniel was able to respond and respond well. Ended up with that fantastic... That's what really made the difference, I think. That lap on lap 11 where he absolutely broke away from Samuel Masters and Matthew Bolton to some extent as well, of course, just in terms of comparative lap times, but mainly from Samuel Masters where he broke away by half a second. That was a blistering lap time, and it secured that very well-deserved victory for him.
I think Samuel Masters had maybe a bit of an issue on that lap because it wasn't a quick lap by Samuel standards.
It was still a competitive lap. It was still
it was,
in the 53s. It was 53.7.
But I think until... yeah, actually.
Yeah, it was still a very competitive lap, though. It was just an absolutely flying lap from Daniel Munro, though. That made all the difference here in his final race.
He got some super speed from somewhere. And he made it count. Daniel Munro just phenomenal today. Samuel Masters, another 2 second places going his way. Rory O'Regan, you've got to feel bad for him. He was having a really good day in that battle with JJ and Samuel at the very start on the grass, and just nothing you can do at that point.
Yeah, so for some, the race restart working well. For others, unfortunately, not so much.
To be fair, that probably helped out Rory a lot because he was able to catch up to the field. Otherwise, he would have been really far behind. So if it wasn't for that, Rory probably would have been in P24, P25. So it's just how it goes, isn't it? At the end of the day. So I'm sure Rory will bounce back stronger for round 3 of the championship, which is all the way up in Gleneagles. Fantastic circuit. We've both been there, I think.
Yes, we have.
And it is an absolute cracker in these Club 100 carts.
Brilliant track and relatively local to me as well.
And actually, the first sector of the circuit is very similar to Wilton Mill, isn't it?
Yes.
Right-hander, up a hill, into a hairpin. It is very nice. But I think that is that us wrapping up the stream here?
Yeah, I believe it is. I think we are done here in the commentary box. We hope you've enjoyed watching the racing as much as we have. It has been a day packed full of just nail-biting races, really. Hundreds or tenths separating carts at certain points, and all battles for the lead or for, the podium or anything like that. So I hope you've enjoyed watching as much as we've enjoyed commentating. I've had a great day in the commentary box. I hope you have as well, Yousuf.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. So many great battles out on circuit.
And if you haven't quite had enough of our voices in the commentary box just yet, you can tune in same time tomorrow.
Yeah, and should also mention, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button on the stream and subscribe for all of the wonderful Alpha Live racing content that goes out on a weekly basis, if not, happens multiple times a week. But I guess for myself and Reeve, we'll see all of you guys tomorrow for more Club 100 Junior and Cadet action.
Yeah, we'll see you later. Thank you.